Never Too Late, a Brothers Montgomery book, Book 2, written by Kim Sakwa, narrated by Marian Hussey. Chapter 1, Southampton, New York. Stanley Finch caught one of Samantha Gilchrist's wide-eyed, you-need-to-come-here-right-now looks as he topped off his boss's drink. Chuckling, he rolled his eyes. By that point, Stan was used to Sam's patented expressions and could read them almost instantly. Over the course of the past year of working for Sam's best friend, Amanda Montgomery, a year that had simultaneously gone by in a flash and felt like 10, Stan had often been on the receiving end of what he affectionately called the Samantha Gilchrist stare. "Stan," Sam whispered from just outside the living room, though it was more of a stage whisper than anything truly covert. "Psst, Stan." Stan glanced over to his boss, Alex Montgomery, who relieved him of his impromptu bartending duties with a nod. Stan headed for the hallway, noting that Alex's brother Stephen fell in line behind him, his eyes narrowed in concern. Stan, and everyone else who lived with or worked for the Montgomerys, knew that Stephen and Sam had a thing brewing between them. They merely hadn't acted on it yet. Stan would put good money on there being something close to a nuclear meltdown when it finally happened. That night, the Montgomery compound, and he wasn't exaggerating, it was a compound, bristled with activity. Thankfully, this time it was the celebratory kind. Hell, Alex and Amanda had only exchanged their wedding vows a couple of hours ago, followed by an incredible dinner and an over-the-top live band featuring a few sets from the bride herself and her good friend Jason Wilde. With just 30 guests, though, the evening hadn't been much different from their normal group dinners. Still, it was a celebration that had been a long time coming. The party had just moved from the terrace to inside, and everyone was gathered around the large bar in the living room, taking a much-needed break before dessert. A break Stan feared might be over, at least for him, as he let Sam, who was acting all cloak and dagger, drag him along the long hallway. It was a bit ridiculous, he thought. Most of the night's guests were from Calder Defense, Alex and Stephen's private security company, and were, in any given scenario, notoriously the good guys. He tried to ask Sam where they were going, but she put a finger to her lips and kept walking until she finally stopped in front of the library. After giving him another Samantha Gilchrist stare, Sam motioned Stan inside, shutting the French doors behind them. "Well?" Stan asked when she turned to face him. "I just got a call," she said, keeping up with the cryptic act. "That's nice, Sam. I was just having a drink and celebrating Alex and Amanda's nuptials." Behind them, the doors opened, and Stephen entered, clearly not caring that he was barging in on them. Stan wasn't surprised. If Samantha was on the move, the other brother Montgomery wasn't far behind. Not bothering to shut the doors behind him, Stephen said nothing, just stood against the wall. Sam glanced his way and gave him an exasperated look, motioning toward the open doors. Stephen leveled a serious look back at her, but closed the doors anyway. The entire silent exchange, Sam's clandestine act, Stephen's seriousness, was rather amusing. Stephen had been in an accident last month, and the gravity of it seemed to have moved the needle where his feelings for Sam were concerned. Apparently satisfied, Sam turned back to Stan with a straight-on stare. If you'd never met Samantha Gilchrist, you would be forgiven for not knowing she was the Arctic Circle come to life. However, once you got to actually know her, you knew if you could just crack her ice in the tiniest way possible, she oozed warmth from the inside. But back to her stare. Scary straight. Then a deadpan. "It's about Jen." At this, Stan went cold. Suddenly, he was the Arctic Circle without the inner warmth. "Jenny." Unable to think of what else to do, Stan turned to leave. He didn't want to hear any more, couldn't. But in an act that could have been choreographed, Stephen moved to block the doors at the exact moment Sam grabbed Stan's shirt. "She's in trouble, Stan." Eyes narrowed. He took out his frustration on the woman in front of him. "What's wrong with you and your friends that someone's always in trouble? We've only just sorted out Amanda's problem, and now there's another one?" Tactfully, Stan chose not to mention Sam's own troubles back in law school. "Good news," Sam quipped. "After this, I'm out of friends." Stan had to give her that. He and Sam had lost touch after law school, only to reconnect years later at a funeral. A few months after that, Stan had taken on the role of Amanda's 24/7 bodyguard. Since then, they'd been around one another day in and day out, so he knew Sam was speaking the truth. But still, couldn't it have been anyone but Jenny? He sighed. "Look, I have nothing left to say to Jenny, and I would bet my life she feels the same way about me." The look on Sam's face said she disagreed, but Stan refused to consider it. He did not want to go there. No, no, no. Jennifer D'Angelo had almost been the death of him, twice, and he wasn't looking for an encore. It had taken months for him to shut them down, in his heart and in his head. Over the past year, he had learned how to live again, how to trust people, how to enjoy their company. Amanda, her daughter Callie, and Samantha had had a lot to do with that. He honestly couldn't say where he might be if it hadn't been for Sam's call last spring. He almost had to laugh, thinking back on it, realizing Sam had used almost the same words then. "Stan, I just got a call. My friend Amanda, she's in trouble." Precisely then, the doors opened and Alex walked in. "I'm not sure what's going on in here," he said, all business, nuptial bliss clearly on pause. "But I just hung up with Gianni D'Angelo. He wants his daughter extracted, now. Helicopters are on the way. Stan, your point on this one." Stan shook his head. "Boss." The man had no idea what he was asking. As if reading his mind, Alex said, "I don't really care what you think or feel right now, Stan. I assured him she'd be in our hands within 4 hours. Trust me on this. There's a lot you don't know." When Alex got like this, Stan knew there was no point in arguing. As if on cue, the chopper sounded in the distance, rendering any debate useless. "Trevor has her coordinates," Alex continued, unflappable. "He and Michael are going with you. The team will be waiting in Palm Beach for your orders." Alex did something then. Something he never had before. Not once in all the time Stan had known him, not even that first night they'd met at the hospital where Amanda was being held. He embraced Stan, clutching his shoulder. Startled, it took Stan a moment to return the hug, clapping the other man on the back. Alex's words, "There's a lot you don't know," ran briefly through his head, before the sounds of the helicopter and clipped footsteps rushing through the hall took his attention back to the moment. "You've kept my family safe, Stan," Alex said. "I don't understand the timing of many things, but in this, I believe yours has come." Chapter 2. Palm Beach, Florida. Jennifer D'Angelo startled awake with a gasp, bolting upright. Eyes on the baby, then darting across her room, she sat for a moment and let her breath slow, until she realized it was something besides her normal anxiety that had awoken her. She stiffened. Lights in the driveway. She tapped her phone and saw 10 missed calls from her dad, and a few, strangely, from Samantha Gilchrist. Wow, she thought. Sam. This must be serious. Jenny hadn't spoken with Sam since before she'd run into Stan in Palm Beach the spring before last. Her dad must have reached out to her old friend, which meant that something big was up. With no time to go there, Jenny focused on the emergency at hand, jumping quickly from her bed and going first for the baby. She'd never known how much she could love something or someone until she found out she was pregnant. Little Hayden was the best thing that had ever happened to her. She loved how warm he always felt, and his small but comforting weight against her chest. Now, she settled him into the crook of her neck, and brushed her lips across his soft little head as she waved her free hand in front of the artwork that hung between his crib and her bed. Silently, the secret compartment behind it opened, and Jenny grabbed her gun. Best purchase she'd ever made. The artwork, that is. She'd had a hidden box recessed into the wall, and the painting lay flush in front of it, working like a charm to hide the weapon she wasn't thrilled about the need to keep anyway. She'd spent days at the shooting range trying out every pistol available until she'd gotten comfortable enough with one of them to make the purchase. It was only a slight consolation that it was the safest of the lot, even with a chambered bullet. Jenny hated to admit it, but she'd gotten the gun to quell her nagging fear that her ex-husband John was looking for payback. And she knew from her instructor's drilling that the seconds it took to insert the magazine and chamber the first round could mean the difference between life and death. Jenny hated the gun, but she was determined to be prepared, and it made her feel like she had a fighting chance. At the very least, he'd never be able to force her into another vehicle again. Cradling Hayden in one arm, she used the muzzle of the gun to pull back the drapes. Jenny's TV cop impersonation surprised even her, but when she saw 2 SUVs idling on the street, she was grateful she was ready. In an instant, she decided that whatever was going on, she wasn't waiting upstairs. Stand and fight, or cave. She would not cave. She crossed the foyer, glancing at the lights on the alarm pad, which still blinked armed, meaning no one had tried to enter. Maybe she was overreacting. The SUVs could easily be waiting to pick up a client, be a car service called for an early morning flight, or be dropping someone off after a late night out. Still, suspicion prickled Jenny's neck, a feeling that was validated when she peered out the glass of her front doors to get a better look and saw 2 more SUVs pull into her drive and circle the fountain. It was go time. "Alexa, dial 911, she commanded, keeping her voice low. Unable to see through the tinted windows of the SUVs in her drive, Jenny started backing away from her door, just as she heard the dispatcher greet her through her Alexa speaker. 911, what's your emergency? My name is Jennifer D'Angelo. I'm alone with my 6-month-old son. I think my ex-husband found me. I'm armed. I have a baby. Dispatching officers now, Miss D'Angelo. Come and get me, you dirtbag. Your days of messing with me are over. Chapter 3. Southampton, New York. After the chopper ride to the private airport, Stan, Michael, and Trevor boarded the Calder Defense jet. The flight from New York to West Palm was uneventful, leaving Stan with too much time to think. It had taken him months to stop obsessing about Jenny, to close that door completely. He'd been a wreck. Him, a wreck. But he'd worked hard and had all but managed to erase her from his mind. Except there she was, racing back into his life and into his thoughts. Of all the women he'd been involved with romantically, Jenny was the one he'd spent the least amount of time with, but she knew him better than anyone. What they'd had was infinite. Pathetic. Get a hold of yourself. They'd been friends, and maybe could have been something more when they were in law school. But after a traumatic incident occurred to their friend, Jenny had run from Stan. Then, years later, they'd had 2 incredible weeks together after a chance meeting in Palm Beach, where he'd just finished a job. He was walking down the cobbled sidewalk, and boom, there she was, her perfectly toned arms clutched in his hands. She literally stepped right into him, her beautiful upturned face looking up at him in shock. Jennifer Lynn D'Angelo. Startled to see his old love in front of him, Stan had broken every rule he'd stood by his entire adult life just to spend time with her. The moment he'd run into her, literally, and touched her, felt her, he was done. It was a train wreck you could see coming from a mile away. Once in motion, there was no stopping it. Inevitable for them both. Yes, in this he could speak for Jenny without being presumptuous. They were, or at least had been, 100% on the same page from the minute they met. Pity she hadn't realized that. Over the next 14 days, they'd been inseparable, with each day better than the last. Layer upon layer of mutual understanding, spoken and unspoken. Stan had never known anything like it. He knew that his gut had been right back in law school. He and Jenny were meant to be together. It had all been completely perfect, except for one monumental snag. Jenny had chosen the wrong guy back then. Stan had only known John on the periphery, but he'd never liked him. John could be a blustery kind of guy, which, in Stan's experience, was usually an indication of underlying insecurities. But Stan respected boundaries, so though he'd been interested in pursuing her, after Jenny chose John, Stan had kept his distance. It turned out John had been the wrong guy for her, and by the time they met in Palm Beach, Jenny had already begun divorce proceedings. Knowing this, Stan had parted ways with her easily and eagerly after those 2 blissful weeks, figuring that the sooner she went back home to settle things and attend the court date that would finalize the divorce, the sooner she could return to him. According to Jenny, the proceedings should have already been completed, but instead had been going on for months because John had dragged the whole thing out longer than necessary. They arranged to meet back at the hotel at the end of the week. Because Stan had worked for the owner on several occasions, he'd usually had access to a room or suite, depending on the season, and had decided to wait for Jenny there. They'd agreed on no communication until Jenny returned, having decided that they both needed clear, or clearer, heads, and already knew they were more than ready to finally begin their lives together after all these years. But then Stan got a text from Jenny saying that she had been in a car accident. By the time he'd arrived at the hospital, however, John had been all over her. His heart in his mouth, Stan had watched them from the doorway. He'd known, or thought he'd known, that they'd already sorted everything out. Their divorce should have been made final the day before. But based on what Stan had witnessed in that room, they'd clearly gotten back together. Stan was heartbroken, but not too surprised. After all, she'd done it to him before, run from him in the past. So, that day in the hospital, before Jenny could notice him, he'd walked out. Crushed. He'd left the States that week, heading back to the UK where he'd already had a stellar reputation, packed his bags, crossed the pond, lowered the emotional steel walls, and, boom, was back inside the lines. Stan had always been a rules guy, all about protocol, so working for the agency right out of law school and then private security afterward had been perfect for him. The jobs had allowed him to take and give orders, something he'd found comfort in. Stan had never seen to a task more diligently. He took on a couple quick jobs until late one night, Sam called with the news that Amanda needed help. It was just what he'd needed. Though it had turned out to be his most complicated post yet, it had helped him compartmentalize and close the door on Jenny D'Angelo. Lock it, and throw away the key. "Link's active," Trevor said, pulling Stan from his musings just in time to see a notification flash on his laptop. Stan scanned the docs that had come in, shaking his head before scrolling back to the top to check the data entry. He cast a look at Trevor. "Jennifer Lynn with an E. D'Angelo?" At Trevor's nod, he pressed. 10-2. "Affirmative," Trevor told him, verifying her birth date. It wasn't good. In the 3.5 hours since they'd taken the case, the crew had compiled a comprehensive dossier. Off the list of disclosures before him, he'd expected none. It appeared that, just over a year ago, Jenny had leased a house on the beach using an assumed name. Not an easy feat in these times, with landlords insisting on more than a hefty down payment and security deposit. Not to mention, tech trails were nearly impossible to evade. So, why the secrecy? The next piece of intel was more alarming. She'd purchased a gun around the same time she'd leased the house, had a burner phone, and 3 safety deposit boxes scattered across the city. abnormal behavior for the average citizen. The final bit of information was another surprise. Her divorce was finalized. Had been since a month after her accident. 29 days, to be exact. Stan tried not to wonder what would have happened if he'd stuck around. He didn't have time to sink into the quagmire of what-ifs. He was on the job. Rule Stan was in control. He'd dissect this information later. Objectively. Logically. He'd pick it apart with a goddamned butter knife. Jennifer Lynn D'Angelo. After sorting through the intel a bit more, receipts, mapped locations, divorce papers, he saw another file. This one locked. "What's this?" He flipped the screen back to Trevor. "It's encrypted." His look said, "Gee, Trev, really?" But Trevor just shrugged, so Michael threw a pillow at him. The whole Calder team felt like they were brothers, but Trevor and Michael were actually brothers. Michael being the oldest of the two, and the team affectionately referred to them as the boys. "Sorry, boss." Stan being lead did technically make him the boss on this mission, but Trevor used the moniker for everyone save his brother. Wondering why Alex had already encrypted a file, but not willing to bother him on his wedding night, Stan went for the next best source. "Get Mr. D'Angelo on the phone," he said. Gianni's father, Gianni, was the last person Stan felt like speaking with, but the one person he couldn't avoid because he knew the man would have the goods. Trevor made the connection, laying a device on the table between them. 10 minutes later, Stan's blood pressure was at an all-time high, a feat for someone who had never suffered from high blood pressure. Gianni had been beside himself, said John had something big hanging over Jenny, something besides his usual narcissistic, gaslighting, mind games bullshit. Stan abhorred men like that, men who manipulated those closest to them. When they'd been together in Florida, Jenny hadn't said much about John. In fact, aside from sharing the news of their upcoming divorce, she'd been very tight-lipped about him. With all that he'd learned since, Stan knew why. "That dirtbag and his family are done messing around with her son. I don't care how connected they are. Ties have been cut." It was the third time he'd said that. Son. Way back when, Mr. D'Angelo had always called him son, though, ironically, he'd referred to John by his given name. "He took my sweet, good-hearted girl and brainwashed her into some timid, fearful woman I barely recognize at times. She's doing better now, but she thinks she deserves to be alone. Bring her home. And I mean tonight." "Yes, sir." "I spoke with Alex. We both think it's best she stay at the Montgomerys for now." Stan was about to argue, but as the runway lights came into view, thought better of it. Besides, he didn't want to air personal business in front of the boys. "Copy that. One more thing, son," Mr. D'Angelo added before taking a pregnant pause. When he spoke again, it was with a slight shift in tenor. "There's a baby." "Baby? Sir? Sir?" Trev shook his head, indicating that the call had been terminated. Stan didn't have time to dwell on the bomb Mr. D'Angelo had dropped, though, as the jet touched down seconds later. It was go time. The navigators, or navs as the team had termed the vehicles, were in place when they landed, 2 at the airport and 2 already stationed at the base of her property. Stan took a breath. This was it. Jenny was back in his life whether he liked it or not. 10 clicks from the airport, and they were traveling down a long, paver-edged driveway that led to a stunning beachfront estate. His breath caught when he saw Jenny peering out the window next to the front doors. Then she started backing up, baby in her arms, just as he'd been told there would be. Was it hers? He wondered. Her sister's? Mr. D'Angelo hadn't said. "Did anyone tell her we were coming?" Stan asked. He didn't want to scare her, but feared it was too late. No Mr. D'Angelo said she hasn't answered any of his calls. Stan shook his head, got out of the nav, and scanned the front perimeter as Trevor worked his magic on the security system. Moments later, the surveillance lights blinked clear, and seconds after that, Michael was at the keypad, lifting the bolt that released the front door. Stan, still not allowing himself to dwell, went into autopilot mode, following protocol without thought. When he stepped inside, he saw Jenny standing a little more than 10 feet away, baby held tightly against her chest with one hand, Glock pointed right at his chest in the other. Stan smiled approvingly. Smart for a beginner, he thought, though she'd always been a good student. Aiming for the chest allowed more room for error. If she missed her target, she'd still have a good chance of hitting something vital. Not in his case, he hoped, merely in general. "Ma'am, they're 30 seconds out," a voice said through the sound system. Ah, Stan thought. She'd called 911. On cue, sirens sounded in the background. No matter. His guys would show their credentials and they'd be left to continue. "Jenny," Stan said, keeping his voice as strong and professional as possible. "If you come one step closer, I'll shoot." "She doesn't know it's me." Her hand was shaking, and Stan didn't think she was focusing on his face, or, for that matter, on anything but her fear. "Jenny," he said, letting his voice soften. "It's me, Stan." She wavered as her eyes darted up, her breath catching audibly as she stumbled for a moment before righting herself. His heart clenched as he reached out, as if he could steady her from the distance. "Ma'am, do you know the intruder? Ma'am?" That damn emergency operator. "My name is Stanley Finch." Stan spoke loudly and clearly enough that the operator could hear him. "I work for Calder Defense. I've been sent to secure Miss D'Angelo's safe passage back to Long Island at her father's request." "Ma'am?" Jenny's face was equal parts shock and horror as Stan heard Michael's voice through his earpiece. The police officers had arrived. "Why are you here?" Jenny asked, her voice deeply layered with dismay. "Your father sent me." "I heard that. Why you?" He felt her pain and shook his head. "I don't know, Jenny," he said, wishing he had something better for her. "Just because your girlfriend moved on doesn't—" "What?" A gut reaction, Stan cut her off, then righted himself. Back to protocol. "I don't have a girlfriend." Not that that was protocol, but the thought of Jenny even thinking he was with someone else was disturbing. Obviously, time had done nothing to diminish his feelings. Her eyes narrowed, and seeing that kind of mistrust aimed at him from Jenny was like an arrow to his chest. "You did," she said, sounding accusatory. "I saw the pictures. I know about you and Amanda Marceau. You were with her after last spring." "Oh, I see." Stan relaxed slightly, then returned her narrow-eyed stare. "Yes, I've spent a lot of time with Amanda over the past year. As her detail—" "No," she said, shaking her head fiercely. "John showed me photos. You were holding her in the Hamptons." "What the—" Stan hadn't known he could feel even more hatred for John, but there it was. "Jenny." Of all the things to dicker about, at gunpoint no less. "I took a position weeks after you—" "Go away." She began to back farther away from him. "Sir." He was flanked by officers as her soft-spoken words tore at his heart. Deep wounds flayed open. "Thanks, boss." "ID, inside left pocket," he told them, well used to police procedure. "Shoulder and ankle." Always let them know where the holsters are. He turned back to Jenny, snapping defensively. "You went back to him." Even in this tense, not-so-private moment, he couldn't let it go. It was suddenly as fresh as it had been 15 months ago. Where was Rule Stan when he needed him? For the first time in his life, Stan hated his job. "Buddy, you are so out of your depth here." "Go away, Stan," she repeated. "I wish I could, Jenny." "Ma'am," one of the officers interjected, "could you lower your weapon?" Thankfully, she did as she was asked. After the officers spoke with her and then him, they left with a nod, handing him her firearm. Jenny eyed him warily from where she sat on her stairwell, peering up when he stood before her. She looked ridiculously gorgeous for 1 a.m., and for someone who'd been roused from their bed unexpectedly, expecting to defend herself and her child. She'd done good. "Let's get you packed." Her expression said it all. "Not with you." What a change from the last time he'd helped her pack, back at the— "No, don't go there." Ignoring how deeply her slight cut and the physical effect of standing so close to her, Stan gestured up we go with a sweep of his hand. Perhaps realizing the futility of fighting him, Jenny fell in line like a good little soldier, and he followed her upstairs. "Where do you keep this?" he asked, holding up the gun when they reached her room. A beautiful sanctuary, replete with soft colors, posh, oversized furniture, and sheer drapery. A crib and changing table sat off to one side. He watched as she wordlessly waved her hand in front of a piece of art, and the frame lifted. Nice. He secured her Glock in the foam insert inside the wall, then mimicked the hand gesture, watching it close as Trevor walked in. "Miss D'Angelo, may I retrieve your bags?" Trevor asked. "There's a linen closet in the hallway with pre-packed bags, standard, carry-on, and weekender ready to go. Take all of them, please," she told him without looking up, scooping a blanket and plush toy from the crib. "Can I get you anything for the baby?" Stan asked, feeling surprised at her preparedness, and useless just standing there. He hated feeling useless. Jenny shook her head, pointedly not looking at him. "I just have to get us changed." "Need help?" She shook her head again and met his eyes for a fleeting moment before glancing away. "Thanks. I've perfected single parenthood," she said, a strange edge to her voice, then grabbed a diaper and retreated to her bathroom. Stan waited by the stairs, trying to shake the way he felt about her delivery of that last remark. The way she'd held his gaze for that brief second. Maybe he was reading too much into it, but it had come off as a jab, something personal, toward him. Jenny was ready a few minutes later. Trevor had already transferred her bags into the truck and secured the baby seat Jenny had stored in the closet next to her go pile. Michael was clearing the perimeter, not that it was necessary, seeing as they were the intruders that night, but Stan appreciated his thoroughness, protocol and all. "When was the last time you heard from him?" Stan asked in the foyer, once the other unpleasantries were out of the way. She clutched her son, it was a boy, he'd asked, tighter. "I tried to call you," she said, instead of answering his question. Inside, Stan crumbled a little. Yeah, he'd blocked her number. At the time, he thought he was doing it for both of their sakes. "When was the last time you heard from him?" he repeated, not acknowledging her confession. She shrugged. She looked tired, beautiful but tired. "Jenny?" She flinched. He hadn't meant to raise his voice. Gianni was right. The after-effects of living with a world-class prick. After Stan became privy to a few more details about her life with John, he couldn't believe she'd gone back to him, let alone had a child with him. She'd never let on to any of it when they'd been together, had kept it all to herself. Like a frog in water who adjusted to a rise in temperature until it was too late, Jenny's defenses had been expertly torn down. As smart as she was, the art of manipulation would have been above her. She would have never seen it coming. He could see how it had happened. He only wished it hadn't. Once the house had been given the all clear, Trevor opened the door and Stan laid a hand on Jenny's back to guide her out. She was shaking. At the truck, she turned, wide-eyed, when she realized he was the one reaching out for her baby. "I assure you," he said, "I know how to hold a child." She gave him the oddest look then as she handed him the baby, like that moment would have earth-shattering consequences. Then she reached for the pull, stepped onto the running board, and damn if she didn't slip and fall backward. His free arm snaked out, pulling her against his chest, and God help him, she felt good there. He reflexively held her tighter, heart racing, Jenny in one arm, baby in the other. He couldn't believe the fricking irony. Why did he have to be holding her again? Punishment for their sins, he supposed. He deserved it, and she'd obviously paid dearly, too. "Okay?" he asked, softly in her ear. She gave a tight nod, and this time, when she stepped back onto the running board, Trevor pulled her up from inside the truck. She reached for her baby as soon as she sat down, and Stan gently handed the little boy over. This simple action, so small and yet so intimate, brought Stan back to an image he'd worked hard to forget. Jenny, cooing over a baby on the boardwalk one morning during their whirlwind weeks in Palm Beach. How it had struck him then just how much he'd have liked to start a family with her. It had been a near fatal blow when he'd had to put such fantasies to the wayside. For the rest of the drive, Jenny stared out the window, pointedly not looking at him. He knew this because he had difficulty turning away from her. In fact, he'd watched until she'd fallen asleep. Sleeping, she looked almost calm, a welcome reprieve from the lingering contempt he'd seen in her eyes while she was awake. When they arrived at the private airport a short time later, however, Jenny startled awake with a gasp, eyes darting around the insides of the vehicle as she took in her current surroundings before calming. Stan stared, gobsmacked at how quickly and fully she recovered from her panicked awakening, almost like it was practiced. It made him wonder if this kind of wake-up was a normal occurrence for her. Suddenly, having her at the compound seemed like a good idea after all. Their pilot was waiting at the ready, so it wasn't long before they were cleared for takeoff. Stan sat facing Jenny and the interior of the cabin, doing his best not to stare, though it was a subpar attempt. He was a literal wreck inside. He could still smell her hair, the scent of her shampoo and conditioner lingering from when he'd had her pulled up tightly against him. "I don't want to go to my father's," she said abruptly as they taxied the runway. "You're in luck," Stan said, hiding a smile. At least he could deliver one piece of good news. "I've been instructed to bring you to the Montgomery compound." At this, she said nothing. Once the pilot announced that they'd reached cruising altitude, Jenny took the baby from his car seat and went about feeding and changing him on the sofa situated by the galley. Stan stood as she returned to her seat, holding out his hands to take the boy while she got comfortable. This time, her hesitation was less pronounced, though duly noted. Once she was settled, he tilted her seat back to an almost full recline, nestled the baby in next to her, and covered them both with a blanket. Then, he watched her sleep. He tried not to, but damn if he couldn't help it. Glutton. Chapter 4. En route to Southampton, New York. Jenny was tired, confused, and frankly, completely unsure of how she felt. This was not the reunion she'd imagined only last year. God, how things had changed. Stan, the man she'd fallen deeply in love with, the man she'd always been in love with, had abandoned her when she'd needed him most, making Jenny question her newfound independence and the budding confidence she'd only begun to regain, whether she could even trust her own intuition anymore. When they'd parted after those 2 perfect weeks, Jenny had gone home to tell John that he had to sign the papers, that she was done playing games and didn't care how it looked anymore, that it was over between them, that she'd paid her price and served her time. There was no more being jerked around. There was no going back. Ever. She hadn't cared that it wouldn't look good for the family. Appearances were just that, appearances. She'd known that the Monroes, with their historically prominent lineage, would find a suitable replacement for her. Naturally, she missed them at times. Jenny had a big, all-encompassing heart. But as was the case with most interfamily relationships, it had been a mixed bag. Honestly, based on how John had acted over the few years leading up to their divorce, she hadn't even been sure he'd liked her anymore. He'd loved her. She did truly believe that. But it had felt more like how one loves and looks after a family member or pet. Obligatory. Protective. Upon further reflection, she was convinced that the rest had been merely optics. How good she'd looked on his arm, how well she'd spoken and represented the family. Not legal representation, unfortunately, purely socially. Somehow, Jenny had found herself not pursuing the career she'd always imagined for herself. She often wondered if John had feared she'd have outshined him as a lawyer. He'd always been competitive. The girl, the reputation, the bank account. With distance, Jenny could see it for the self-serving exercise that it was. No good sportsmanship there. She wondered, too, if pressing the point, aka proposing, back in law school, had been more of a power play against Stan than anything John had really ever wanted to do. John's win to Stan's loss. If so, it had worked. She and John had married right after law school, and she hadn't heard from Stan since. With her head in the sand for so long, what slowly became normal over the years after their marriage had been shocking, even to her. The blinders had only started coming off when she traveled to visit her grandmother in hospice. It had been 2 years ago, right after the doctors had informed the family that her grandmother's time was imminent. John couldn't accompany her, which had turned out to be significant considering the revelations that followed. On the plane ride over, Jenny had realized with a start that it was the first trip she had taken by herself since they'd gotten together. She and John had always traveled together. In fact, on the occasions he couldn't get away, she'd postponed her travel plans until he could. Horrid circumstances aside, going home had been just the break she'd needed. At first, she'd been nervous about traveling alone, which was silly, really. She was a grown woman, after all, and she'd traveled her whole life. But John had become her cruise director. Looking back, he'd really been the arbiter of her life, not the fun-loving, cheery partner she'd pretended him to be. She'd lied to herself for so long that it had been hard to dismantle the illusion she'd created in her head. Defense mechanism, 100%. Jenny remembered feeling lighter the moment the car service picked her up to take her to the airport, then even more so on the plane ride home. And when she'd walked into her parents' house, she'd been overcome with a wave of nostalgia and warmth. It had been as if she was on a new footing, or maybe solid footing. For the first time in years, that daughter and sister she'd always been had returned. How odd to have lost the essence of who she was for so long. Marveling at how good it had felt to be herself, Jenny had wondered how it had happened, realizing quickly that the only difference between the old Jenny and the new one had been John. A short time later, when she'd walked into her grandmother's room, clasping her sister Marissa's hand, it had felt like she'd been hit by a ton of bricks. Being in her grandmother's presence had lifted the veil that had been hiding her truth. Clarity reigned, at least somewhat. A light bulb went off, and all the things she'd brushed aside, made excuses about, or covered up, were suddenly glaring. Not little things, not misunderstandings, or even hurt feelings. Those things were normal and bound to happen in a relationship. What Jenny had realized then was that her marital troubles ran deeper and, at times, a bit more nefarious. Slowly, over the course of their relationship, John had begun controlling everything she did, everyone she saw, even the books she read and TV she watched. Jenny had gone from someone who loved to go out and be around people to someone who just didn't. From someone who'd had an opinion and fought for what she believed in to, well, someone who didn't. She'd never given thought to the small ways John had changed over the years, the small ways that he had changed her. When compounded, the effects were startling. It was Jenny's world according to Jonathan Bennett Monroe, and she'd never seen it coming. The revelation was embarrassing and terrifying. Of course, it figured that it had happened in the presence of her grandmother, who had been one of the wisest people Jenny knew. Nonina, as they'd called her, had had a penchant for planting seeds, tidbits of wisdom to steer her children and grandchildren in the right direction. How sad, Jenny had thought, that aside from barely scratching the surface phone calls or formal family celebrations, she'd cut Nonina out. She'd cut all of them out. Jenny had realized in that moment that she'd missed so much. All that time she could have spent with Nonina, with her family, gone. She'd sat there on the side of her bed, stunned. On the one hand, wondering what had taken her so long, and on the other, knowing that timing was everything. She wouldn't or couldn't have seen it before. John had been stuck back home on a case, so Jenny had been able to stay for more than a week by herself. Again, something that seemed so trivial, but, in her case, being on her own had greatly factored into what came next. The effect couldn't be downplayed. She'd watched the familiar dynamics of her family through new eyes. Her dad always in the kitchen making fresh coffee and shooing her and Marissa away to steal some time together while he immersed himself in newspapers and periodicals. The affectionate hugs, touches, and laughter. The support for even the smallest things, even ridiculous, silly things, like when Marissa had come in with some roses she'd cut from her garden, and her dad had acted like she'd invented a new flower. God, how she'd missed out. Even though her mom had passed by that point, all that love and affection had still thrived in her parents' home. Being there with him and Marissa had felt right. Jenny had said an agonizing goodbye to her grandmother. The irony of losing Nonina and finding herself wasn't lost on her. It was as if her grandmother had given her an enormous parting gift in her last days. Nonina's final impact on her was profound, and she determined that she wouldn't let it be in vain. When John had flown in for the funeral, Jenny had felt the shift. Inside, she'd been a nervous wreck. She'd been anxious all the time, which she'd realized had become her normal over the years with John. Compared to the ease and relaxation of the week she'd just spent with her family, even in the face of dealing with the imminent loss of her grandmother, the sudden tightening in her gut at John's reappearance had been a vice. Suddenly, Jenny had found herself trying to micromanage everyone's behavior to suit John to minimize a bad reaction. It had been startling to see and feel the evident cause of her condition. Common denominator, John. What Jenny had begun to suspect, the reason she'd lived in denial for so long, had been suddenly impossible to ignore. Once the situation lay starkly before her, she'd had to do something about it. Unwilling to continue to live that way, she'd begun to think exclusively about building a new life for herself. A new life and a fresh start, one that included her family, but didn't include John. At the disbursement of her grandmother's estate a few days later, Jenny had learned just how much she'd been left. She'd surprised herself by opening a new brokerage account in her name only and having the funds transferred there. That was step one. By the time they'd returned home, another week had passed, with John mistaking her silence for grief, which had suited her just fine. So, within minutes of walking into the house, and with her grandmother a constant in her head, Jenny had told John she needed some space, that it was for both of their sakes. It had taken a few seconds to gain the courage to correct herself, but when she had, she told him quite frankly She didn't want to stay married to him any longer. She didn't belong with him. Maybe she never had. But the point was, she was taking back her life. John had thought she was joking, but she'd been deadly serious, and she'd quickly filed for divorce. While Jenny had enjoyed a burst of renewed confidence and freedom over the ensuing months, John had done his best to stall, to make things drag on much longer than necessary, and just generally make things difficult for her. Eventually, with all but the signatures on the final papers and a court date to make it official, Jenny had left. She'd taken what was left of the month of March and told him she'd be back the day before their court appearance on April 1st. Worn down, but hopeful she'd finally be able to put the John chapter of her life behind her, Jenny had checked into one of her favorite hotels in Palm Beach, a place she'd frequented with her grandmother when she was younger. A week later, she'd run smack dab into Stan's arms. When Jenny had returned home after that memorable trip, she'd waited for John at the kitchen island. She remembered so vividly, right down to how hard the stool she'd been sitting on had felt, staring at the door that led to the garage, watching for John to walk through. She should have known that he wasn't done. It had never been that simple with John. He'd had an argument for everything that contradicted what he thought was best, an agenda for what suited him, and a narrative that ran with it. He'd beaten her down with that tactic for the entirety of their relationship, and she'd never been able to see it for the manipulation that it was. He'd groomed her to believe he was superior, that his view was always the correct one. But she'd gained a new perspective. He'd had that gleam in his eye when he'd first walked in. Not a good sign, at least not for her. He'd thrown a file on the table and told her that he'd had her followed, that she'd confirmed his suspicions that she'd spent her time away with another man. He'd obviously known who it was, but hadn't said his name. Not that it even mattered anymore. They'd been a signature and a razor right hand away from the end. And while it hadn't been her intention when she'd gone away, Jenny had been 100% positive that if she'd run into any man other than Stan, she'd have spent her weeks in Palm Beach blissfully alone. But from the first moment they'd collided on that boulevard, his large hands wrapping around her arms, it had already been too late. It was as if destiny had stepped in and said, "Take that, Jenny D'Angelo. Your life with John is over, and running into Stan in the 2 weeks that will follow will solidify it all." Jenny had known that it must have really stuck in John's craw that it was Stan of all people. It had never been enough that Jenny had chosen John back in school. Stan had always been a sore spot. She'd come home from Palm Beach so sure, so certain it would be over, that she'd finally be able to move on with her life. But then there was John, once again maneuvering for the win. He'd threatened her. He'd threatened Stan. He'd threatened her father and Marissa. Good Lord, he'd tripped up her life and tainted the one thing she'd held sacred. God forgive her. Nonina forgive her. She'd wavered. Just when she'd thought she had the power to move on, her own bank account, a new clarity, and real love in her life, John had taken the upper hand again. Shock and fear, and the feeling that John would make good on his threats, had kept Jenny quiet while she'd bided her time that night, trying to figure out how to best extricate herself. The next day, when John had insisted they drive to the courthouse together, she'd had that instinctual feeling that you're supposed to listen to, that one where if your insides are screaming run, even if it makes you look bad, you're supposed to run. Don't let them get you into the vehicle, no matter what. She'd gotten that feeling after John had led the way outside and onto the drive. One look at the car, and she'd known she shouldn't get in. He'd held the door open, and she'd slammed her hands against the metal frame, bracing herself against it, not wanting to get in. A second later, John had overpowered her and forced her inside, slamming the door behind her. When she'd tried to get out, she'd realized that he had engaged the child locks. As he'd pulled out of the driveway to a destination unknown, A screaming match had ensued, though mostly on her part, since he hadn't done much talking or listening. But she'd been able to tell that her terror egged him on, something that had been sickening and eye-opening at the same time. John had acted like that before on a few occasions, but she just never realized until that moment how truly malicious he was. That realization had been her last thought as they'd made impact. When she'd woken up in the hospital, John had been sitting in the chair next to her bed. He told her that there had been an accident, which had given Jenny a sick feeling. She'd known it had been intentional. She could still remember the aches and sharp pain she'd felt when she tried to sit up that day. It had been a miracle she hadn't been more hurt. Some bruising and a potential concussion that never materialized were all she'd walked away with. Still, John had had that gleam in his eye, the "I'll show you one," and he had shown her. Their court date had been postponed, and he'd taken her cell phone. She'd been tempted to call the police, but in light of what he'd done and the threats he'd made to her family and Stan, she'd ultimately chosen not to. She'd never said a word about what had happened, to anyone. Of course, John had pretended to be sorry, and at one point the next day, almost like it had been staged, he'd climbed into bed beside her, cuddling and kissing her. She'd been stunned and disgusted, and though her head had still been a bit fuzzy, she'd told him to get off her, pushing him away as best as she'd been able. The whole thing had been disturbing, all of it, and for the day and night she'd been kept for observations, Jenny had remained without her phone, and she'd known there was no way that John wasn't going through it, invading her privacy. The first thing she'd done after being discharged and getting her hands on her phone was call Stan. Although they decided to keep to themselves until the divorce papers were signed, after everything that had happened with John and the dubious nature of their one-vehicle accident, she'd needed to warn him. She'd also wanted to hear his voice. It had always made her feel safe. He'd made her feel safe. Something she hadn't felt since she'd come back to finalize the divorce. But the call had gone straight to voicemail, as had the next 5 after that, and the calls the next day. Soon, even hearing his voice on his voicemail hadn't been comforting anymore. Feeling hurt, confused, and abandoned, it had taken a week for Jenny to remind herself that she'd been planning on leaving John before Stan re-entered her life, that she hadn't needed him to continue with that plan. She hadn't been sure if John was hoping she would change her mind and not go through with the divorce, or if he'd merely wanted to toy with her as long as he could, keep her on edge, one of his favorite pastimes. But, considering how his tactics had accelerated from threats to actual violence, and rather than giving him further incentive or opportunity, she thought it best to get out of Dodge. So she'd checked into a hotel under a fake name. She'd called her dad and glossed things over, merely telling him that the proceedings had been postponed at the last minute, and it would be another month before they could be finalized. Jenny had continued to leave messages and texts for Stan, but he'd never responded, not once. It was difficult to pretend she hadn't been hurt. In truth, she'd been devastated. She'd wondered if she'd made it all up in her head, that he'd been a great guy. She'd made up stories about John, so it hadn't been much of a stretch. Then, she'd found out she was pregnant. Jenny hadn't slept with John in months, so there'd been no doubt she was having Stan's baby. By that point, she'd accepted that Stan was out of the picture, but that hadn't changed how much she'd wanted that baby. So, she decided to do it by herself. In retrospect, there was something satisfying about having to be an adult and do something so grown up, like taking responsibility for your actions. All your actions. While also making sure you, your unborn baby, and your loved ones were safe. She'd learned how to protect herself, had created a go plan in the event anything unexpected happened. She'd vowed that she would never be unprepared again, and though John hadn't bothered her, she knew he couldn't be trusted. Ever. Not in light of what he'd done. So, Whereas before it had been John who'd kept her cloistered, this past year of isolation had been of her own making. Her dad and Marissa were the only ones who'd known where she was in Palm Beach, a place that was rife with the memories of the time she'd spent there with Stan, but where she had a history with her family, too. Nonina especially. Marissa and her dad had come in for Hayden's birth, and they spoke all the time. But Jenny wasn't moving home yet, something they both continued to ask her about. In her mind, she was giving herself until Hayden's first birthday. Then she'd deem it safe. Then she would move forward, and maybe even home. It had often been lonely, especially before Hayden was born, but she'd worked hard to push everyone away, partly for their safety, but also because her old behavior patterns had intruded and made her feel like maybe she deserved the punishment of being lonely. She'd often hear John's voice in her head. "You know, Jen, you brought this on yourself, just like always." She'd grown used to being marginalized, to always being the one to blame, and obviously had some deep wounds she was still nursing. The most recent wound, Stan's desertion, had compounded everything. A couple months after Hayden had been born, Jenny's dad had emailed her a few articles that highlighted Amanda Marceau and Alexander Montgomery's relationship. By then, Jenny had told him about Stan and the Palm Beach weeks, more to assure her dad that Hayden was in no way related to John than anything else. When she'd first seen the articles, she'd immediately been taken back to the day her divorce was final, remembering how when she turned to leave the courtroom, John had handed her a file and whispered, "He used you, Jen." Jenny hadn't been sure what he was talking about, but in the moment she'd known she wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of her reaction. Instead, she'd merely stared at him and tucked the file under her arm, concentrating on the clickety-clack of her heels hitting the marble floor as she'd walked out, away from him. She'd left the courthouse, head held high, purposely throwing her tote with the file in the trunk. "Take that, you smug dirtbag." It had been a great performance, but as soon as she'd been back in her hotel room, alone, she'd opened the file. There were dozens of photos, various shots of Stan holding Amanda Marceau protectively, a hand raised to ward off the paparazzi. In some, a little girl had been latched onto his leg, Samantha next to them. It had taken her a long time to stop seeing that image in her head. Pain still coursed through her every time she thought of Stan holding another woman so protectively. Like an anvil on her chest, the weight of it could be nearly debilitating. "So, now I'm supposed to what, Dad?" she'd asked when she'd called him, feeling, honestly, a bit defensive and put off by the whole thing.
"Listen, Jenny, something about this doesn't seem right. Stan's a 100% stand-up guy. He's a man, a real man."
Jenny had rolled her eyes, thinking, yeah, real stand-up guys always ghost the women they purport to love. Before she'd been able to voice her thoughts, though, her dad had continued.
"I knew it when he first started coming around years ago, and so did Nani. I'm going to get to the bottom of this baby, I swear."
But her dad had never gotten to the bottom of anything. Stan had disappeared with Amanda Marceau and Samantha Gilchrist, and that made them over. Done. After that, hardening her heart against Stan had become a survival tactic, and a part of that had been refusing to let herself imagine him holding their baby. And here she was, stuck in a waking nightmare, watching Stan hold their baby. It was torture, and she could tell he'd noted her reaction. Honestly, she couldn't help it. The man she'd once dreamed of sharing her life with, the man who'd gotten her pregnant, was holding their son for the first time, and he had no idea. He'd taken great care with Hayden when they'd moved from SUV to plane and back again. But that was Stan, at least the good part of him, courteous and conscientious to a fault. All the times he'd looked after her, in college, last year in Palm Beach, and in the Keys, His attention to detail had been unlike anything she'd ever experienced. Though, if she were being honest, he'd been like that in grad school, too. Always one step ahead, knowing exactly what to do, what to say, what she'd wanted and needed. Maybe that was part of what had pushed her toward John way back when. Stan's certainty. It had been overwhelming. Even so, Jenny still wondered how she'd been so wrong about him. Stan had always been this perfect, incredible man in her head, and she'd lived off those fantasies for so long that the truth was shocking and painful. She'd thought she'd erected a solid steel wall around her heart where Stan was concerned, but he'd only just come back into her life and already he was making it difficult to stay detached. Feeling the heat of his large hand on her back when they'd left her house, his powerful arms clutching her and their son when she'd lost her footing, were painful reminders of just how much she'd missed that. How much she'd missed him. She wished he wouldn't touch her, even though she was starved for human touch outside of Hayden. They passed through the gates of the Montgomery estate just as the sun was rising. Her father had filled her in via text on who the Montgomerys were and what he'd asked them to do. He'd gloated a bit that he'd been right that Amanda Marceau and Alexander Montgomery were a thing. In fact, he'd texted her, they'd been married only hours ago. Once the photos went viral, her dad had put in a call to Calder Defense, Alexander Montgomery's security company. He didn't say how he'd gotten to the owner himself, but her dad had made it clear that her self-imposed isolation was over, effective immediately. Marissa, away on a business trip, had sent a text too, confirming everything their father had said, especially the part about her self-imposed isolation being over. She'd been assured that she was among friends, whatever that meant in this scenario, and that she should take the next little while to decompress. Of course, he couldn't help himself from sharing that Stan worked for the Montgomerys and had never been romantically involved with Amanda. That was great news, it really was. But for Jenny, it was also too little too late, and it didn't change the fact that he'd left her. Much to her dismay, it was, again, Stan who helped her from the truck. Each time he touched her, each time he gently took Hayden from her arms, it got harder for her to keep it together. After all this time, seeing their son nestled in the crook of his father's neck was practically giving her fits. When he handed the baby back after a pointed, silent moment of his eyes asking her, "Are you okay?" while they stood face to face on the stone-covered drive, she gave him a curt nod, though she was most assuredly not. Once they made their way inside, the gorgeous two-story marble foyer and grand staircase weren't what surprised her most. The surprise was Sam, dressed in a pretty lace-trimmed pajama set and matching wrap, sitting on one of the wide runner-laden steps, head resting in her hands on the stair above, sound asleep. A terribly handsome dark-haired man in equally luxe loungewear sat facing the doors next to her, surveying them intently as they entered. Jenny watched as he leaned down, gently nudging her friend and whispering. Immediately, Sam leaped up, and the man took great care to wrap his hands around her shoulders, steadying her so she didn't stumble or trip down the stairs. "Jen," Sam breathed. "Oh my God, I'm so glad to see you." Jenny wasn't sure what to say. Truthfully, she was a bit stunned, not just from seeing Sam for the first time in years, but from the entirety of the night's events, and maybe even from everything that had happened these past 15 months. Surely, her being at a loss was no great shocker. Sam shook her head, reaching out. "Whatever he said, it wasn't true. Whatever he did, we'll deal with. I'm so sorry we've been out of touch." Sam glanced at Stan before adding, "It was unavoidable." Jenny remained silent. You didn't go from stunned to trusting in a breath. She'd learned that the hard way. Actually, she'd learned it from Sam. "Boy or girl?" Sam asked, choosing a new subject. Smart. "Boy." That one was easy. Sam smiled. She was so pretty when she smiled. Deadly serious otherwise, though. If you didn't know her, you'd think she was hard as nails. "What's his name?" Sam asked, reaching out to touch him gently. "Hayden." Jenny was too tired to think about what she was saying and realized her mistake too late, as Stan's head whipped around. His eyes locked on hers as he butted into their little circle, a bit too forcibly if Sam's boyfriend's menacing look were the gauge.
"You named your son after my father?"
Stan spat.
"Could you twist the knife any further?"
At first, Jenny was offended, but then realized his misconception served him right. "For such a smart, savvy man, you're an idiot." She all but snarled the last of her words as she clutched Hayden closer. Surrounded by mostly strangers, confused about Stan, and feeling extra protective of her son, she was a mama bear on the defensive. Sam's boyfriend stepped in front of her then, his back effectively blocking her view of Stan.
"I'll take it from here,"
he said to Stan, his British, old-world, crisp accent surprising her. Whatever she'd been expecting, it certainly hadn't been that.
"Back off, Stephen,"
Stan bit out.
"It's been a terribly long day, Stan. On top of an untenable stretch for all of us, Miss D'Angelo included."
While Stephen happened to be correct, since she'd never met the man, it felt rather odd to hear him speak about her with such familiarity. But there was something comforting, too, about the way he used her name, authoritarian but also brotherly, as if she was under the protective umbrella of the Montgomerys, which she obviously was.
"Back off."
Jenny heard the challenge in Stan's repeated, measured words. And suddenly, testosterone lit up the foyer. Oh boy, you'd think a silent alarm went off because their foursome quickly turned into a crowd, a large crowd. Trevor and Michael, who'd accompanied them from Palm Beach, came through the front doors at the same time. Two other men quickly approached from opposite directions, one from upstairs and the other from a hallway to her left.
"Let's break this up. Now,"
said the man who was descending the stairs. So, this was the one and only Alexander Montgomery. She'd seen the pictures. He was even better looking in person, and had a similar voice, cadence, and look to Sam's boyfriend, Stephen. There was no doubt in her mind that these were the brothers Montgomery.
"Welcome to our home, Miss D'Angelo. I'm Alexander Montgomery."
The man who'd come from the hallway clasped Stan's shoulders from behind. He was wickedly good-looking, too, which seemed to be a theme around the Montgomery compound. This guy whispered something in Stan's ear, to which Stan replied,
"Back off, Gregor."
It was beginning to feel like Stan might be stuck on repeat.
"Your father will join us for brunch at 1000, Miss D'Angelo,"
Alexander told her.
"In the meantime, let's all get some much-needed rest."
With that, it seemed that everyone had their orders. Jenny let Sam wrap an arm around her back and usher her upstairs as the man Stan referred to as Gregor kept his hands on Stan's shoulders, visibly holding him back. Looking over her shoulder as they ascended the stairs, Jenny watched as Gregor dragged Stan, who was still watching her with a contemptuous look on his face, out of the room. Stupid, stupid man. Chapter 5. Southampton, New York. Stan was shaking. Him, fricking shaking. He felt like a rabid dog, his hackles were raised so high. She'd named her baby Hayden. The nerve! That was his name to use. He'd never felt anger toward Jenny before. Not once. Not in law school when she'd chosen John. Not after Palm Beach when she'd chosen John again. But he felt it then. She'd dirtied and sullied what they'd had. Crowning the boy she'd had with John with his father's name was the final insult.
"You need some shut-eye and a bit of clarity,"
Gregor said, pulling him back. What he needed was a punching bag and, at the least, an hour's time. Stan finally shook off Gregor's firm hold, glancing over his shoulder at the stairway, though only Michael traversed it, carrying the last of Jenny's luggage. As they headed toward the team's wing of the house and past Gregor's room, which was strategically placed first on the right, Stan realized Gregor was actually escorting him to his own room. This wing of the estate sported 6 en-suites, a gym, game room, and an open family-esque living room and kitchen. Plenty large to house their inner circle on this coast, though any overflow easily spilled to other parts of the compound. Gregor leveled him with a severe look, and Stan had to swallow a snort. Even hotshot, devil-may-care attitude Gregor had a deadly serious side, and it took some getting used to.
Good mate?
Gregor asked him. Stan shook off his anger momentarily and gave Gregor a curt nod, shocked at his own behavior.
Yeah, thanks.
Stephen had been right. The previous night, before the orders for Jenny's rescue had been given out, had been the culmination of a terribly challenging 14-month assignment. He'd started working for Amanda a month to the day from parting from Jenny. At the thought of Amanda, Stan shook his head, remembering that Jenny had said she thought he and Amanda were, or had been, a thing. You were holding her in the Hamptons. John. What a prick. Of course he'd shown her pictures, no doubt ones he'd strategically picked to make it look like him and Amanda were in a relationship. Stan remembered the previous summer well. He'd had his hands full, which had been a godsend, considering how crushed he'd been that he and Jenny were through. At that point, he'd been a 2-time loser where she was concerned. But with little time to think of anything besides Amanda, Callie, and Sam, he'd eventually been able to put his feelings aside, to close that door for good. Or so he'd thought. Seeing her, being near her, was difficult at best. Alone in his room, Stan tossed his wallet and watch in the valet on the dresser outside of his bathroom, showered, and set his alarm for 9 a.m. 3 hours, plenty. He'd done well on less. Besides, since Alex and Stephen had shown up, he'd gotten a break from the intensity of being in charge 24/7. Nothing like jumping right back in. Too bad this one was all too personal. Chapter 6. Palm Beach, Florida. 15 months earlier.
Jenny?
Stan felt completely dumbfounded at having literally bumped into the girl he'd way more than crushed on in law school. But there she was, not even just right in front of him, in his fricking arms. Stan, she said, staring up at him, looking as stunned as he felt.
What are you doing here? I mean, do you live in town now? Are you on vacation? Are you... He sputtered. Idiot, what are you doing?
Jenny smiled, closed her pretty brown eyes, and shook her head, sending her curtains of blonde hair this way and that. I can't believe I ran into you, she said, still staring, still in his arms. Literally.
Do you have time for lunch? Coffee?
He asked, still keeping her close. There was no way in hell Stan was going to just let her go, not after fate had put Jenny right in his path. She hesitated for a moment, then gracefully extricated herself from his grip and glanced at her watch. A simple, beautiful piece on her delicate wrist. Looking up from under her gorgeous dark lashes, she said, Lunch sounds great. After her initial reticence, Stan hadn't been expecting her to say yes. He almost started stammering again. Him, Stan, the closer. Jenny gave a small, nervous smile, like she was just as bewildered as he. Not willing to give her time to change her mind, he looked around for a close spot, noting that they were on a block that was home to many boutique shops and eateries with outside seating. The beach was also within walking distance.
"Here or by the water?"
he asked, already losing himself in her pretty brown eyes. They sparkled as she said, "Water." He reached out to take her bags and then guided her in the right direction. Suddenly, he and Jenny were walking side by side as they made their way to his favorite beachside restaurant, which just happened to be located in the hotel where he was staying. There, he knew the food was outstanding and the atmosphere spectacular. They entered from the back instead of going through the lobby, and Stan handed the hostess a tip as he passed her Jenny's bags to hold while they dined. Then, as if this afternoon hadn't held enough surprises, the hostess looked at Jenny and said, "Would you like me to put these in your room, Miss D'Angelo?" Stan couldn't decide which part of that sentence he liked best, that Jenny was staying there too, or that she was using her maiden name. They sat outside at his favorite table, which was nestled in a private corner with an unobstructed view of the ocean and the pool. As their server took their drink orders and laid menus on the table, Stan had to keep reminding himself not to stare at her.
"What are you doing here?"
he asked, finally, unable to make small talk. She took a deep breath and looked around, shrugging as she said, "I wanted to be somewhere I felt happy." He remained silent, waiting for her to expound. "Nonina died last summer."
"Oh, Jenny, I'm so sorry,"
Stan said, reaching out to brush her hand. With that, the ice was broken between them, and he was able to relax.
"She was amazing."
Stan had fond memories of Jenny's grandmother. Nonina hadn't put out chips and cookies for them when they'd studied. She'd prepared a feast, lasagna, rigatoni with mushrooms and chicken, and her out-of-this-world homemade tiramisu. "Thanks. She loved you too," Jenny chuckled. "So did my dad." She got quiet after that, and emboldened by her laugh, by the memories of studying alongside her, he asked,
"How's your father doing? Marissa?"
"They're okay."
"Just okay? Is something wrong?"
She tilted her head. "God, Stan, I can't believe I'm sitting across from you right now." He knew exactly how she felt.
"Jenny."
"I left John." Bingo. Direct hit.
"Thank you, God."
"I'm sorry," he said, a perfunctory answer because he definitely wasn't. Jenny had gotten scared and run from him back in law school. Then, 2 nights after Sam's incident, John had proposed and Jenny had said yes. School had never been the same, and neither had he. She shrugged again. "It's still not final. One more court date on the 2nd and hopefully we're done." He felt for her, because he couldn't imagine breaking from the Monroes would be easy. They'd always been a particularly stodgy family with deep political ties.
"So, you're here for the weekend?"
She grinned. "I'm here until the 1st. He laughed. Hell yes, life was looking brighter. Little Miss Sunshine was right in front of him, spreading her rays like a balm to his soul. Yeah, the gates were open and he was in love all over again. Mentally, he extended his stay to match hers. He'd have to call his sister and let her know he wouldn't be home for a couple more weeks. Just then, the server returned with their drinks and to take their lunch orders. For the rest of their meal, Jenny didn't say anything more about her divorce, and he didn't pry. They had an outstanding lunch together, caught up on family and mutual friends, like the tragic passing of a friend from law school. And then he escorted her to her room.
"Walk later?"
he asked, unable to say goodbye again. She smiled. "I'd love that." Chapter 7. Southampton, New York. Surrounded by what seemed like a small army, Jenny, still clutching Hayden, was ushered up the grand staircase of the Montgomery home. Looking around as they walked, she was impressed by her surroundings. If she didn't know better, she'd think she were in a 5-star hotel. Sconces decorated the walls, and their soft uplighting showcased large paneled doors with benches and gorgeous potted trees on either side of a beautiful plush runner that stretched down the overly wide hallway. Before long, Alexander opened the 4th door on the right, then stood aside for her to enter.
"Forgive my wife for not greeting you personally,"
He said, his British accent crisp and old-worldly like his brother's.
"We celebrated our nuptials late into the night."
"Oh, no," Jenny exclaimed, having temporarily forgotten that her father had told her about the wedding via text, and mortified that she'd been a distraction on their special night. She was also feeling badly for thinking poorly of Amanda for so long, given that, since speaking with her father, she'd come to know better. "I'm so sorry." He shook his head.
"No apologies necessary. It was merely a formality."
Unsure of many things right then, Jenny let that odd remark pass, along with the dialogue her host shared in French with his brother. With little time to think about either of those things, Sam gently pushed her through the threshold and into a lovely suite decorated in soft shades of white, beige, and periwinkle. An upholstered wall showcased a king-sized bed adorned with crisp, clearly custom linens and perfectly placed pillows. A plush love seat, 2 club chairs, and a cocktail table made up an inviting sitting area in front of it. Large picture windows draped with tailored fabric overlooked the grounds, and a crib and changing table had been placed in a warm little alcove between the bed and the bathroom doors. Sam's boyfriend, the other Montgomery, followed them with her bags, placing them on luggage racks in the large walk-in closet. He nodded in her direction, looked pointedly at Sam, and then left. "Your boyfriend seems—" "He's not my boyfriend," Sam cut in, waving the comment off. "Oh." Jenny's face screwed up. "Can I help you with Hayden?" Sam asked, clearly trying to change the topic. "Nice deflection, Samantha, but no dice." "Wait, you mean Mr. Tall, Dark, and ridiculously serious isn't your boyfriend?" When Sam shook her head, Jenny asked, "Does he know that?" "I'm not sure what he knows." Sam shrugged, then admitted, "That's not true." At this, Sam smiled her soft, pretty smile, which Jenny knew was reserved only for her nearest and dearest. "There's definitely something going on between us. It's just, well, suffice it to say, even we're not acknowledging it." "I'm happy for you, Sam. You deserve it." Sam waved her comment away. "Listen, we've all been dealt a bad hand or two over the years. I'm sorry about John. There was always something too good about him and his family, if you get what I mean. It's usually people like that who hide a darker side beneath the surface. Or maybe their psychosis just grows with time." "So, you've spoken with my father," Jenny said, arching her brow. "Ugh, I'm so sorry, Jan," Sam replied, looking as contrite as she sounded. Jenny shrugged. It was late, and she was exhausted. "I feel like I got what I deserved." "Why would you say that?" Sam sounded horrified. "It's simple. I chose John over Stan." Karma was a bitch, though in her case, she seemed to be the only one on a continual payback loop. "You were scared," Sam said. "If we'd known then what we know now, we all would have done things differently." Luckily, neither of them felt the need to delve any deeper into the abyss of their lives and how they'd ended up where they were. Instead, Sam helped her unpack and change Hayden, told her to get a little rest, and promised she would see her in a couple hours. Jenny couldn't fall asleep, and instead lay in bed with Hayden, who was starting to get understandably fussy. At 9, after at least Hayden had gotten some sleep, she showered, dressed them both, and headed downstairs. On the way, She met Helen, the baby nurse on staff, who immediately scooped Hayden out of her arms and, by the time they parted at the bottom of the stairs, had the little boy completely captivated. Even after Helen had deposited Hayden back in her arms, Hayden twisted his head to see where she had gone, reaching his little hands toward her. Jenny smiled. Helen had obviously chosen the right occupation. Jenny heard chatter as soon as she passed through the foyer. The French doors were open to the back, and a lovely ocean breeze carried in the scent of summertime on the coast. Large wrought iron furniture with white cushions dotted a stone terrace that ran much of the length of the estate. Full, separate living spaces set up with bistro and dining tables were set strategically off different rooms of the house. 2 large square tables, each holding 16 people, were filled. Jenny liked that kind of setup instead of oval or rectangular tables. No one got left out that way. At the least, everyone could see each other. As she passed through the doors, the men stood. All of them. Seriously, that was half the guests. Impressive. Jenny wasn't sure what she'd barged in on, but everyone was smiling and seemed completely relaxed as she walked over. Everyone but Stan. Her eyes landed on her father, who met her halfway and led her back to the chair next to his. He gave her one of his all-embracing hugs, kissed her forehead, and reached for his grandson. As she followed him, Alexander made casual, perfunctory introductions. Considering the amount of people gathered, he did an outstanding job. It was a bit overwhelming, but still, the warmth she felt was undeniable. Jenny couldn't remember the last time she'd received so many friendly smiles and affectionate touches. As she passed Sam and Amanda, they both stood up and hugged her. Her previous misconceptions righted. It was easy to hug Amanda back and mean it. The animosity Jenny had felt toward her had subsided since learning that Amanda and Stan hadn't been an item. Maybe brunch wouldn't be so bad after all. Chapter 8. Southampton, New York. He was sulking. And what of it? In his defense, Stan hadn't felt so self-involved for a long time. Hopefully, it would pass soon. If not, he'd give his current snit until the end of brunch. Maybe dinner. Stan had grown to love, genuinely love, his new arrangement with the Montgomerys. He still worked around the clock, but his day-to-day responsibilities had fallen into a nice pattern of detail mixed with a bit of everything else. Being one of their inner circle, which also included Alex, Stephen, Gregor, Michael, Trevor, and Evan, was a true honor. But sharing a table with Jenny, that was killing him. First off, she looked amazing, with her straight blonde hair and big brown eyes. Hell, she'd always done it for him. One look at her across the lecture hall at an ethics seminar years ago, and it was over for him. Like he had this internal honing beacon that had fixed on her and said, "She's the one." In hindsight, he wished it would have flashed danger, danger instead. Dressed for brunch, she wore a pretty sundress, and though she couldn't have had more than 3 hours' sleep, she looked bright-eyed and beautiful. Seriously, just fricking shoot him. And to top it off, she carried her little boy. A boy who should have been his. He was back in his mother's arms, nestled snugly against her chest, his head burrowed in her neck. The hand she had pressed against his back was devoid of jewelry, but a pretty silver charm bracelet from Tiffany & Company was looped around her wrist. He knew where it was from, because they'd gone there together under the guise of getting his sister a birthday present. Jenny had eyed it while he was eyeing rings. He'd wanted to buy that bracelet for her, but at the time she wouldn't let him. 2 for fricking 2 in the past 10 seconds. Not his baby, not his gift. And that summed up his luck when it came to Jennifer Lynn D'Angelo. Not his. Yeah, okay, so he was just the other side of pissed. Not a good look, and an even worse feeling. Gregor nudged him, nodding to the silver, linen-lined basket in front of them that was overflowing with pastries.
I see you're still a bit foggy.
Stan gave him a narrowed eye look. Earlier, Gregor had said he'd needed a bit of clarity, and then this? Foggy? What the hell was that supposed to mean?
You have something to say to me?
He asked, probably a little more gruffly than he would have normally as he passed the basket Gregor's way. Gregor looked at Alex, and whatever they telegraphed to each other prompted Gregor to say,
Nah, it's all good, mate.
Realizing he was giving off hostile vibes, Stan went for a shake-it-off approach. Might as well try for civility. Besides, Jenny would be leaving with her father after brunch, and that would be the end of that. Buoyed by his improved mental state, Stan made small talk about upcoming schedules with those sitting at his corner of the table. The team had only been on the East Coast for a couple months during Callie's school break, so they were still getting used to the new home base and working out some logistical kinks. It had been one thing when he was there with Amanda the past summer. He'd had one job, keep the girl safe. But now, under the umbrella of Montgomery Enterprises and Calder Defense specifically, there was a security business to run and an entire troop in tow to boot. But things were coming along, and getting everything sorted out would make their transition the next year smoother, since summering on the East Coast would be a thing. Stan suddenly felt a tugging on his shirt sleeve, and when he looked down and saw Callie, any remaining tension left in his body dissipated completely. How could he feel animosity when one of the best things that ever happened to him was right there? As Stan lifted her into his lap, she whispered, "May I have a croissant, please?" He chuckled and brushed her hair off her forehead.
Mama got you off, huh?
He enjoyed how comfortable Callie was with him, though he supposed that made sense, seeing as he'd been in her life more consistently than even Alex for the past 14 months. Looking at Callie, and then over at Xander, Stan did some mental arithmetic. Wait, something had just caught in his brain that wasn't making sense. Sneaking a glance at Jenny, Stan tried to find differences between Xander and Hayden, trying to gauge Hayden's age. Based on the timeline, Xander had to have a couple months on Jenny's boy. So if Xander was 5 months old, Hayden had to be, what, 3, 4 months? Stan shook his head. No way. Hayden had a filled-out, hold his head up on his own baby look about him, not an infant look. "Did you hear me?" Callie giggled, interrupting Stan's frantic mental arithmetic by touching his face with her little hand and scrunching her shoulders.
That'd be a solid no.
He grinned and pressed her button nose.
Sorry, doll.
Gleam in her eyes, she told him, "Mama said chocolate, strawberries, and chiffon cake with a dessert, and I could have one or the other." He glanced across the table, where Amanda, Alex, Stephen, and Sam were watching, smiling from ear to ear. Yeah, Callie had them all wrapped up, just as she surely knew he would. Stan caved, grabbing the basket and pulling the linen napkin back so she could take her pick from the pastries, returning the laugh all 4 onlookers gave them. Contraband in hand, Callie slid from his lap and skipped around the table, stopping between Stephen and Alex. Alex was holding Xander, so she scooted up onto Stephen's lap, then started breaking off little pieces and feeding her brother to a chorus of ahs from around the table. Yeah, Callie was a good kid. Stan's attention was caught then by the sound of his own name as he heard Jenny's father say to Amanda,
Can you believe she thought you and Stan were an item?
"Dad!" Jenny didn't sound happy to have her personal life aired at the table. Stan resolutely looked away, but couldn't help the smirk that came to his face.
Welcome to the circus, Jenny.
On the other hand, Mr. D'Angelo had a point. How could she have thought he'd hooked up with Amanda? He'd bought Jenny a ring the day they'd said goodbye. A nice ring. A big ring. As far as Stan knew, That ring was still in the hotel vault back in Palm Beach. The manager, Henry, had called him a month after he'd left to find out what he should do with the ring. Since Stan had already been in the UK, Henry had said he'd keep it under lock and key until Stan came back for it. At the time, Stan had assumed he'd retrieve it one day, that he'd keep it on hand as a form of punishment.
"You listen to me, Jennifer Lynn D'Angelo," Jenny's dad was saying. "Enough is enough. Let's hash this out once and for all."
Why? Stan turned toward her then, something he'd been trying not to do. She looked mortified. He felt her pain. Jenny was right. Why? Just leave it. Mr. D'Angelo went bug-eyed at this.
"Why? How about I'm tired of you thinking John has the power to hurt me? I'd squash that rat so fast he wouldn't know what hit him. I want to see you. I want to see my grandson. I want you to start living your life again. Really living your life again. I have a big house down the street that's practically empty. And as for Stan,"
Mr. D'Angelo said, causing Stan to zero in on him again as he pointed directly at him.
"that man can take care of himself. You played right into John's hands, baby. Can't you see that?"
Stan watched Evan make his signature move then, laying his phone on the table, hitting the record button, and pushing it closer to Jenny's dad. Of course, the company shrink wouldn't let an opportunity like this slip by. By then, Mr. D'Angelo had the attention of the entire table, which included the few straggling wedding guests who hadn't left the compound yet. Striving for a look of detachment, Stan focused on a large potted tree by the French doors and started counting leaves, though, of course, he was ears open, hyper alert. "Dad," Jenny hissed, "this isn't the time or place."
"Really, Jenny? Because from where I'm sitting, it's the perfect time and place. I called Alex for a reason. Security is one. I know you still worry and look over your shoulder, but you're safe here. The baby's safe here. That's my top priority. But the other reason I called Alex is so you'd be among friends. You've been isolated too long, and I'm not going to let you and Stan live in a fog of misunderstandings."
Stan whipped his head back to Mr. D'Angelo, eyes narrowed.
"What misunderstandings?"
As though she'd read his thoughts, Sam asked, "What misunderstandings?" Her eyes darting first to Mr. D'Angelo, and then back and forth between him and Jenny.
"Jenny and Stan,"
Mr. D'Angelo started, but didn't get any further before Jenny interjected, "Dad!" "Wait," Amanda and Sam said in unison, both equally wide-eyed. "You and Stan?" So what? Stan thought. They'd had a thing. It was over. Still, his anger rose. By Jenny's expression and silence, she obviously felt the same. Of the two tables set for brunch, the one to his right was full of chatter. At his, you could hear a pin drop. "When?" Sam asked. Since neither Jenny nor Stan budged, Mr. D'Angelo supplied.
"The spring before last."
He appeared a bit exasperated that this was even news. Amanda and Sam looked at each other, wheels clearly turning. Yeah, girls, that spring. Stan rolled his eyes and gave a frustrated headshake. So done with this conversation. Oddly, Alex, Stephen, and Gregor seemed unfazed by any of it. Gianni must have already dialed them in. Stan wondered why Jenny had even bothered to tell her dad about it. Clearly, it wasn't as if their fling, might as well cheapen it too, had had much consequence. They'd had 2 sublime weeks. Sublime. He'd still acquiesced to that being true. But then she'd gone back to her husband and it was over. Why Mr. D'Angelo felt the need to air it to everyone was beyond him. Suddenly, all eyes were on him. Stan scowled. He knew he was being defensive, aggressive even. Hackles up again, he gave a curt but decisive F you nod back to everyone and said,
"I've got nothing."
Though he refused to look at her, he still heard Jenny's, "Excuse me," before the sound of her chair moving and her departing steps as she headed back inside.
"Bye-bye."
After a long, silent, awkward pause from all seated at the table, Gregor looked at him.
"Come on, mate."
When Stan shrugged, Gregor shook his head and let out a breath. Gregor's behavior was seriously beginning to annoy Stan. Chapter 9. Southampton, New York. Jenny shut the French doors behind her and Hayden as the first tear fell, mortified to immediately hear them open again as she neared the foyer. "Jen, wait!" It was Sam. Jenny swung back around. "I can't do this right now. I don't even know why we're doing this, Sam." Her voice cracked as she swiped at her tears, but they kept falling. The emotional barrier she'd erected clearly wasn't as strong as she thought it was, given how quickly the feelings she thought long buried were bubbling to the surface. Suddenly, Helen was there holding out her hands. Her sympathetic look said it all. Go have a good cry, but leave the baby out of it. During her marriage, Jenny had perfected crying on the inside. John's subtle digs had cut like a knife, and though she'd learned to hide her reactions, she died inside just a little more with each one. But since the divorce, living on her own and having Hayden, she'd begun to heal, partly by allowing herself to acknowledge those hurts, by doing some self-examination on where she'd gone wrong, and by openly grieving the losses she'd suffered. It had been cathartic, and over time she'd grown to feel a bit stronger and better for it. But while she'd put her marriage behind her, she still wasn't ready to revisit her feelings for Stan. Jenny had been so sure she'd moved beyond it, but being near him was difficult at best, and having their recent history laid open for public consumption wasn't something she was ready for. "I don't know what happened, but whatever it was, it's clearly not done," Sam said. "I just want to go home," Jenny moaned, trying once more to stem the rush of tears. The sympathetic look in Sam's eyes as she reached out to hug her, however, opened the floodgates even more. Jenny covered her face with her hands and leaned into her friend. It was the first time Jenny had let herself cry over Stan in front of another person, which meant it was the first time she'd been really comforted over the loss. She'd never let go with Riss or her dad, had instead plugged up the hole in her heart so she could get by. Something about weeping in Sam's arms made it feel all the more real. Receiving this comfort, this validation, hurt so much more than mourning their relationship in solitude had. At least back then, all she'd had were the stories in her head. For most of her life, Jenny had lived off the dreams and fantasies she'd created in her imagination, another mechanism that had kept her somewhat placated while she'd gone through the motions of being married to John. Looking back, maybe it hadn't been the best tool, but until that eye-opening trip back home, those temporary escapes had been her savior, even after Palm Beach. How many times had she imagined Stan sweeping her off her feet, hoping against hope that he'd show up and tell her that there'd been a terrible misunderstanding? Nothing about what had happened after the accident made any sense. No matter how many times she turned it over in her mind, Jenny couldn't make the pieces fit. It had been evident from the moment they'd bumped into each other that neither of their feelings had diminished over the years. They'd been virtually inseparable from the first. How could she reconcile that man, the one she'd been with in Palm Beach, with this cold, detached, and angry one? How could she let go of the memories of that midweek trip to the Keys that had cemented in her mind that, without a doubt, she and Stan were meant to be together? She'd taken those memories out to examine almost incessantly after she'd gone back and finished things with John once and for all, but had found no answers in them. One thing had become starkly clear this morning. Stan had really left her. Jenny obviously knew that, but his callous words and behavior at brunch were the slap in the face she'd never gotten back then. It was closure, but it was awful. Her quiet moment with Sam was interrupted as the French doors opened again and people started coming inside. Sam quickly grabbed her hand and led her down the hallway to a beautiful sunroom with floor-to-ceiling windows. Jenny pressed herself into the corner of a plush love seat, hugging one of the large, sphere-shaped decorative pillows in her lap as she slipped off her shoes and tucked her feet beneath her. Looking around at the beautiful room, she was grateful for the distraction. It helped her pull herself together. Sam reached for a pitcher from the table by the doors, but Jenny shook her head, saying, "I'm okay. This room is so pretty." Looking out the window, Jenny saw that the ground stretched east for hundreds of feet from the back of the estate to the water and looked to encompass the same distance from the north to south end of the property. "What a lovely view." "Lovely? Really?" Sam asked sarcastically. Jenny offered a weak laugh and shrugged. "What am I supposed to do, Sam? Sit here and cry all day? I won't." She rolled her eyes. "At least, I hope I won't." They both chuckled as a tap sounded on the door before it cracked open. Amanda peeked her head through. "May I come in?" Sam looked at Jenny, who nodded. "Of course," she said. "It's your home." Amanda made a beeline for the love seat and sat down next to her. "I'm so sorry, Jen. I've never seen him like that. Are you okay?" she asked, seeming genuinely concerned. "I'll live," Jenny said, but another sympathetic face brought on a fresh batch of tears. "I really loved him." Her hand covered her mouth as she tried to stave off another crying spell. It took a solid moment, and she had to fan her hands in front of her eyes, but it stopped, and she was able to take a deep, calming breath. Sam and Amanda remained quiet, but were clearly surprised by her comment. "So, what happened?" Sam finally asked. "I may as well tell you since it's obviously out now," Jenny said, feeling miserable. "We met randomly in Palm Beach 15 months ago and picked up just where we'd left off in law school. At least I thought we had." Her voice cracked when she added, "He took me to the Keys." "Oh, Jen." Sam knew the significance. "I wonder why Alex was so adamant in sending Stan last night," Amanda mused, looking puzzled. "Or, for that matter, why your dad insisted you stay here. Not that you're not welcome. I love that we're all together again. We used to have so much fun when I visited Sam." Amanda's expression changed then, as if suddenly remembering how they'd gone from being carefree to so serious. Jenny exhaled audibly. "Well, I'm pretty sure I know why your husband sent Stan, and why my dad wanted me here." She paused. With Stan basically in front of her, Jenny couldn't keep Hayden from him. She didn't feel bad that he had no idea. After all, she had called him. He was the one who ditched her, who left without so much as a goodbye, without so much as a reason. She'd tried to tell him. It wasn't her fault he was in the dark where his son was concerned. But she couldn't tell Sam and Amanda without letting Stan know first. It hadn't been easy to live with the reality of moving on without Stan, but at least he'd been out of the picture. Being near him, in the same room with him, when he couldn't even be civil, was almost impossible. She wasn't even sure why. He'd left her. Mulling over it, she remembered something he'd said the night before. "You went back to him." How could he have thought that, she wondered, when he was the one who'd ghosted her? Realizing that Sam and Amanda were still waiting for her to continue, Jenny gave them a watery smile and stated the obvious. Stan and I have unfinished business. Well, we're both here for you, Amanda offered, then took her hands. Jen, Stan and I were never together, not even a little. Ever. Jenny smiled, accepting the hug Amanda gave her, and when Amanda pulled back, she said decisively, Evan has his occupational sights on you, so if you don't want a therapy session, I'd hide out in here for a while. Evan? Jenny asked. The nice doctor I was introduced to? Yes, him. And he is a nice doctor. He happens to be one of the best psychiatrists in the world. It's a long story, but suffice it to say, Evan's an integral part of our family and my husband's crew, which happen to be one and the same. You mean circus? Sam said with a chuckle. Amanda rolled her eyes. Yes, way more appropriate. Amanda looked down at her watch. I need to say goodbye to our remaining guests. Everyone's heading out within the hour. Amanda, I'm so sorry I crashed your wedding weekend, Jenny told the woman sincerely. Don't be silly. Our lives have been one collision after another. It's par for the course, I swear. Do you want to stay here for a bit? Sam asked. I need to say goodbye too. Jenny nodded. She wasn't ready to face anything out there, at least not yet. Hayden's starting to tease and can get really fussy. Would you let Helen know where I am? They both chuckled at that. Helen's like a helicopter mom on steroids and loves babies. You may have to go search her out. Trust me, though, Hayden's in great hands. With that, the women left, and Jenny was hit with her new reality. How was she going to tell Stan he was Hayden's father? Chapter 10. Palm Beach, Florida, 15 months earlier. After lunch, which was a 3-hour meal filled with lots of catching up, though not on the details of her life with John, Stan had walked Jenny back to her room. She had expected nothing less. That was Stan, a gentleman to the end, something Nonina had always pointed out to her. In fact, when Jenny had told her grandmother she was engaged all those years ago, Nonina had assumed it was to Stan. Considering the fallout after Sam was attacked, it wasn't unreasonable that Nonina had thought Stan had grabbed life by the horns and accelerated their courtship post-haste. She and Stan were still in that talkative, get everything out, excited to catch up and be together mode, so the elevator ride and journey down the hallway were over before she knew it. Once they peered inside her room and confirmed that her shopping bags had in fact been brought up, Stan leaned against the doorframe and asked for a nighttime walk on the beach. She said yes almost immediately. Honestly, she couldn't wait. It took her way longer to dress than normal, though she finally settled on an outfit she just bought on her shopping jaunt: capris, a sleeveless blouse, and strappy sandals. When she met Stan at the bottom of the outdoor stairs, he was leaning against the railing, wearing jeans and a dark blue plaid button-down with shoots of green. Flames from the fire pit lit up his face and deep hazel eyes, which shimmered in the contrast with the two colors in his shirt. She'd always loved that about his eyes, how they looked green sometimes and blue others. He held out his big hand, and when she took it, he smiled like it was the best thing that had ever happened to him. Staring into his steady, calming gaze, Jenny felt like she was exactly where she was supposed to be, finally, with him. They walked hand in hand across a wooden bridge and down a set of stairs to the beach, taking off their shoes when they hit the sand. Stan steered them close to the water, where the packed sand made for easier walking. He hadn't let go of her hand, and quite frankly, she didn't want him to. She kept sneaking glances at him right there beside her. While he looked great, the epitome of the all-American quarterback who grew up to be a solid man, Mr. Self-assured and in control to the bone, he was uncharacteristically quiet that night, pensive even. So different from the animated chatter they'd shared together earlier. "Are you okay?" she asked after a few more silent minutes, hating how nervous she sounded, how hopeful. He stopped walking and looked at her, then down at their joined hands.
Jenny. Whoa!
He reached out, his large hand circling her waist as he lifted her out of the way of a jellyfish that had washed ashore. When he set her down, she leaned into him, and she heard him groan softly as their bodies made full contact. She concurred 100,000%. It felt achingly good to be touching each other. He pulled her in tighter and didn't let go. Suddenly, they were standing so close. Her heart was racing uncontrollably, but as she looked up at him, he shook his head.
I'm in trouble here, Jenny.
"Oh, we're both in trouble," she replied. His eyes held hers, telegraphing his intention as he leaned down to kiss her. She moaned the moment his lips touched hers. If she'd been in charge, the kiss would have been wild and frenzied. But Stan's approach was vastly better. Perfectly Stan. Why wouldn't it be? Stan did everything expertly. He held her close, palming the back of her neck, his long fingers tangling in her hair, guiding her through a slow build of controlled motions brimming with passion. She ummed each time he nudged her with his mouth and lips, leading her into something deep and unhurried. So much more impactful. He pulled away, wiping her lip with his thumb. Oh boy. His eyes were gleaming, and the smile on his face surely matched hers. Then he took her hand and started walking once again, not uttering a word. He lifted her a few minutes later when another jellyfish appeared, this time hugging her tight. It was more like a squeeze, that one when you just can't help yourself because you're so happy to be with someone. It felt amazing. He didn't kiss her again, but when they made it back to the stairway where they'd left their shoes, he shook hers off and steadied her while she put them on.
There's a great nightclub on site, he told her with controlled nonchalance. Would you like to go?
Jenny hid a smile. She knew that club. She'd passed it every night since she'd arrived. It had one of those window walls that opened up completely, creating an indoor-outdoor vibe. Add to that the great atmosphere, music and dancing. She was in. "Yes, please," she said, grinning. When they passed by the restrooms, she gestured with her head.
I'll wait.
"I'm fine. The entrance is 20 feet from here."
Drink?
He asked. "Share one?" Old habit, one she'd nearly forgotten until the words were out of her mouth. He smiled.
Which?
They'd had a few. "You pick." He left her with a firm nod. Stan speak for affirmative. In the washroom, Jenny almost didn't recognize herself in the mirror. Her bright eyes, flushed cheeks, and glow of absolute happiness were momentarily startling. "Thank you, Nani. I know this was you." When she walked into the club, Stan had his back to the bar, elbows on the counter, his eyes appreciatively taking her in. God, here she was, years older, and finally, unafraid of how powerful this thing was between them. Physically, their chemistry was off the charts, always had been, but even that was rooted in deep, mutual feelings. Feelings they obviously still had. The dance floor was crowded, most likely not only from seasonal guests, but year-rounders too. Clubs couldn't be that successful without a local draw. The DJ was playing an eclectic set of dance music, and when an old favorite from their college days started, Stan grinned, his eyes like laser beams. She felt giddy, knowing where this was going. They'd cut their teeth on dirty-esque dancing back in school, thanks to Sam's friend Amanda, who'd come to visit a few times. At the time, she was a classical dance major, and she and her classmates let loose by going way in the opposite direction. Amanda had taught Sam and Stan everything they knew. That the DJ was playing this song at exactly that moment was just another sign from above. Stan pushed off the bar and stealthily made his approach, already moving to the rhythm. After that kiss on the beach, the anticipation of what was coming was heady. He grabbed her hand and led her right to the center of the tightly packed dance floor. No words were necessary. When he turned to her, their eyes locked and, foregoing the slow warm-up, they fit their bodies together like it was only yesterday since they'd last been that close. Then, the real fun began. The steady beat of the music and their well-practiced moves kept them going long into the night. By the time they closed down the bar, she was hot and sweaty and couldn't remember the last time she'd had so much fun. They'd had only one drink between them, spending most of their time on the dance floor, but Jenny was woozy and love-drunk enough that it felt like more. Stan walked her back to her room, pressed her against the door, lifted her hands above her head, and kissed the living daylights out of her. She was panting when he was done. Then, he pulled back ever so slightly, still holding her arms above her head, looking at her like an artist appreciating his work. After a long moment, he asked,
"Can I take you to the Keys in the morning?"
Jenny stared at him, momentarily stunned and barely registering what he just asked. "Wait, you're leaving? Now? Like going back to your room? Without me?" He gave her a sheepish smile.
"Jenny,
He chuckled, rubbing his forehead against hers.
Don't make me give in just yet, please. Not yet."
Okay, she could handle that. He didn't want to rush things, wanted to prolong the anticipation. Even though she was dying inside, she knew he was right. Another night or two or whatever it turned out to be wouldn't kill them. After all, they'd only run into each other hours ago.
"Well?"
He pressed. Oh, right. There'd been a question in there. The Keys. "I've still never been," she said with a sly grin. They'd always talked about it, driving to the Keys, lolling in the sun and playing in the water and on the beach, much like those commercials on TV. Of course, that was years ago. Stan hadn't forgotten that either, and suddenly, it was going to be a reality for both of them. By the looks of it, her answer made him ridiculously happy.
"I'll be here with coffee at 7. Good?
It's after 2 in the morning.
You can sleep on the ride.
Can we have breakfast first?
How about we stop on the road, and I'll bring a croissant with your coffee. Hell, I'll bring you the whole frickin' pastry basket."
Jenny smiled. He'd remembered that, too. He leaned in then, nudging her face with his, before giving her one last kiss and whispering goodnight against her lips. "Stan," she called after he'd started walking away. He turned with a smile, walking backward, still moving but giving her his full attention. "I'm so glad I ran into you today."
"Me too, Jenny. Me too."
Chapter 11. Southampton, New York. The meeting took place in the parlor late that afternoon. Normally, they would have stayed in the living room or the kitchen, hell, even the terrace. But the parlor had doors and, for whatever reason, Alex had insisted on privacy. Since everyone outside of the inner circle was gone, save for the house staff and the extended crew stationed outside, Stan wasn't sure from whom exactly they needed privacy, or for that matter, why. But there was no point in arguing with Alex. Down to their typical crowd again, which included Rosa, their house manager, and Helen, who were watching Callie and the babies on the terrace. Everyone got comfortable. The parlor was divided into 2 sitting areas, One had a large sofa with club chairs on each end, and the other a game table and oversized chaise in the corner. They'd used this room a few times since taking up residence on the East Coast, and while large enough to accommodate all of them, it still felt nice and intimate. Stan remained quiet while everyone got comfortable. Alex took a corner of the sofa. Amanda sat next to him. Sam tucked herself into the opposite corner, while Stephen kneed the club chair next to her a bit closer before sinking into it. Stan had walked in with Gregor, and they took the 2 chairs next to Alex. When Evan came in, he sat next to Stephen. Since the boys had situated themselves at the game table in the corner, laptops and tablets open, it was the perfect setting, but it still didn't explain why Alex had called this meeting in the first place. It's not like they weren't together all the time. A formal meeting usually meant something of particular importance. Alex gave a tight nod to his brother, prompting Stephen to grab an extra seat from the game table and place it next to Evan. As Stan was wondering who else was joining them, the door opened and Mr. D'Angelo entered. As much as Stan admired and respected Jenny's father, he'd had high hopes that the man would have gone home by then and taken his daughter with him. If this case was still active, Alex was going to have to relieve him from point, as it was painfully obvious that, where Jenny was concerned, he couldn't do his job effectively. The previous night, fine, done, but in the light of the new day, there was no black and white for Stan. It was all ugly and dirtied with layers and shades of gray. Mr. D'Angelo sat next to Evan, who set his phone on the arm of the chair, no doubt to record whatever was about to transpire. When the door opened again and Jenny walked in, Stan shot Alex a look. Alex leveled one back, one which clearly said, "Stand down." "Whatever, boss." "Why are we doing this?" Jenny asked as she came farther into the room and Sam patted the cushion next to her. Stan let out an involuntary groan. Arms crossed, he muttered,
"We're just one big happy family."
Having walked past her dad, Evan, and Stephen to the spot between the girls, Jenny turned before she sat. Looking straight at him, she said, with a fair amount of gumption, "For the life of me, I can't understand why you're so angry with me." He scowled. There was no way around it, and no point in hiding it anymore since it appeared that everyone and their brother knew what had gone down. Disdain dripping from his voice, he answered,
"How about you ripped my frickin' heart out, babe?"
Everyone looked at him, with varying states of shock on their faces. Fair enough, even he was a bit surprised he'd said that out loud.
"Wait a second,"
Mr. D'Angelo interrupted, looking at Alex.
"You haven't said anything."
Alex gave his signature, decisive headshake, as Big Mouth Gregor said,
"Our former keyholder is having difficulties, it seems."
Keyholder being a throwback to when Stan was in charge while the brothers Montgomery and their nifty sidekick Gregor had been indisposed.
"You want to fill me in already?"
he asked Gregor.
"You've sure been hinting."
"What happened to you between then and now?" Jenny pressed, clearly perplexed. "What made you turn into this callous, bitter, angry man?"
"You, Jenny, you happened to me. Twice."
He exploded, rising out of his chair, pissed as hell. His hope of moving on and putting the past 24 hours behind him was clearly gone. How dare she pretend she didn't know how she'd led him on, ripped his heart out, again, and flaunted her dirtbag of a husband right in front of him?
Wait,
Mr. D'Angelo said, shaking his head. "Dad, don't," Jenny warned, her eyes suddenly wild. "He doesn't—"
"Sure he does, sweetheart,"
Mr. D'Angelo interrupted, looking confused. But about what? Stan wanted to know. "No," Jenny shook her head. "No, he doesn't."
"Doesn't what?"
Stan asked, turning to Jenny, exasperated. They were obviously talking about him.
"Know about the baby,"
Mr. D'Angelo said simply. Stan whipped around to face Mr. D'Angelo.
"Now what about the baby?"
Stan asked. Though if his beating heart were any indication, he did already know. Mr. D'Angelo had never been cross with Stan in all the years he'd known him, but his frustration showed when he said,
"I told you about Hayden. Last night."
"You what?" Jenny cried, standing, horror lighting her face. The girls looked confused, then wide-eyed, as realization dawned on them, too, and they zeroed in on Jenny's father. The men, on the other hand, remained stoic, watching the entire display with rapt attention.
"Told me what about Hayden last night?"
Stan asked, feeling increasingly like he was in some bizarre gotcha hidden camera show. At Mr. D'Angelo's puzzled look, Stan repeated what he'd heard, the only thing he'd heard about Hayden.
"You said, 'There's a baby.' Those were your exact words."
Stan could still hear it in his head. He'd processed the order and extracted Jenny and the baby.
"What else am I supposed to know?"
Stan asked, feeling shaky, from anger, from anticipation, from the creeping suspicion of what he was about to be told. Mr. D'Angelo shook his head, all discord gone. His shoulders sagged, and he cast a sympathetic look at Stan.
"I'm sorry, son. You misunderstood."
"Dad!" Stan whipped around to face Jenny.
"Tell me, what about
He stumbled back, cutting himself off. Everything that had been simmering beneath the surface flew to the top. Hayden. His father's name.
"I want to name our son Hayden."
He told her that the very last time they'd been together. For such a smart, savvy man, you're an idiot. That's what she'd said the night before. Stan shook his head.
"No. No way."
He pointed at Jenny.
"No! You went back to John."
A vacant look came over Jenny's face as she focused on something behind him. "I didn't go back to him, Stan," she said quietly, sitting down between the girls again. "I went back to finish things." Tears pooled in her eyes when she looked up at him and shrugged. "It's just, he wasn't done." Stan suddenly felt sick. An image of John in the hospital bed with Jenny flashed in front of him, but this time he looked closer, saw the tightness in her eyes, that her hands were pushing him away, not clutching him.
"He threatened her,"
Mr. D'Angelo added, an angry tremor underneath his calm.
"He threatened harm to you, to me, and to Marisa."
Stan kept shaking his head, trying to wrap his mind around it. Jenny's eyes were downcast, her hands gripped tight in her lap.
"But I saw you with John in the hospital."
Her head shot up, her surprised, hopeful expression like a vice around his heart. "You came to the hospital?" she breathed. "You were there?"
"Yes,"
he said quietly, suddenly unsure of everything. "How did you know?"
"You sent a text,"
Stan whispered, even more confused than before. "No," Jenny said slowly, shaking her head. "I didn't have my phone." His newly revived heart constricted at her next words. "If you were there, why didn't you come get me?" Tears slipped from the corners of her eyes and she swiped them away.
I thought,"
Stan sputtered, trying to piece everything together.
"I thought that after the accident you—" "That was no accident,"
Gianni spat. Suddenly, everything Stan thought he knew went out the door. "Dad!" Stan didn't recognize his own voice when he asked.
"Jenny?"
Overcome with emotion, her hand covered her mouth. After a moment, she shrugged again. A defense mechanism, he realized, one that tried to minimize whatever it was that had happened. Jenny took a deep and steadying breath before speaking. John. Put me there." Her words struck like a blow. Stan stumbled back, might have fallen if Gregor hadn't moved to stand behind him. Alex and Stephen stood beside him in solidarity as Stan doubled over, hands on his knees as he caught his breath, pushing away the sick feeling in the pit of his stomach. Head spinning, he pressed his palms hard to his eyes. Played. He'd gotten played. And he'd left her in the spider's clutches. His girl. God help him. What had he done? When he stood upright and looked at her again, he felt like his insides were being shredded.
"Hayden?"
he asked, needing to hear confirmation of what he already knew. She wiped away her tears, took a deep breath, and looked him square in the eye. It was a messy delivery, but she got the words out. "Your son was born on January 17th at 4:09 in the morning. You're listed as the father of record on his birth certificate." Then she stood and fled the room. He remained there, momentarily stunned, watching her retreating back as he tried to regain his wits. Chapter 12. Palm Beach, Florida, 15 months earlier. Stan was up at 6. By 6:50, he had packed a duffel, ordered Jenny's tide-me-overs, and was standing outside her door, waiting. He wasn't sure why, but he felt like time was ticking and he had to get a jump on it. 3 minutes later, she opened her door, fresh-faced, beautiful, and ready to go.
"I'll trade you,"
he said, handing her a large travel cup of coffee with half and half and a packet of the pink stuff, hoping that her coffee preferences hadn't changed over the years. She eyed him warily, handing him her weekender. "Where's my pastry basket?" He chuckled.
"Waiting for you on the console between our armrests."
She gave him a heart-melting smile. "You already prepped the car?"
"She's washed, gassed up, and ready to go."
He'd called down before showering the previous night and asked the guys to take care of it first thing. Stan always took care of the valet guys, and in return, they took care of him. Life worked that way. Treat people well, and it would come back to you in spades. Jenny took a sip of her coffee, then gave a delighted sigh. "Oh, you remembered that, too. This is so good. Thank you." Yeah, everything was going to be so good. He couldn't wait to experience every single little thing with her, and by her. With that thought, he took her free hand and led the way downstairs. The Rover was front and center when they stepped outside, and Stan helped Jenny into it, even reaching for the seatbelt to buckle her in. She scrunched her pretty face with a smile and gave him a, "Thank you, sir." Looking at her in his truck, he almost couldn't believe it was real. He tossed her bag next to his in the back and handed Rodney $100 for the early service. It wasn't as if he was shelling out anything for his room, so the least he could do was tip generously. The weather was perfect as he pulled out of the hotel property, sunny, low humidity, and crisp this early in the morning. Jenny made herself busy arranging their drinks, plugging in their phones, and wiping off the clean navigation screen before picking up the silver basket he'd taken for her dining pleasure. Watching her from the side of his eyes, he thought his heart might explode from the joy of it all. Plain, chocolate, and almond croissants? Mini Danish, pecan roll. What's your pleasure?" she asked. He gave her a smile.
"You," he thought. "I've got everything I could ever want, Jenny."
No sense beating around the bush. This was a trip he'd imagined taking with her years ago. He always thought of her when he went to the Keys, but it had been nothing more than a wistful daydream since she'd married John. Never once had he imagined he'd have this opportunity again. "So you say, but these are freshly baked French pastries," she teased, waving the basket in front of him. He winked.
"I'll finish the ones you pick at."
She laughed. "Hey, I like sampling."
"I know,"
he chuckled. "Well, I like breakfast too, especially on the road." Suddenly, Stan sensed something coming over her as she quieted and turned to look out the window.
You okay?
He asked. She was quiet for another long moment, and when she turned back to him, he saw that she'd pasted a bright but fake smile on her face. Crinkling her nose, she said, "How could I not be?" She left it at that, and he knew exactly what she meant, so didn't press. She got busy with the basket then, taking a few bites here and there and holding out samples for him. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel, he leaned her way and she fed him. They made a quick pit stop an hour later, after which Jenny tilted her seat back a little, arranging herself so she was curled up facing him. Watching her sleep as he took her to the one place they'd always talked about, he couldn't remember the last time he'd felt so content. Granted, they'd been young, playing and fantasizing at the time, but if it hadn't been for that one night so long ago, he and Jenny would have been together. He was sure of it. If she were free, legally free right then, he would have driven straight to the justice of the peace that very minute. He stopped again north of Homestead. He'd promised Jenny breakfast, and breakfast she'd have at his favorite diner before they'd hit the stretch of US 1 that would take them across the water.
Jenny Bird.
He brushed the hair off her face.
We're here, babe.
She opened her eyes, then startled. I missed it. Her face fell and she looked panicked. Her reaction surprised him, much like earlier when she'd remarked about liking breakfast on the road. He knew he needed to get to the bottom of something with her, and he most definitely would. For the moment, he chose to put her at ease.
I'd never let you miss it. Swear.
She smiled, though something in her eyes made him wonder.
I'm gonna get you that breakfast you wanted, then I'm taking you across the overseas highway.
Just like he'd always told her he would. When he helped her from the truck, he pulled her in tight to give her some reassurance. Hell, maybe it was him who needed it. It could be, too, that he just wanted to hold her. "Hi, Stan," called a familiar voice from behind the counter when they walked inside. Stan might not be a regular, but he always stopped there on his way to and from the Keys. This was the first time he'd come in with anyone else, and Bev, the owner, took notice. "Popular, huh?" Jenny remarked.
I've come through more than a few times,
he joked, and though he'd meant nothing by it, that look came over her face again.
What?
He asked, just as it dawned on him what she must be thinking. She pulled a face that was rife with emotion. I shouldn't be surprised. I'm the one who bailed.
Jenny Lynn, you have no idea what you're talking about.
She shrugged and made a dismissive sound, but he knew her feelings were hurt. Sit down already, you two, Bev called out. What can I get you to drink, pretty girl?
Same as me,
Stan told her. He gestured toward a booth and slid in across from her, taking her hands in his.
If you have something you'd like to ask me, please do. I'm never gonna hurt you, Jenny.
She gave him one of those quick head shakes, and instead of answering, got busy looking around.
Jenny?
The last thing he wanted was a misunderstanding between them. She leveled a serious look at him, and the sadness in her eyes broke his heart a little. Sometimes when you ask questions, the answers you get aren't so great.
Sometimes they are.
Bev came over then with coffees and menus. My, Stanley Finch, who on earth is this lovely creature?
Bev, I'd like you to meet Jennifer D'Angelo.
Well, young lady, you must be someone very special to stand here. In all the years he's come through, I've never seen him bring anyone along. Stan winked at Jenny, rubbing her hands reassuringly. I'll give you a few minutes, Bev said before walking away. Stan wasn't an I told you so sort of person, and would have left it at that. But Jenny offered a contrite, I'm sorry.
No apology necessary. Let's get you fed.
They ordered the left side of the menu, thanks to Miss I Like a Bit of Everything. Stan didn't mind. He'd always loved sharing meals with Jenny, formally or informally. It felt like they'd picked up where they'd left off. One coffee refill later, Bev delivered crunchy French toast, an eggs Benedict, and a big breakfast, which consisted of eggs, 3 different breakfast meats, hash browns, pancakes, and toast. "You were right. Breakfast on the road was worth the wait," Jenny capitulated when they'd finished eating. All tension diffused, Stan gave her another wink and kissed the back of her hand before getting up to settle the bill. After Bev loaded them up with warm wishes and fresh coffees for the road, they headed off. A short time later, the first stretch of causeway became visible in the distance, and Stan felt lightheaded for a minute, completely blown away yet again that they were doing this. When he darted a glance over to Jenny, she grinned back, and from the look in her eyes, he knew she felt it too. He hit a few buttons on the entertainment system, turned up the volume a bit, and as the music started, they shared a knowing look. Jenny gave him a quick smile, but then turned toward her window, and he knew she was crying. She was good with silent tears, he'd noticed, but he said nothing, just took her hand and let her be. For the moment, he had his girl by his side and was about to enjoy the best 2-hour ride of this stretch he'd ever taken. He wanted to do it with her every frickin' year, maybe even a few times a year. She turned back after a while. "Do you remember the first time you said you wanted to take me here?" Stan didn't even need to think about that answer.
"The end of our second year,"
he said without a moment's hesitation.
"Sam was playing music and lounging with you-know-who."
Jenny nodded. They never said Aaron's name out loud.
"You were walking from one end of your apartment to the other,"
Stan continued,
"lifting your arms as you always did when a certain song would get to you. This was on,"
he said, pushing a few buttons to start the song again, jabbing his finger at the entertainment display.
"And when you stopped to look out the window, I stood behind you, wrapped you in my arms, and said, 'Jenny Bird, one day we're going there together. I'm going to drive you down that long highway, and it's going to be the beginning of our incredible life together.'"
Jenny nodded, a small smile on her face as she leaned her head against the seat. "I'm so sorry, Stan. What I feel right now is how I felt then. This energy we have when we're together. It's like everything is perfect. I don't know how I got so lost."
"Everything turned upside down,"
Stan said, shrugging. It was true. Sam was attacked by someone she trusted, someone they'd all trusted. Stan had thought they were all on the same page, he and Jenny, and Sam and Aaron.
"We're here now. That's all that matters."
As little as it was, his words helped dispel a few more of the ghosts that hung in the air between them. They enjoyed the scenery and towns they passed through in companionable silence for the next little while. By early afternoon, they'd crossed the final bridge to Sugarloaf Key. Jenny, having clearly brushed off what was bothering her earlier, was animated again, energetically checking out their surroundings and exclaiming her surprise when they kept passing hotels without stopping. "Where are we going?" she finally asked.
"Oh, now you want to know?"
he teased. She grinned. "Honestly, not really. You always did take care of everything. But I assumed we'd be checking into a hotel."
"I have something better."
"Of course you do." A few minutes later, he pulled into the drive of his slice of paradise on earth.
"Here we are. Home sweet home."
"Wait." She latched onto his forearm. "Is this yours?" Now it was Stan's turn to grin.
"Yes, ma'am."
"Oh my God, Stan," she breathed. "You did it." Yes, he had. He'd thought of her every step of the way, too.
"Twice, actually. I rebuilt a couple years ago."
"Hurricane?"
"Yeah. Pete, who owns the resort we just passed, sold me this piece of property years ago."
He'd emailed Pete the night before and told him he'd be arriving with a guest. Jenny reached for her door, impatient.
"Wait,"
he told her, chuckling as he walked around the car to get her. He helped her down, grabbed their bags, and headed for the front door as she admired the house. He had to admit, It was the perfect beachfront bungalow with a wraparound porch and outdoor living space in back. 1 bedroom, 2 baths, a nice study, and an open kitchen and family room, all wrapped up in the perfect floor plan with the perfect amount of space. I'm so happy for you, Stan. You've made a really nice life for yourself. This is beautiful. He knew he'd done well for himself, and that it looked good from the outside. But at the end of the day, Stan had been alone for the most part since law school. He dated, had an occasional short-lived, emphasis on the short, relationship, but he'd never gotten over Jenny. Ever. He'd avoided admitting that for years, but it suddenly felt safe to do so.
I wanted to make a life with you,
he said, holding nothing back. I got scared. He knew she had. They'd all gotten spooked back then.
Are you scared now?
I'm a lot better than I used to be. Stan wasn't sure if she was referring to what had happened back in school or what she'd been going through more recently. She obviously had a few demons to sort out, but didn't they all? Whatever they were, he'd help her extinguish each one and do everything in his power to snuff out anything that threatened her. From then until forever. He gave her a quick tour, proud to show her what he'd accomplished. His sister, Reagan, a successful interior designer with impeccable and expensive taste, had helped with the plans. While technically this was a beach home, it was done to the nines in neutral shades of cream and beige with deep brown and blue accents. It was a masculine reflection, but he knew Jenny would love it and feel comfortable in it. She did, and her joy was infectious. She exclaimed over the swinging bench on the front porch with its thick seat cushion, the white marble countertops, and the island in the kitchen with decorative crystal bowls and canisters. They moved through the adjoining family room with a sectional, cocktail table, and wall-mounted TV, then on to his study, which was full of the nautical and aeronautical instruments he'd collected from around the globe, perks from working private security. Jenny fingered them reverently before sitting on the left seat across from his desk, motioning with her hand for him to get behind it. When he obliged by sitting down in his swivel chair, she smiled brightly and nodded her approval. When they entered his bedroom, she gushed over the dresser-sized nightstands and the colored glass lamps that had taken a year to come in, while he laid their bags on the upholstered bench at the end of his bed. I love it, she said, gesturing around the room. He smiled, thinking, I love you. There was nothing he was more certain of in the world. He could wait until everything was final with John. Then he'd drag her to the courthouse, or throw a 50 or a 500-person wedding if that's what she wanted. Hell, he didn't care. He just wanted Jenny.
Wait, one more room.
He motioned with his head toward the bathroom. The bathroom off the back entrance was nice, but this was its bigger version. 2 sinks, an oversized shower with a huge bench, and a private toilet room. But the pièce de résistance was the freestanding soaker. Jenny had always loved baths, and this beauty was a stunner. She scrunched her pretty face, smiling as she ran her fingers along the rim appreciatively. The house is amazing, Stan, really, she gushed as they came back into the bedroom.
Want to go for a walk? Grab some groceries?
Yes. Can I freshen up first?
Of course.
She unzipped her bag and took out a toiletries case as he went back and flicked on the bathroom lights, opened the linen closet, and pulled out a few towels, laying them on the counter where she was already lining up her things in front of the mirror. Damn, he loved that. He was waiting in the kitchen, staring out the window above the sink when he heard her walk in. He turned, opening his arms as she made a beeline for him. They stayed that way for the longest time. He couldn't believe that barely 24 hours ago, this would have been some wild fantasy he'd concocted in his head. Yet here they were, in reality, making up for lost time. That underlying sense of urgency he'd felt earlier hadn't gone away, but he focused on enjoying the ease, peace even, that came with being together. Stan, she said, looking up. "Will you?" Hell yes, he would. And before she finished asking, he did. He kept it light as he could. He'd wanted her for so long and was walking a fine line knowing that having Jenny for the first time was finally here. The minute his lips touched hers, he lifted her onto the island, stepping between her legs. He groaned as she wrapped them around his waist.
Jenny,
he whispered.
Please, babe. I have grand plans of making love to you tonight in our bedroom.
Am I messing with your control? She whispered. Mr. Watch me eat just one chip? He chuckled. Yeah, that was him.
I'm not sure that applies to you.
You? Rule Stan? No way. The statement was ridiculous, considering he'd broken every single one of his self-imposed rules since running into her on the corner of Brazilian Ave and South County Road the day before. She wasn't officially done with John, and Stan was smart enough never to call anything over until it truly was. But he couldn't chance Jenny getting away from him again. Not this time. Dirty pool? Count him in. She mmm'd, her fingernails grazing his scalp before gripping his head. I'm 2 for 2, so I'd say you're on solid ground, Mr. Finch. Just kiss me and hold me for a few minutes, then we can go. He did. He wasn't sure if anything had ever felt so right as holding Jenny in his arms while enjoying a long, lazy kiss. He'd have loved nothing more than to carry her to the bed and make love to her. It was difficult not to, but he knew that once they crossed that line, they'd be staying in for a while. If they were going to play house for a few days, they'd need supplies first. Sticking with your plan? She asked when he came up for air.
There's a method to my madness. You'll thank me tomorrow.
She held his face, shaking her head. I'm thanking you now. I haven't felt like this in ever. Her candor washed over him like a balm, and easy as that, his heart swelled even more.
Come on, Trouble. Let's get groceries.
He helped her back into the truck and buckled her in. Hey, she said, tapping her lips before he could shut the door. He gladly complied, and from that moment, the day took on a whole new dimension. Jenny seemed to have moved past whatever had been bothering her before. He'd never had so much fun picking out snacks, fruits and vegetables, steaks and seafood. Hell, they'd even had fun in the frozen aisle, narrowing down their ice cream and sorbet selections to 2 each. They stopped at Pete's on the way back, and one of the guys ran out a box of frozen pastries that just needed to rise overnight before baking. Jenny helped him carry everything in and spent a considerable amount of time organizing the fridge, freezer, and pantry. She even arranged the bowls on the island. His house had never achieved this degree of home, ever. Sure, he'd stayed for extended periods of time before, but the air felt different. Jenny. He teased her when she straightened the fruit in the bowls again.
You were always neat, but this is a new level.
It's a control thing.
Good or bad?
He wondered aloud. Merely a personality quirk? Or stabilization technique? There was a marked difference. She shrugged, ignoring the question. Will you show me the beach? He wanted to show her the frickin' world.
Swim, walk, or both?
She made an adorable face that proclaimed her joyous indecision. Jenny didn't like choosing. He chuckled and motioned to the bedroom.
Go change. I've got trunks in back.
He headed to the mudroom, laundry room combo, which also housed another full bathroom. Reagan had loved designing that space. Like the kitchen, she'd extended the white marble countertops over the front-load washer and dryer and put open shelves above them. A large cushioned bench was on the other side with cubbies beneath for shoes. Hooks were on the wall between the back door and small bathroom. Nice to have a shower handy after coming in from the beach. Are we grilling tonight? Jenny called from across the house.
Is your name Jenny Lynn?
He shouted back. Yes, sir, Stanley Michael. He grabbed towels and chairs and a pop-up cabana, slipped out to the beach and pitched them in the perfect spot. Just as he was coming back up the short pathway, he saw her walking out the back door in her swimsuit and cover-up. Her blonde hair was moving in the breeze as she shook her head. He knew what she was thinking. How did we get here, all these years later? It was the most amazing experience he'd ever had, even without having made love to her yet. He held out his hand and dragged her in when she got close, spinning her around and laughing. Jenny. Frickin' amazing. The air had warmed up considerably, so they headed out for a walk, keeping their feet in the water and only turning around when they'd gone far along the stretch of beach. When they returned, they shucked everything but their suits, leaving it all in a pile on the chairs he'd set up. The water was warm, but Jenny wanted to stay close to shore, so they dried off in the sun, holding hands between their chairs. He woke up a short time later with a start, feeling a moment of panic, before realizing he wasn't dreaming. Jenny squeezed his hand. "You okay?"
Never better. Shower?
She chuckled. "Are you merely stating it's shower time? Or did you mean with you?"
Jenny Lynn, are you saying you'd shower with me?
He teased, already knowing the answer. She rolled over onto her stomach, squinting a bit from the sun as she rested her chin on her fist. "I'd do anything with you, Stan."
God, why'd you run, Jenny? It could have been so good for all this time. If you want dinner, best take this one on your own. After that, though, they're all mine.
Deal. Stan grabbed shorts and a polo before heading to the back shower so she could use the one in the bedroom. They met in the kitchen an hour later, where he turned on the sound system to play music throughout the house. He'd already made a salad, thrown some veggies in a grill basket, and taken the steaks out so they'd be at room temperature. Those preparations had turned out to be vital, since Jenny walked in a backless, haltered sundress with a plunging neckline. She'd gotten some sun and her cheeks and shoulders were a bit pink. She wore little makeup as far as Stan could tell, just eyeliner and a touch of lip gloss. All concentration gone, he walked over to her, leaned down to kiss her, and wrapped his hands around her, lifting her. Her legs latched around his waist, her arms around his neck, her fingers tangling in his hair. And there went dinner. He carried her back to the bedroom and dimmed the lights as he passed through the doorway. He set her down next to the bed, pulling back to make sure they were on the same page. If her eyes and barely perceptible head nod were the gauge, they were feeling the same. Same book, same page, same sentence, same word. It wasn't the smooth, polished performance he'd imagined. It was frantic and emotional, their names breathed so many times they almost became a chorus. He came in a light storm that nearly blinded him as Jenny held him tight. She sobbed in his arms afterward. He couldn't be sure if it was the culmination of finally being together, or if it was a release of whatever she'd been holding on to for however long that may have been. He'd always thought he was her safe place, and the events of that day had confirmed it. She was his safe place, too, and he had to admit, even he cried a bit as he held her. Chapter 13. Southampton, New York. After leaving Stan and the rest of the group, frozen in shock in the parlor, Jenny only made it around the first bend in the hallway before she sagged against the wall, catching a ragged breath. She hadn't been prepared. Not for that. Not any of it. In the past 24 hours, all the wounds she'd carefully covered and buried had been dug up and lay open and raw. She'd never expected that reaction from Stan. Not after the way he'd behaved at brunch, and especially not after his hostility when she'd first walked into the parlor. But the horror on his face when he'd realized the truth, that he'd been duped, that she'd been fooled too, was real, and he hadn't walked away all those months ago. At least, not how she thought. John. Jenny should have known that he'd had ulterior motives when he'd crawled into her bed that day. She shuddered just thinking about it, feeling dirty and disgusted all over again. Nothing was ever as it looked with John. His final move had been so brilliant, when she hadn't realized he'd played. "You went back to him," Stan had snapped the night before. No wonder he'd said that. John had destroyed her, twice. She closed her eyes as fresh tears spilled down her cheeks, covering her mouth to stop the noises bubbling to the surface. All that time they'd lost. Again.
Jenny! Jenny, wait!
Her head turned in the direction of his voice, and like a deer in headlights, she stared right at him, paralyzed by the sound of him calling her name, by the roller coaster of emotions she'd endured over the past 24 hours. If her expression reflected his, they looked like they'd been in a head-on collision, the air around them still frenetic. Out of breath, he reached out for her when he neared her, visibly shaking.
Jenny.
It was a croak.
I didn't know.
Unraveling in a pool of distress, her breath caught on a sob, and his mouth pulled into a thin, pained line as his arms wrapped around her and drew her in. She cried in earnest, lost herself in the warmth and protection of his embrace, feeling his shoulders shake with hers. His strong arms tightened as his hand cupped the back of her head, cradling her. Then she remembered. John had played his game, yes, but Stan had given up so easily. He'd walked out of the hospital. He hadn't taken her calls. Suddenly, wanting nothing more than to be alone, away from him, she cried out, wrenching out of his arms. Heart racing, she pushed him away and ran.
Jenny!
She rounded the last corner of the hallway and found herself in the massive foyer, the marble parquet floor swirling before her as tears clouded her vision.
Jenny!
Stan called again, his footfalls and voice coming closer. She felt him closing the gap and, in her haste, tripped up the steps.
Jenny!
He was so close. Literally crawling, she made it up 2 steps before she felt his hands on her arms. The one thing she'd always wanted, Stan. The one thing she'd wished for so desperately over the previous year as she'd struggled to come to terms with what had happened. It should have been different. It could have been so good. She swatted at his hands when he turned her. She tried to tell him to stop, but the sound that came out was just an awful, unintelligible cry. Turning again on her hands and knees, she tried to get away, desperate for a moment to clear her head. Then his hands clamped around her arms, and her anxiety shot through the roof. It didn't matter that it was Stan, that she knew he wouldn't hurt her. All she felt was the fear she'd felt when John had strong-armed her from behind and thrown her into the car. Hysteria took over, even as Stan's voice softened.
Jenny!
He was right there, in her space. His face blurred a second as she pushed back, fighting him off as his eyes narrowed, then went wide. She saw Evan form on his lips, but couldn't hear it over the deafening sound of blood rushing in her head. His eyes took in every nuance of her face. His hands loosened to a gentle hold. Suddenly, pandemonium ensued as everyone else descended on them. Stan was pulled away by Stephen and Gregor as Evan crouched in front of her, blocking her view of everything and everyone. He motioned between them, his deep brown eyes coming into view as her vision began to clear. She let herself focus on them as he calmly instructed her to breathe. In, 2, 3, and out. 2, 3. That's it. His hands framed her face, narrowing her scope. Again, Jenny, let's focus right here. In, 2, 3. Out. 2, 3. As Evan relaxed his hold and checked her pulse, she heard her dad's anguished words.
I should have done something sooner.
Then Stan's,
Let me go to her.
Jenny, peered around Evan to see Stan forcibly pushing against the restraint of the men, a determined, strained look on his face. A pang of sorrow and regret struck her chest as she watched the man she still loved so fiercely struggle like that. But it was the sight of her distraught father that affected her most. He was aging right before her eyes, and she knew she was the cause of his decline. It was the realization that she couldn't put him through any more that had her speak up. "I'm okay, Dad," Jenny said, as if her heart had stopped racing and her breathing had actually slowed. Evan skeptically raised a brow, not buying any of it, but Jenny pushed on. She whispered, so only he and the girls, who were right behind him, could hear. "Please, I just don't want him to worry. John, used to grab me like that. I think after talking about that day and having that happen just now, it triggered me, or something." Evan nodded, taking her pulse, looking into her eyes. "Let's get you upstairs. Do you need help?" "No." She looked from left to right, where the girls were standing off to her side. She saw then that Gregor and Stephen were still holding Stan back, and that Alex was talking in low tones to her father. "What is it?" Sam asked, when Jenny reached down and tightly gripped her hand. "Hayden." She needed her baby. "I'll get him," Amanda said, as Sam and Evan helped her up and started to lead her back to her room.
"Jenny!"
Stan called out to her, and she turned, meeting his eyes for the first time since the panic had started to rise. In them, she saw a mirror of the pain and anguish she felt. What a mess this had become. At the very least, it was all on the table. There were no more secrets. Amanda came back with Hayden, and grateful, Jenny reached for her baby, pulling him close to her chest. With him in her arms, she was ready. At her nod, the girls fell in step beside her and escorted her upstairs. When she reached the landing, Jenny looked back one more time, sharing another anguished look with Stan. "I know," she thought. "I'm sorry. I need more time." The girls tucked her into bed, not that she'd asked, but there was something very comforting and soothing about resting against the pillows. She hadn't been cared for like this, besides her time with Stan, in years. Evan checked her pulse again, then looked her squarely in the eyes and gave her a firm yet warm order to rest. After, Amanda transferred Hayden into her arms, and the girls both sat cross-legged on the bed next to her. "Jan, tell us what happened," Sam asked, while Amanda nodded encouragingly. Jenny turned on her side and placed Hayden next to her. Kissing his crown, she looked down at her baby, thinking about where to begin. She started with going home to say goodbye to Nonina, which led to her marriage to John, and details she'd only shared with Marissa before, and even then, only after John was officially out of the picture. Sam and Amanda were quick with support and "oh, Jens" and "I'm so sorry's." Jenny talked some more, and they listened. The three of them sat on the bed crying, laughing, and commiserating for hours. At one point, Helen and Rosa came in with Xander and Callie. Realizing that their girl time wasn't wrapping up, the women left Xander, who was happy to be back in his mama's arms, and told Callie they had grand plans for her. Amanda's little girl wasn't fooled, but went along anyway, obviously perceptive for someone her age. She hugged her mother, patted the boys' heads, and cast them a look that said she was going, but was expecting to be rewarded for her cooperation. When Jenny finally got to the part about running into Stan in Palm Beach, it was like the three of them were back at school, fawning and giggling over the excitement of it all. In the retelling, Jenny realized that it was nice to remember her time with him for the incredible, exhilarating, life-altering event that it had been, without the taint of believing that he'd ghosted her. She told them everything, including the day that Stan had driven her to the airport and put her on the plane. It was a day Jenny would never forget. She'd loved his quiet strength, shelter to her storm, so different from what she'd believed him to have become. By the time Jenny finished that part of the story, The three of them were lying down, looking up at the ceiling. She and Amanda had put the boys in Hayden's crib a while ago, and they were both fast asleep. Jenny then shared the gritty details of her trip home, that last month before the divorce was truly final, and how she'd set up her new life while preparing for Hayden, who was just a blip on the horizon at that time. At one point, Amanda got really serious, shaking her head as she reached for her hands. "Jen, I feel like I took him from you. While you were alone, fending for yourself and Hayden, Stan was taking care of us. It's not your fault, Amanda. I've thought about it a lot." Jenny shrugged. "I made my bed when I chose John, knowing it was Stan who I really loved. I was just scared." She didn't bring up what had happened. They all knew the whys of it. "We'll add it to the list of the twists and turns our lives have taken." Amanda and Sam shared a look then. "What?" Jenny asked. "There's more?" "Another day," Amanda said. "Let's concentrate on getting you and Stan back where you need to be." Jenny shook her head, ready to voice her fear. "There's so much water under that bridge, Amanda. I don't think we can go back." "Take it from someone who knows. Anything is possible. You still love him, don't you?" Jenny didn't hesitate. "Of course, I still love him. But I feel like what happened last year caused permanent damage. What's that saying? You can never go home again?" Shrugging, Jenny sighed sadly. "No, no way," Amanda declared. A knock sounded on the door then, and Sam went to check it out, pointing to Amanda as she went. "What she said." She cracked the door, whispered something to whoever was there, and then closed it, a small smile on her face when she turned back around. "That was Stephen," Sam said, climbing back on the bed. "Your boyfriend who's not your boyfriend?" Jenny said cheekily. Amanda laughed. "Right?" Jenny rolled her eyes. "So right." "Hey, that's enough," Sam admonished, swatting them both. "Dinner's ready. The guys are waiting on the terrace. What do you think, Jenny?" "Should I go?" Jenny was considering just staying in bed in her room for the evening, but the prospect of those long hours alone made her anxious. Since arriving at the Montgomery compound, she was beginning to find that, after her extended isolation, being alone was suddenly overwhelming and unappealing. "What do you think?" she asked, not sure what to expect. "Come," they said in unison, and Jenny felt a small smile creep across her face. She did love them, her old friends, and being with them again felt so right, like she'd landed right where she was supposed to be. But could she face Stan? She'd basically freaked out on him and fled. John had always gotten angry when she changed her mind or overreacted, even though she never felt like she overreacted to anything. More the opposite, really. She checked her reactions around him constantly. But still, he'd called her flighty, emotional, and naive. She knew that she was never that person, that John had just manipulated her into thinking she was the irrational one. Still, old habits and all. "I didn't overreact, did I?" she asked, second-guessing herself. "Oh, sweetie, no. You had every right to be overwhelmed earlier," the girls reassured her, talking over one another. "Trust me," Sam said. "While we were talking, the guys were doing the same. Stan actually tried to come up twice but was intercepted each time. He's under strict orders to back off." "Mealtime is usually sacred in our home," Amanda explained. "Plus, I have a feeling after what happened earlier, he'll be on his best behavior." Jenny was floored, though she knew she shouldn't be. Stan was taking responsibility for his part in the situation instead of blaming it all on her. That was the Stan she'd known. As Jenny looked at her friends, she realized she hadn't felt so connected in a long time, even with the whole situation between her and Stan and her meltdown before. There was something about being with the girls and their extended entourage that felt right. I guess I can't stay up here forever. Better she faced Stan at the moment in a crowd. Besides, it wasn't like she was going to have to sit down with him one-on-one. At least, not yet. Before they left her to freshen up for dinner, Jenny received hugs from Sam and Amanda, the long and heartfelt kind that linger afterward. Once they were gone, she sat on the edge of the bed and took a deep, cleansing breath. She already knew that meals at the Montgomery compound were a semi-formal affair, so she chose new outfits for herself and Hayden, then freshened up. It had been an eventful day, but she felt a bit better for having shared so much with Sam and Amanda. Better, too, for having everything out in the open with Stan. Chapter 14. Southampton, New York. Stan had never felt like a failure before. Ever. Not truly. Not in law school when he'd lost Jenny to John, not even when he'd mistakenly thought she'd chosen John over him again the previous year. He'd considered himself a loser both times, sure, but not a failure. But in the wake of his erroneous misconceptions, there was no way around it. He'd failed. He'd failed Jenny, he'd failed their son, and he'd failed her family. It was a hard pill to swallow. When he'd gone after Jenny, he just wanted to soothe all the hurt he'd caused. Holding her for those brief seconds had been a start, but then she'd run off. When he caught up to her again and she'd cried out, wide-eyed and terror-stricken, it had taken a moment to register that she was caught in something. Something that had nothing to do with him. All the things he'd watched her experience firsthand came to mind. Startling awake, flinching at a raised voice, and then this. That bastard had grabbed her from behind. It took a fair amount of restraint not to charge off after him, but he couldn't just go off half-cocked and take John down. He had his son and Jenny to see to. That took precedence. They took precedence. Once again, Gregor and Stephen had stepped in to hold him back as he watched helplessly. When Mr. D'Angelo, struggling himself, had given him a sympathetic pat and said,
"Give her a bit of time, son."
Stan had heaved a deep breath and nodded, watching as Jenny was accompanied upstairs. Back in his room, he threw on athletic shorts and a t-shirt, then headed for the gym. Usually a closed book, Stan's mood was a palpable dark cloud. Extended crew and staff gave him a wide berth, a few even jumping out of his way as he stalked down the hall. The lights in the gym came on when he smacked open the swinging doors, tapping the power plate of the sound system with his fist as he passed it. He grabbed a roll of tape and beelined for the bags, using his teeth to rip the edge of the tape. When he finished wrapping his hands, Stan whipped the roll across the room with a grunt and went all in, balls to the wall batshit crazy on the bags. Many minutes later, he stood, drawing ragged breaths and clinging to the bag to hold it steady as his chest heaved. Then, suddenly, Alex was there, leaning around the other side of the bag with his steadfast gaze. Not surprised to see him, Stan nodded a greeting. If anyone knew what it felt like to lose control of a situation, to have things go abominably wrong, it was his boss. They shared a look before Stan swiped his arms across his forehead and went back in on the bag. Again, he beat that fricking thing with everything he had, pounding until his arms stung and went numb before staggering against it, holding on as he released the rest of his angst in a bellow. He fell to his knees, spent, covered in sweat, looking up as two other sets of feet appeared in front of him. Raising his head, he saw both Stephen and Gregor. Naturally, Stephen extended his hand, and Stan let himself be pulled up, accepting a towel and water bottle from Gregor. He wiped his face and chest, rubbed the back of his neck, and downed half the bottle. He stared at them for a second.
"I walked right into it,"
he said, still feeling sickened and bewildered at the thought. John had used his own insecurities against him. For the millionth time since he'd learned the truth, Stan pictured that day, He remembered stepping up to the welcome desk at the hospital. The receptionist's double take when he'd said he was there to visit Jenny D'Angelo. At the time, Stan had chalked her reaction up to his panicked face and urgent tone. But he'd learned the truth. John must have instructed her to alert him when he arrived. Maybe even paid her to let him in and to let John know so that Stan could see John on the bed with Jenny, practically in the bed. He'd been so stunned at the image, he'd frozen there in the hall. Old wounds opened and clouded his judgment. Lost in a fury of emotions, he'd blocked Jenny's number that day.
"I left her,"
he said, meeting Stephen's eyes, then Gregor's, and then Alex's. What had begun as a whisper grew louder when he said it again.
"I left her. I left her to fend for herself in the hands of a snake. A snake!"
He bent at the waist, shaking his head. He'd known Jenny was fragile when he'd put her on that plane. But if he'd been aware of the extent of John's psychosis then, he would have gone with her no matter how it looked. She'd kept it all to herself, though. And Hayden was his boy. That boy was his. Stan chuckled softly, feeling a wry smile cross his face. At least Alex's insistence that he be the one to collect Jenny, and Mr. D'Angelo insisting that she stay at the compound suddenly made sense. Sadly, his amusement lasted a mere second. Stan raked his hands harshly through his hair, shaking his head.
"My girl was pregnant, and I left her. I left her and cut her off. And the whole time I was with Amanda, protecting her throughout her pregnancy."
The guilt he felt over that was unbearable.
"How do I wrap my head around that?" "I don't have an answer, Stan,"
Alex said in a low voice.
"I can't take back what happened or how. For whatever reason, you were meant to help my family at the cost of your own. It's a debt
He motioned to Stephen and Gregor.
We will never consider settled. Never."
Stan knew that was true. He felt it in their serious, unwavering looks. The gravity of what had happened, and the fact that they were only then realizing the expense it had come at, was sobering.
"We can fix this,"
Alex said.
"She thought I left her."
He threw his hands in the air.
"What am I saying? I did leave her."
He felt sick all over again.
"Alex is right,"
Evan said, joining their circle, a determined look on his face.
"We're going to fix this." "How is she?"
Stan asked anxiously.
"She's strong, Stan, and while this is technically out of my professional purview to say, I consider you a friend, too. You haven't lost her."
Stan gave a sharp intake of breath.
"I need to see her, Evan." "You need to give her a bit of space right now, Stan." "No, I need to fix this. I abandoned her. I've been hostile since the moment we walked into the estate. If you paid attention—"
Stan stopped short, scowling when he saw Evan chuckling. He couldn't imagine what Evan found funny, but something about the doctor's reaction and the genuine warmth Stan felt as Evan reached out to pat his arm made him pause and reflect.
"Paying attention? Yes, Stan, I paid attention."
It dawned on Stan then that the good doctor must have known about the baby, too. Were he and the girls the only ones who'd been in the dark?
"This can be repaired," Evan reiterated. "I'm sure of it. But let's approach it in the right way."
Stan took a deep breath, still shaking his head, still trying to wrap his mind around everything that had happened.
"I blocked her, though. And when I took Amanda into hiding, the rest of the world went with us."
His laser focus on protecting the girls had been a godsend at the time, had allowed him to push all thoughts of Jenny to the far corners of his mind. At the moment, he regretted it deeply.
"Stan, you can't blame yourself." "No," he said harshly. "I can. I was so caught up in the fairy tale vision of our future together. I never stopped to think about what Jenny might be keeping from me, What John had put her through to make her want to leave immediately and so forcefully.
Why would you? You only feel that way now because of what you've learned today. Things you couldn't have known before. Jenny chose not to share that with you in that moment for a reason, Stan. It's understandable. Stan shook his head.
I need to see her. I need to talk to her.
You need to give her some space. You need to let things settle. As difficult as that seems, Stan, it's only been 24 hours since you picked her up. You will talk to her in time.
Yeah, but whirlwinds. That's our thing, Ev.
He'd had her in the Keys by the time they'd crossed that 24-hour mark the last time. I understand, but patience, Grasshopper. Just because she knows the truth now doesn't take away the pain she's felt for over a year. Not just because of what happened at the hospital. We must account for her years with John. It took until the accident for the abuse to turn physical, but a slow burn of manipulation and gaslighting has done a number on our Jenny. Those patterns are hard to break. Internal cues and defense mechanisms often take over when someone has been through what she has. Even in the most perfect of circumstances, she would need to do real work there. Evan exchanged a look with Alex, then finished with, I'll see you at dinner. I'll escort Jenny myself and start laying the groundwork for what I hope will be a quick reconciliation. Chapter 15. Southampton, New York. Jenny smiled when she saw Evan waiting on the bench outside her door. Already she felt an attachment to him, an easiness with him, and was relieved to have him escort her to dinner. May I? He asked, gesturing toward the staircase. Of course. How are you? Better, as far as my episode earlier. As for the rest... She shrugged. A little unsteady. But isn't that par for the course? His eyes were compassionate, filled with warmth and understanding. I would like nothing more than to say yes. But honestly, in life I've found that nothing is par for the course. His answer wasn't the one she'd expected. When she peered over to him, she saw something she recognized in his eyes. A flicker of understanding, or perhaps his own sadness. You too? She asked, sensing he was speaking from personal experience. He smiled ruefully, gave a nod, and said, Yes, me too. As it turned out, Evan was a gem and good at what he did. His advice, delivered as he slowly walked with her to dinner, was simple and, frankly, spot on. He advised her to feel what she needed to feel, say what she needed to say, and take each day or hour or minute as it came. He went on to say that there was no right or wrong where feelings were concerned. They were all valid. As they got closer to the dinner table, he finished it by saying that he was available to her 24/7. By that point, he had her so calm and at ease that she hadn't noticed that they'd already walked through the massive kitchen and were standing at the threshold of French doors that led to a section of terrace that looked like something out of a storybook. Though she hadn't yet gotten to visit the space, Jenny could tell this was where meals happened regularly at the Montgomery estate. A big square table and various seating arrangements, a large sectional, a few chaises, and club chairs dotted with lap blankets, throw pillows, and small tables filled the large space. Umbrellas and huge potted trees were strewn with tea lights, and strategically placed heaters for the cool nights rounded out the decor. Emotional roller coaster aside, more and more, Jenny was liking hanging with this crowd. Everyone looked relaxed as they talked among themselves. Stephen was pouring wine, a hand lingering on Sam's shoulder as she looked up at Jenny with a nod. Rosa was cuddling Xander in her lap while Helen, Trevor, and Michael listened to Callie, who was telling a very animated story, with bright smiles. Alex and Amanda were cuddled up together and looked to be deep in conversation, their heads bent close. Jenny looked around for her father, finally spotting him sitting in the corner, speaking with Stan. She took a deep breath. Oh, Stan. He was wearing one of her favorite button-downs, a baby blue gingham that stretched taut over his arms, shoulders, and chest. He'd worn it when they'd gone out to dinner near the end of their Keys trip. Back then, she'd commented on how soft it was and how sharp he looked in it. But Stan always looked put together, even in jeans and a t-shirt. She wondered, for the millionth time, how it had all gone so wrong. If not for the whole of the past year, the picture before her would have been perfect. Stan and her father sitting next to each other, speaking so comfortably. They'd always enjoyed an easy camaraderie, and it was obvious by her father's warm, affectionate look that he'd never questioned Stan's character or allegiance to her. Something about that struck her. Her dad had been right about Stan. That realization helped to soften the edges of everything that had happened even further. Stan was the first to notice her and Evan in the doorway, standing at once, his unveiled expression filled with concern, tenderness. The move gained everyone else's attention, and warm smiles from all were cast their way. The other men stood as Evan walked her to her seat, and as soon as he'd pushed her chair in, Trevor, Michael, and Stan headed back inside and started carrying out large platters from the kitchen. Like a well-oiled machine, they seemed to have their system down. The women made room in the center of the table and started passing bread baskets filled with crusty baguettes, thick slices of sourdough sprinkled with toasted onion, and what looked like soft popovers. Platters in deep bowls were passed around the table family style. Caesar salad, roasted vegetables, 2 different pastas, a penne zitti and gamili, followed by perfectly dressed, thinly pounded chicken marsala and saltimbocca. Jenny was so charmed and taken by the warm atmosphere that she was surprised when Stephen laid a hand on her shoulder. She hadn't seen him making his rounds, but saw that he held up a wine bottle, a lovely red, and gestured to her glass. She nodded, and after he poured, she put a hand on his forearm. "Thank you, Stephen, for everything." She hoped her expression conveyed how grateful she was to be there, drama and emotional wounds aside. He patted her hand, looking deeply into her eyes, and nodded his head in acknowledgement. Jenny had no idea where things were going with her and Stan, but she discovered that the air around them wasn't thick with animosity anymore. It was a welcome relief. She was about to put Hayden in the high chair that had appeared beside her when her dad came over and reached for him.
"Come with Nonno,"
he said, kissing Hayden, who squealed as he was lifted high in the air. Her dad looked down at her, then glanced to Stan.
"See?"
It was a loaded question, and the table suddenly went quiet as everyone and their brother, no pun intended, waited for her answer. The gravity of the moment had drawn all eyes to them. Of course she wanted Stan to have time with his son. At one point, she'd been filled with joy at the prospect of giving Stan the boy he'd wanted so badly. Jenny nodded to her dad and looked over at Stan, who sat in the opposite corner of the table. His eyes were on her, waiting, gentle, steady, grateful. God, how had they gotten so messed up? Again. She picked up Hayden's bottle, indicating that Stan should feed him. Stan gave a soft smile and held up his dinner plate, asking a silent question. With that simple gesture, Jenny relented, remembering what Evan had told her. "Whichever," she mouthed across the table, handing her dad the bottle so he had that too. Stan didn't reach for the baby right away, instead busying himself with cutting some food on his plate while he and Hayden babbled together. She was pretty sure Hayden would like everything but the marsala. He'd love the saltimbocca for sure. Who didn't like prosciutto, cheese, and a savory sauce? When the food was cut, Stan reached for Hayden. The handoff was perfect. So Stan. He held Hayden so the baby could look at his face, talking and smiling the whole time. Then Stan rubbed his head against Hayden's belly, making him laugh as the baby used his open hands to pat Stan's face and the top of his head, obviously enjoying the byplay. When she saw Stan's eyes shimmering with tears as he pulled Hayden to him, cradling him close, Jenny felt her own well up too. It was a moment she'd pictured so many times, especially in the beginning. Suddenly overwhelmed, she turned away, noticing as she did that the whole table was watching. Stan was obviously a valued part of the Montgomery crew. That first moment of true recognition over, Stan turned Hayden so he faced the table, and dinner truly began. Her father gifted their hosts a heartfelt "bellissimo" after sampling the fare, and Jenny realized then that they must have prepared the dishes in his honor. Another check mark for the Montgomerys. Out of the corner of her eye, she watched Stan feed a bit of everything to Hayden and laughed when she saw him shudder after a bite of marsala. Stan looked her way, his eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and wonder, as they shared a bittersweet moment. Near the end of the meal, Hayden started fussing for his mama, so Jenny's father scooped him up and brought the baby and his bottle back to her. Stan didn't push it, simply kissed his crown and passed him back with a nod of thanks. With Hayden nestled in her lap, Jenny enjoyed watching the rest of the Montgomery dinner routine. Everyone pitching in to clear the table before dessert started the whole thing all over again. Rosa brought out a stack of dishes, Helen silverware, Trevor, Michael, and Evan carried out platters of fruit, a gorgeous, tiered display of tiramisu and martini glasses filled with an assortment of gelati and sorbets. The women placed a French press of coffee and silver trays laden with cream and sweeteners at each corner of the table, while Stan set coffee mugs to the right of some whom Jenny figured must be the usual takers, herself included. Jenny let herself feel the warm glow of being known, recognized, loved, even if the evidence was just that he knew that she'd want coffee. Stan lingered a moment when he reached over her, stroking Hayden's crown, his heat familiar and appealing. She steeled herself against leaning into him, surprised by her instinctual reflex. As she forced herself to focus on giving Hayden his bottle, Jenny wondered if it could be that easy. Then she looked over at Evan, whose mindful, intelligent smile affirmed for her that maybe it could. The bustle of food and drink started up again, growing ever so slightly louder after Stephen went around offering cognac, brandy, and port for after-dinner drinks. And so began another round of storytelling, laughter, and camaraderie. This time, however, Jenny didn't turn her head every which way to listen in around the table. This time, she was interested only in observing the father of her child. He was clearly in his element among his chosen family and brethren, and she enjoyed seeing him so at ease. Each time their eyes met, Jenny let herself share a small smile, which Stan returned. It was late by the time they'd finished. So late that Jenny knew they'd waited for her and the girls to finish up their time together before gathering everyone for dinner. Another major mark for the Montgomery crew. Alex and Amanda went to tuck Callie into bed, and Jenny said goodbye to her dad. When he'd headed in the direction of the front door, she looked over at Stan, who was leaning against a pillar across the foyer, silently asking him if there was anything more they needed to talk about. Thankfully, Stan understood what a long day it had been and shook his head, motioning her toward the stairs. "Go to bed," his eyes said. She gave him a long, grateful look and nodded back. When she and Hayden reached the top of the stairs, she turned and peered down, unsurprised to see Stan looking up, watching them from beside the banister. Maybe one day they could get it right. Please. Chapter 16. Key West, Florida, 15 months earlier. Jenny grinned from her perch on the kitchen island, watching through the screen as Stan put their steaks on the grill. When was the last time she'd been this happy? Looking at Stan, she could almost imagine that this was their life, that she'd chosen him and they lived there together. Seemingly satisfied the steaks were okay, Stan turned back toward her, and when he caught her eye, the grin that filled his face told her that soon it all would be true. This would be theirs. Together. When he stepped inside, Stan stopped in front of her, cupped her head in his big hands, and kissed her.
We're moving this party out back, babe. Up.
Not breaking eye contact, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her legs around his waist, and he carried her, treating her like a porcelain doll, his porcelain doll. She wasn't complaining. Being loved and cared for by Stan was the most incredible feeling ever. God, what a fool she'd been all those years ago. She should have run to him, not away. He'd been like this, treating her like she could break at any moment since they'd made love earlier. Afterward, they'd lain quietly in bed. Well, okay, she'd cried, not so quietly, and he'd held her. And it was good, safe. She didn't worry about doing that girl thing and losing herself at that moment, worrying that she'd scare him off. There was enough history between them that she knew Stan understood. At least the part about being overwhelmed with them finally being together and sad about all that time, all those years they'd missed out on. All because of her. When she'd finally cried herself out, he'd kissed every inch of her face before settling on her lips. Stan was the most amazing kisser. He'd made love to her again, slower that time. They'd leisurely showered afterward, ditching their clothes for loungewear, and headed back to the kitchen. Stan had set her on the island then, so gently. He tucked her wet hair behind her ears and stood there a moment, just looking at her. Jenny smiled again, thinking about how he'd shaken his head, like he'd been awed that she was there, that they were there together. Then he pecked her lips and got busy finishing dinner. Now he set her down at the table, put the chair at an angle that suited him, and picked up a ginormous spatula. "I can't help with anything?" she asked again.
No, ma'am. My job, making you dinner. Your job,
he said, pointing the ginormous spatula her way.
Letting me. Tomorrow you can help.
He winked and took a sip of wine. She chuckled. Deal. Dinner was outstanding. Stan had always been a good cook, and his skills had only improved with age. After they cleaned up, set a few pastries out on a baking sheet and covered them with a damp cloth to rise overnight, they brushed their teeth and got into their pajamas, as if they'd done this every evening together for years. Stan wore a soft pair of shorts and a tee, and she held 2 nightgowns out for him to choose from. He liked the blue. They moved next to the swing on the big wraparound porch, watching the sunset. He pushed himself into the corner and pulled her against his chest, and after a few minutes of just sitting like that, he carried her inside and up to bed. Jenny enjoyed letting him move her around, put her where he wanted her. It wasn't like with John, where everything had been laced with an unspoken threat of, or else. No, with Stan, it was like coming home, and he always knew just what she wanted, was simply preempting her desires.
I want to do this every night forever,
he said, stripping down to his boxers, then gathering her close and spooning her against him.
I'm spent, babe, but come morning, I'm coming back for more.
She rolled over, pressed her hands to his cheeks, and kissed him. Wake me up anytime. She settled back in, lulled to sleep a short time later by Stan's steady breathing. Jenny woke up early, only this time it was because she'd slept amazingly well, not because she felt under constant threat. No racing thoughts, no anxiety. It was like Stan was the shelter to her storm. She wasn't even sure either of them had moved all night. She rolled over and hugged him tight, and another love-making session later, Jenny lay sprawled across the bed, head hanging over the edge, staring at the ceiling. She couldn't believe how comfortable she felt with Stan. She truly marveled at it. She'd never been so uninhibited. Of course, she'd only been with John, and theirs was more of a perfunctory sexual relationship. This was passionate, open, vulnerable. They weren't doing anything crazy or taboo, but there was a level of intimacy between them that she'd never experienced before. She realized then that it was because she trusted him. She grinned when she sensed him standing next to the bed behind her, and his face appeared above hers, looking down. His thick hair was a bit messy, and she knew hers was probably no better.
"Hi, babe. You okay?"
He asked. Does that entail speaking in full sentences?
"You just did. Congratulations. Want a shower?"
With you? She ventured. Yes, please. She inhaled deeply. Do I smell pastries yet? He chuckled.
"That'd be a no. Oven's hot, but I'm waiting until we get out of bed for good, so we don't burn the goods."
You're brilliant, Stanley Michael Finch.
"Come on, rag doll. Let's get you naked and washed up. I may even have my way with you again."
She blushed 100 shades of red, feeling so well used already. In the best way, of course. Good Lord, Stan. I don't even think I can move. She giggled again. She was doing that a lot. She felt high on life, high on Stanley Finch.
"How about this?"
He offered, reaching down to her.
"I'll do all the work."
Well, in that case, she teased, holding out her hands. Up we go. He chuckled, scooped her up off the bed, and made good on his promise. In retrospect, Stan had been right. Supplies were necessary. They spent the next 3 days playing house, and doing so to the hilt. Music on, they cooked, played cards, worked on a puzzle, and cuddled on the sofa to watch movies. All that in between long walks outside, playing in the water, and lolling in the sun. Breakfasts consisted of the anything-but standard eggs, bacon, and potato throwdown. Stan prided himself on homemade, and while Jenny was a fair cook, she really only excelled at side dishes and a few desserts. Pseudo-sous chef, now that she could handle. In fact, she enjoyed every second of it. There was nothing better than sitting on the counter and watching Stan staring deep in the fridge, big arms spread wide as he held the doors open. Well, maybe there was. Him bent over as he dug around in the freezer drawer. Before every breakfast, he'd peer into the fridge, then back to her, then back to the fridge again, cogs turning, gorgeous green-blue eyes shimmering before declaring,
"Today, princess."
The first morning had been fluffy scrambled eggs, perfectly oven-baked bacon laid flat beside crispy hash browns and flaky croissants. Day 2, quiche. Not just any quiche, but mushroom, caramelized onion, sausage, and Gruyere cheese quiche, set to perfection in a buttery browned crust. Day 3, classic eggs Benedict with a creamy hollandaise sauce and crispy seasoned potatoes. For lunch, they'd stuck to sandwiches and a pasta salad Jenny made with her favorite from-scratch dressing. When he'd first tried it, Stan had mmm'd, tugging on her pony, tilting her head back to kiss her appreciatively. Dinners had been luxurious. A huge tomahawk steak the first night, prawns the next, and the previous night, a grilled brick chicken they'd picked at with their fingers. The first time they'd played cards on the sectional, they'd each dug into a corner, at least for a few hands, until Stan threw his cards in the air and crawled over to get her. She'd giggled as he'd maneuvered her beneath him before kissing her breath away. Lying face down on the area rug afterward, while basking in the aftermath and feeling completely loved and physically sated, she'd noticed a stack of, are those puzzles? Stan had pulled her back against his chest, rubbing his chin against her shoulder before kissing the curve of her neck.
"Reagan adds a new one every Christmas."
Between his husky voice and whiskers, she'd shivered. Can we start one?
"Now?"
She chuckled and turned in his arms, cupping his face. While we're here. He'd grinned, rubbed his face against hers, and whispered,
Of course.
Jenny had never felt so loved in her entire life. Not like that. On the fourth morning, they were officially ready to leave their sanctuary, so Stan made dinner reservations. They spent the day lolling in the water, lounging on the beach, and making love. As dinner time approached, Jenny held up 2 dresses, the halter she'd worn the first night, and another one, strapless, yet to be worn. Both were newly purchased the same day she'd bumped into Stan. Thinking of that day, Jenny marveled again at the chance of it all, the coincidence. Suddenly overcome, his blue eyes, that specific night, swam before her as it struck her what she'd missed out on. What she could have missed out on again, if not for that opportune meeting.
Hey, what's wrong?
He came over, towel around his waist, and cupped her face.
You okay?
She reached out and took his hands in hers. What if we hadn't run into each other? Stan shook his head and kissed her forehead.
Babe, there is absolutely no doubt that we were destined to run into each other. If it hadn't been at that moment, we would have seen each other at the hotel. Or somewhere. I know it.
He had a point. They were in the same town, same hotel, same days. The odds? Fate was in their favor. He gathered her close, holding her when she laid her head against his chest.
It's gonna be okay, Jenny. We're almost there.
She smiled, hugging him back, praying he was right. She was so close to moving on. She'd never imagined when she'd settled in Palm Beach that Stan would be there, that they would reconnect, that he would take her to the Keys. When they arrived at the restaurant that evening, they sat outside, placed their drink orders, and enjoyed a bit of people watching in silence after a week of talking about everything under the sun. Nearly everything. Sitting there, something that had been nagging at Jenny rose to the surface. What happened with the department? Jenny asked. It was obvious that he didn't work for them anymore, but she wondered why. It was a subject that hadn't come up yet, almost as if Stan had been avoiding it on purpose. He'd been gazing out at the ocean, but quickly pivoted back to her. She saw the 1,000 things that seemed to pass behind his eyes, and the churning deep within them. She loved those eyes and stared back unabashedly as he considered an answer. She wasn't surprised when he gave an evasive,
I left a few years ago.
Jenny chuckled. She wasn't going to let him off that easily. If anyone was destined to reach and surpass their goals, it was you, Stanley Michael. What happened? His eyes narrowed even as he smiled at her.
You litigate, Tiger?
Sadly, no. She shook her head. Jenny's dreams lay by the wayside. He took her hand, kissing her palm.
You may be down, but you're not out.
He shook his head.
Neither of us is.
So, back to you leaving the department, she pressed. He stared at her so long she wasn't sure he was going to answer.
I towed the line, then crossed it. So, I resigned.
Her head reeled back. It must have been something. She stared in awe. Wow, Stan, Mr. Rules and Decorum, crossed the line. I'm sorry.
Don't be,
he said in a tone that implied he'd cross that line again if necessary. For a moment, Stan just stared at her, steadfast and silent. She blinked, losing the unspoken game of chicken. You're not going to expound, are you?
No, ma'am.
Then he took her hand, the restraint she'd felt gone as warmth filled his eyes and he kissed her palm. She let it go. And now?
Contracting, private security, great clientele.
He softened even more then.
I like what I do, Jenny. I like the people I work for and with. And it's lucrative as hell.
I'm sure you're the best of the best.
One of, so they say. My background and former employment help. Taught me what I need to know legally and where illegal lines get crossed. It's an asset to my clients.
Their chatter was interrupted when the three-piece band came back from its break and she heard an old favorite. "Are we gonna talk shop all night?" He grinned, eyes crinkling in the corners, and didn't mention that she was the one who'd brought the subject up.
You want to dance, princess?
"I thought you'd never ask."
Come on, gorgeous.
He led her to the dance floor, a pretty area on the pier strewn with tea lights. They enjoyed their dance so much, they returned twice. When it came time to pack up and close down the house, Jenny wasn't even that upset about leaving. They still had close to a week before she had to head back home. Home. The word seemed odd suddenly when it referred to the house she shared with John. It wasn't home. It was merely where she'd resided for a part of her life that was coming to an end. Please, God, let it be over. The drive back to Palm Beach was glorious. Jenny leaned back against the car's headrest, looking at the beautiful scenery and then over at Stan. She was so in love with him. She couldn't wait to get things with John wrapped up so she could start the life she and Stan should have been living years ago. Stan looked over just as the thought crossed her mind, and as though he could read her mind, his eyes filled with so much warmth. He'd been holding her hand but brought it to his lips, rubbing it back and forth. Egads, it did ridiculous things to her stomach, and she was pretty sure he was just showering her with love, not trying to rev her engines, which he did anyway. They stopped at the diner again, where Bev met them with a grin. "Hi, kids. How was it?" Jenny smiled back as Stan pulled her in, kissing the top of her head. "Amazing," they told her together. Then Stan led her to a booth and slid in next to her, because they still couldn't get close enough to each other. It was a great feeling. Another round of breakfast and coffee refills to go later, Bev waved as they left. Once again, Jenny wasn't sad to leave or even nostalgic. They'd be back, and soon. Even the hotel felt like a second home when they pulled up to the valet. She'd noticed Stan generously tipping everyone and made a mental note to make sure to pick something up for him as a thank you. A thank you for being the most incredible guy ever. A thank you for making her feel more loved than she ever had. A thank you for the promise of what's to come.
Will you stay with me?
He asked. Jenny nodded. Of course she would. Neither of them wanted to be alone. They didn't need space, not after all these years apart. Their time in the Keys had shown her how easily they got along, how right they were together. "Can we go to my room first so I can grab some things?" she asked.
Of course.
He tipped a bellman who followed them with a cart, and when she began riffling through the closet, he put a hand on her shoulder, stopping her. Jenny was confused until Stan turned to the bellman and said,
"Take everything, please,"
before helping her gather her things. It was symbolic. So was the way he held her as they walked to his room, which she had never been to before. Her mouth fell open when he held the door, and she walked into a beautiful suite with a veranda that led to the beach. Wow.
It's a special occasion, and we got lucky. Last-minute reservation cancellation. Shower, nap, dinner?
Jenny chuckled. You mean shower, make love, nap, dinner?
Yes, ma'am. That's exactly what I mean.
They stayed at the hotel for the day and evening, enjoying the beach, eating at the grill, and taking a late-night walk. The next day, they hit the shops. Stan wanted to get a gift for Reagan, so he led Jenny to Tiffany & Company. Jenny loved that store. It was where she always purchased wedding and housewarming gifts, but she'd actually never gotten anything there for herself. A pretty charm bracelet caught her eye, and Stan tried to buy it for her, but silly as it might sound, she didn't want to jinx their relationship. She wanted to wait until the divorce was final before he gave her any gifts. In less than a week, she would be free, and she and Stan could start the life they'd both imagined. On their last night together, Stan made dinner reservations and took her into town again. When she saw the crowd at the upscale restaurant on the water, she couldn't believe they'd gotten in. They were greeted by the hostess, who addressed Stan by name, and their table was one of the best in the house. Those things, combined with the minuscule weight and the fact that they occupied a foretop, confirmed to Jenny that Stan had either pulled some strings or that he was welcome anytime. She'd bet on the latter. Stan had just ordered a bottle of wine and an appetizer when the owner came over to greet them.
"Stan, my man, how are you?"
Stan smiled, got up, and did that hug/shoulder pat that guys sometimes did.
"Jack, thanks for getting us in tonight." "For you, anytime." "Jack, this is Jenny D'Angelo. Jenny, a client and friend, Jack Devereaux."
After a few moments of pleasantries and small talk, Jack left, and Jenny reached out, touching Stan's arm. He was wearing a button-down made of performance material, and it was not only soft, but gave to the contours of his muscular frame while still being sharp.
"Hi, gorgeous."
"Hi."
"What's for dinner?"
Jenny shrugged, chuckling. "Do I have to decide?"
"We'd be here for eternity."
He laughed.
"How about one steak, one fish, and we share?"
"Yes, please. You order." They started with the appetizer he'd ordered, a salmon carpaccio, moved on to share a house salad, which was off the chart incredible, then enjoyed a fillet, grilled prawns, and asparagus. They talked the whole time, but avoided the subjects she knew would come in the morning, their last day. Making definitive plans, the logistics of packing, the airport, their time apart, and their reunion. To cap off the meal, they shared a chocolate souffle, then, as they got ready to leave, thanked Jack, who picked up the dinner bill despite Stan's protests. On the way out, Jenny smiled inwardly. Stan hated being treated to anything, and gifts made him just as uncomfortable. His sense of decorum was so strong that she almost hadn't gone through with her impulse to get him a gift. But then, she'd seen a compass at the store the other day, and it had seemed so perfect for him, useful, and would be a nice addition to his collection, but also metaphorically true, for Stan was the compass, her compass, that she'd had it engraved and rushed the order, hoping it would be ready by the time she saw him again. The next morning, Stan held her closer than usual, her impending trip back home unspoken but clearly on their minds.
"After breakfast, why don't we get you packed? Get it out of the way,"
he suggested. Jenny nodded. She wasn't going to cry. It was scary having to go back home, but she knew she had the strength of Stan with her. She also had the strength that she'd found before she'd run into Stan. That part made her feel best. She wasn't doing this for or because of Stan. She had started this journey on her own. It was only, well, maybe since she'd made the hard decisions, closed certain doors, this one was opening for her at the perfect time. She'd take all these incredible memories home, although where she'd lived with John didn't feel like home. Her father's felt like home, Stan felt like home. But there, no, not home. "I don't want to take everything," Jenny said. "I'll be back by Friday."
"You won't need to be there for the movers?"
Jenny shook her head. She wasn't taking anything but her personal items. She just wanted out, a fresh start. Stan nodded and opened her carry-on, helping her arrange the items she started grabbing from the closet.
"I'm keeping the dress and the nightgown,"
he said, holding up the items. She grinned. "You can keep most of everything. I really just need my purse and the warmer stuff." All the new clothes she'd bought in Florida were summery anyway, and she had enough of everything else at the house. The drive to the airport was somber. Her nerves were kicking in and her anxiety was starting to overwhelm her. Stan clearly sensed it and was a bit tight himself. When he realized, at the airport, they'd have to part ways at security, he went to the counter and bought a one-way ticket so he could go all the way to the terminal and wait with her. She was so grateful she didn't even try to stop him. At the gate, they sat side by side until boarding started, and they called her section.
"I'll be right here,"
Stan told Jenny, standing with her.
"It's gonna be fine. Go back, do what you need to do. I'll be right here waiting for you."
While that sounded reasonable, logical even, Jenny couldn't ignore the uneasy feeling that was settling in her stomach. She'd just had the best 2 weeks of her life, and suddenly she had to go back to that ugly place filled with uncertainty where things went bump in the night. She told herself to be brave, to look at how far she'd come already. She'd hang on to the new memories she and Stan had created, and in a handful of days would be back on a plane and out of there forever. Stan clutched her arms and shoulders.
Hey, look at me.
She pulled her lip between her teeth and met his gaze.
Our future is right around the corner. It's gonna be amazing. Just like I always knew it would be.
She nodded, cupping his face. It was hard to speak, but she said, I can't wait. He rested his forehead against hers.
Jenny,
he implored, his eyes searching hers.
When we start that family we talked about, I want to name our son Hayden.
She smiled, which caused the tears to fall. After your dad?
Yeah. Last time, babe. Then it's all us. 'Kay?
She nodded, then burrowed into his chest as he held her tight. She felt like a teenager, desperate not to leave her boyfriend. Then he kissed her and reiterated,
1 week, that's all.
She held his face and, looking into his eyes, repeated, 1 week. I'll see you in 1 week. The gate attendant gave Jenny a sympathetic smile as she placed her phone on the electronic reader to scan her boarding pass. Jenny turned one last time and looked at Stan. He gave her a nod, which Jenny returned before turning and making her way onto the plane. She had a window seat, and through the glass wall of the terminal, she could see Stan leaning against a pillar. He stood there watching until the plane taxied to the runway. It was a picture that stayed with her. She loved his quiet strength, his shelter to her storm. She'd been such a fool all those years ago. Stan was her rock. He'd never let her down. Not only had the past 2 weeks proved that, but they were also, bar none, the most incredible in her entire life. Her hand splayed the window as the plane left the ground. Please, God, give me the strength to get through these next few days. Amen. Chapter 17. Southampton, New York. A little past midnight, Stan headed back to his room. He'd escorted Jenny and Hayden to the bottom of the stairs an hour earlier, keeping his distance and watching until they disappeared down the hallway. He'd give his right arm to be with them at the moment. Putting his family back together was paramount. For the time being, though, he'd be happy with the fact that things that night had gone well. He'd gotten to be around the table with Jenny, to hold his boy. More than that, he'd fed him, nurtured him, sat with him. It wasn't a full-on reconciliation, but he wasn't in a position to complain either. Walking down the hall, his head finally clear, or at least clearer, Stan pulled out his phone. He'd been so overwhelmed with the night's events that he hadn't checked his emails at all, not even after Jenny had gone to bed and he'd sat at the bar in the living room, which was extremely unlike him. He did a cursory check and was surprised to see one from Johnny sent shortly after he'd left the mansion.
Son, with Jenny's permission, here are some pictures of the baby. He's a good boy, a true joy and a real delight, just like his father. And since my daughter compiled these pictures for you and she's not in any of them, may I present, without Jenny's permission, my favorite candid shot of her holding Hayden. My guess, she was thinking of you. G.
Eager to see the photos, but wanting to be fully alone when he did so, Stan quickened his pace, nearly jogging the last few steps to his room. Door shut behind him and laptop out, he opened the file Jenny had put together first, an album. There were over 100 pictures of Hayden, spanning from the day he was born, lying in his hospital bassinet, to more recently, sitting up in an adorable rugby-styled romper, smiling and holding a plush football. Appropriately, Daddy's boy, Stan thought. unable to help himself. Stan's cursor hovered over the other file for a few seconds before he clicked on it. When it opened, his breath caught as his fingers brushed the screen. Jenny, holding their boy, her lips pressed to his crown as she looked off into the distance.
Jenny Bird, I messed up. I messed up so bad.
He kissed the screen and, like an idiot, hugged his computer. Then he looked through every picture again. At 2 a.m., Stan stopped pacing in his room, gave a determined and decisive nod, walked down the long hallway that led to the foyer, and stared into the display outside of Alex's home office. One retinal scan later, he opened the doors and entered the satellite hub of Calder Defense East Coast. He sat in the chair behind Alex's desk and thought, for a second, about the consequences of going after John. Then, consequences be damned, he spun toward the computer. It had to be done. Steadying himself, Stan stared at the mothership, the one computer that housed everything, for a solid minute before he plugged in his credentials and waited for the intel to populate. Whenever they met for a case, or even for something as simple as planning the logistics of their family outings, everything from the computer could be seen on the bank of screens on the wall by the conference table. A table replete with its own internal touchscreen. That way, if they were gathered around to map something out together, they could enlarge it simply with the touch of their hands. Eyes narrowing when the information he was looking for didn't appear. Stan tried another tack. Nothing. He swore and tried again.
You'll need this.
He'd been so immersed in trying to figure out why the mothership wasn't working for him that Stan hadn't noticed Alex enter the room. His boss gave him a knowing smile and laid a small fob on the desk. Encryption key? Well, that'll help.
Forgive me, but I wanted to know when you were moving on John.
Ah, so Alex had purposely locked him out of the files. Like he'd locked him out of Hayden's birth certificate, the file he'd been denied access to on the plane ride to get Jenny. In hindsight, a smart move. If he'd known, Stan would have gone into the situation half-cocked and enraged. Alex sat in one of the chairs in front of his desk as Stan spun around to face him. He hadn't turned on the lights, so only the glow of screens lit the room. Beyond the open doors, he could see the silhouettes of Gregor and Stephen standing sentinel on either side in the hall.
You're not here to stop me?
Stan asked warily.
Stop you?
Alex looked offended, which made Stan grin reflexively.
Stan, we give more credence to the term old school than anyone else presently on the planet. You know that. If you're looking for revenge, vindication, retribution, or whatever you'd like to call it, we're with you and behind you.
2 thumbs up appeared in the doorway at Alex's words. Stan chuckled. Loyal retinue and all. They may be from different worlds, but he, Alex, Stephen, and Gregor were cut from the same cloth. Turning back to Alex, he shook his head, deadly serious again.
Not only did John rob Jenny and me twice, he messed with her for years, Alex. We know,
Alex said, his face softening ever so slightly. He was Stan's boss, but he was a good friend, too.
We didn't know, however, until Johnny called 2 nights ago. I hope you realize we wouldn't sit on information like that.
I do, Stan assured him. Then, motioning to the intel,
I'll suss out where he is. Your point,
Alex said in agreement.
We'll move on your say.
Stan stayed behind the desk, long after Alex and the guys left. He read every piece of information he could find on Jenny's ex-husband, taking careful notes and laying out the loose outline of a plan. John was still living in Virginia, in the house he and Jenny had shared. It looked nice on the outside, but as Stan knew, it was anything but within. Appearances were deceiving, especially in the case of one John Bennett Monroe. Stan had known that, even way back when.
Your time is almost up, Monroe. I'm coming for you. and you will rue the day you decided it was okay to mess with my girl."
Feeling better at having formulated a plan, Stan headed out of Alex's office and, bypassing his own bedroom, walked upstairs. When he hit the landing, he passed Amanda and Alex's suite first, grinning at the placement of their quarters. Alex wanted first crack at any threat to his family. Even with all their high-tech security, you couldn't take the man out of the man. Stephen's room was next, placed so that they'd have to go through him to get to Sam, whose room was one past his. Stan paused briefly outside Jenny's room, one of the 3 guest suites, before heading toward his destination, the large sitting area just beyond it, situated in an alcove between Jenny's room and the children's suites. He took a chair, Helen's favorite, and as he got comfortable, he realized why she liked it so much. He needed to be close to Jenny and Hayden, and this chair allowed him both. A calm settled over him as he looked at her door. Jenny still loved him. He knew that. He may have messed things up royally, but he would move heaven and earth to make their family whole again. Plan in place, he slept soundly for the first time in days. When Stephen woke him a few hours later, Stan was surprised it was already 8 a.m., which for all of them was on the later side. Considering how crazy the past few days had been, however, he conceded that they all deserved a pass. As he followed Stephen downstairs, he let his fingers brush lightly across Jenny's door. Once dressed, Stan grabbed a coffee from the glass carafe in the kitchen before Rosa added it to the large silver urn. She stood, watching him, then put a motherly hand to his face and said, "You're a good boy, Stanley. It's going to be okay." Her warm smile and nurturing were a welcome affirmation, and Stan felt his shoulders relax. "Now go," Rosa said, shooing him out onto the terrace so she could get back to preparing breakfast. Alex and Amanda were up, cuddling on an oversized chaise, clearly enjoying the quiet before the house truly came to life. He gave a nod and was about to head down to the coast to leave them be when Amanda called out to him. "Hey, Stan." He nodded to her, then offered, in explanation for the distance he'd kept between them the past few days.
"I was trying to give you some space."
"We're good," she said, snuggling closer to Alex. "I talked to Jenny last night. We were pacing with the boys around 1 a.m., teething." Stan forced a smile, but inside he felt a pang. He wished he'd known. He could have helped. He grabbed a chair, turned it, and sat down.
"Spill."
Alex chuckled as Amanda pulled a face. "Well, I'm not going to be disloyal."
"Amanda, I saved your life, and I've kept you safe for over a year. I took you out of town, much to your husband's displeasure, and did so out of loyalty to you." "I'd spill,"
Stephen said as he joined them, pulling up a chair beside Stan. "Oh, fine," Amanda sighed. "It's not like I have state secrets or anything," she said, pulling a wry face which clearly amused Stan. "But she wants to be sure you have access to Hayden." Stan smiled. Positive step in the right direction. She thought, if you had a crib in your room. What? Like shared custody? No.
"That's a horrible idea."
Sam padded out and curled up on the sofa across the way. Head on the cushion facing them, she said, "No, it's not. Think about it. If you have the baby, she'll come to check on him, and vice versa." Stan rolled it over in his mind and realized that maybe Sam was right. A vehicle to move things in the right direction. It would be natural, not forced. He was so deep in thought he didn't notice Jenny come outside with Hayden until she had nearly reached him. Hayden had her hair in his fist and was trying to fit it into his mouth. It was super cute. The whole fricking picture. Mesmerized, he just sat there like an idiot while Stephen stood to grab another chair for them. Jenny shook her head, though, and pointed in Sam's direction. Heat rushed to his cheeks at the blunder, as everyone else greeted Jenny with a morning, and she settled down next to Sam. "I could get used to this," she said, smiling. Everyone muttered some version of "you will" under their breaths, all meaning it quite literally. Stan, already looking too far into the future, he knew, wondered how she'd feel about becoming a part of their entourage in residence. Or whether she'd prefer that they find a house nearby. Hell, on both coasts. Amanda nudged him with her foot, breaking him out of the house hunting he was already doing in his imagination, and he looked over just as Jenny leaned back into the cushions. Hayden was squealing, drooling all over himself, super happy this morning. It was an amazing sight. Noticing Jenny didn't have coffee, and eager to rectify his earlier blunder, Stan went to the beverage bar Rosa had laid out and filled a cup to her liking. "Trade you," he said when he returned to her with the coffee, head nodding toward Hayden. "You hear that, Hayden? Your father thinks I'll trade you for a cup of joe." Jenny said it so easily, "your father," and his heart nearly burst. Then she kissed the baby's crown and said, "Unfortunately, sweetie, he's right. I love you, but since he kept me up last night, I think you'd agree that I deserve this." Stan chuckled. He knew his girl, and his girl needed her coffee. "A bit embarrassing," she said on a shrug as she traded Stan baby for coffee. "I caved on the first crack. You learned that tactic as a part of spy school protocol?" she asked as she took her first sip. "Lesson 1, Module 1, Stephen said as he carried a coffee over to Sam. Stan chuckled, brushing Jenny's hands with his as he clasped their boy. She shrugged. "I mean, come on, it's coffee." "No explanation necessary," Sam said with a wink. "If this is what we do every morning, I'm in," Jenny offered, obviously not realizing how much she already was. In, that was, as in a permanent fixture of the household.
"While this is our normal start, we're still working on the rest,"
Alex said, peering at his watch.
"We're out at 1000.
Stan nodded as he pretended to eat his son's fist. Hayden started laughing so hard he nearly lost his breath, and Stan looked at Jenny, her bright, gleaming eyes mirroring his joy. This was it. She was letting him in, and they were on their way.
"Take it slow, Finch. She's back and still yours."
Stan grinned at the baby, taking a big fake bite out of his hand again, sending him into another fit of laughter. He could do this all fricking day. Life was really looking up. Chapter 18. Southampton, New York. After a lovely breakfast on the terrace, the crew began to depart for places unknown, and Jenny leaned back, watching the bustle for a moment, taking in the byplay between cast and characters. Alex and Amanda's undisguised love for one another was clear when he cupped his wife's face to kiss her goodbye. Stephen and Samantha's barely veiled looks and obvious body language, as the other brother brushed Sam's shoulder and at the door turned, pointing at her like they shared some secret, silent dialogue. Disrupting her from her musings, Stan settled Hayden back into her arms, looking at her with all the warmth and promise of what could be.
"I'll see you a bit later, okay?"
She nodded, content with a goodbye. Then Michael waved to the table at large, while Trevor, his stomach clearly an empty pit, grabbed another croissant and filled it with bacon, his goodbye muffled by the bite he'd already taken. As he passed her, Amanda, smiling, held out a linen napkin for him to wrap it in. Jenny noticed Alex still standing in the doorway. She thought he might be waiting for the boys, but instead he stepped aside to let Trevor and Michael pass, staying put and catching Evan's eye. The doctor shook his head, motioning with a cut across the neck, then looked at Jenny, who quickly averted her eyes, pretending she hadn't been watching. Given what she'd seen, she wasn't surprised when Evan approached her as they came back inside and asked if she would spend some time that day talking through things. Her immediate reaction was an unequivocal no, combined with a bit of frustration that the easy spell of the morning was suddenly broken. She'd done enough introspection and self-analysis over the past year to fill a lifetime, and was about to tell Evan this when a creeping feeling in the pit of her stomach gave her pause. If her few days at the compound, and how she'd handled them, had taught her anything, it was that she really hadn't actually worked through anything per se. She'd only learned to live with her pain, to work around the emotional wounds. Even her work so far with Evan, if you could call it that, had been about maintaining a status quo. She didn't want to be stuck in the past, any past. She wanted to move forward, truly move forward, learn to trust again, trust herself. It was obvious that Stan was and always had been the good guy, even if John had twisted her reality enough to make it hard for her to see that. With a newfound clarity when it came to her past, she wanted to put it to bed once and for all, to truly move on. So, Jenny gave Evan a small nod and agreed to a session after Hayden went down for his morning nap. In the meantime, it was nice spending the morning with the girls, the atmosphere a bit different without the guys around. It was remarkable how smoothly they fell back into the easy camaraderie they'd had as a trio when she and Samantha had been in law school together. They took showers and got ready, popping in and out of each other's rooms, half-finished conversations hanging between things like, "Can I borrow?" or "Do you have?" and even, "Oh wait, you have to try this." It was almost like they were back at school, aside from the fact that they were in a large mansion and not the cramped off-campus apartment she and Samantha had once shared. And, of course, there were babies and children to tend to. Watching Callie zoom around the house running and playing, her arms spread wide, reminded Jenny of a younger version of herself. How happy, carefree, and trusting she'd once been. When she met with Evan a bit later, Jenny told him about her revelation, where she'd realized that she'd basically been putting herself on ice for the past several years, not actually dealing with or healing from anything. As they chatted, he helped her see where she'd taken responsibility for things that simply weren't her fault, where she'd made excuses for John's manipulations so she could live with less animosity. She had only wanted peace, and instead had been entrenched in a war she hadn't realized she was engaged in. Unpacking that had helped her see that those patterns had been a part of her for quite some time, and that she wasn't inadequate. She wasn't bad at certain things. Well, unless you counted sports, but really, what did that matter? Couldn't she just be Jenny, warts and all, and be loved and accepted for who she was? Evan's answer was a definitive yes. He warned her, though, that being back in the fold, engaging with friends and family, would make her highs and lows feel more extreme. This was normal, he assured her, and gave her some practical techniques to use in such situations. That settled, they spoke about her feelings for Stan, how much she loved him, and how much her fears and previous hurt were holding her back. It wasn't that she feared Stan would leave her again, or that he'd wounded her so deeply that they couldn't recover. In truth, it wasn't Stan at all. After all, John had tricked them, and she couldn't hold that against Stan. She herself had basically let the same thing happen back in law school. She'd let John take the upper hand, and instead of running to Stan, she'd run from him. She, Jenny. So Stan thinking she'd left him again when he'd seen John in her bed in the hospital was hardly a stretch. It was just that the whole thing, John running into Stan, the accident, discovering she was pregnant, learning everything she'd believed was wrong, all of it was, quite frankly, shocking. Like she'd encountered a sensory overload to all her systems and she needed the dust to settle. Jenny could envision her and Stan together in the not-too-far-off distance, and she knew in her heart and soul they could get there again. But she just didn't fully feel ready. Not yet. She couldn't turn on her feelings when they'd been turned off and shuttered for so long. She felt almost like a toddler where her emotions were concerned. She was all over the place. But after talking to Evan, Jenny felt lighter, and the sensation lasted for the rest of the morning and into the afternoon. At lunchtime, Jenny floated into the kitchen, startled to see Sam holding Hayden. She'd been so lost in her thoughts that she'd forgotten he would have woken from his morning nap. "Oh, did Mama miss your wake-up time?" Jenny asked, leaning in to kiss Hayden. Sam smiled. You may have, but I didn't. He's such a good boy, aren't you, Hay? Yes, you are. You're a very good boy, she said in a sing-songy way that adults use with babies. They had a beautiful lunch, served at a small table near the balustrade of the terrace, tucked off to the side by steps that led down to the manicured lawns. Afterward, they headed to a pretty garden-like sitting area so Callie could run and play on the grass for a couple hours before they put the kids down for naps. Mid-afternoon, with Callie and the babies sound asleep, the women settled into the living room, talking and working on a puzzle that was set up on a table in front of a massive floor-to-ceiling window that faced the ocean. When they tired of the puzzle, they moved to the large sofa and chairs in the center of the room, which gave Jenny the prime vantage point to watch as the guys came in through the front doors later that afternoon. She was surprised at how easily the day had passed and couldn't remember the last time she'd been so relaxed. Trevor and Michael waved into the living room before heading down the hall that led to their rooms. Stephen pointed at Sam and nodded toward the kitchen. Jenny chuckled. Your boyfriend's hungry and wants your company, she said, interpreting his sign language. Sam rolled her eyes and tossed a pillow at Jenny before getting up and heading his way. Poor confused soul, Jenny thought with a snicker. Stephen was clearly smitten with Sam, yet Sam still refused to give. Jenny shook her head at Sam, but realized quickly that it was a little like what she herself was doing with Stan, keeping him at arm's length. A moment later, Jenny felt eyes on her and saw that Stan himself was standing in the entrance of the room, watching her. She blushed lightly under his gaze, but then decided that maybe it was time to take a leap, or at least a few baby steps. After a long moment of just looking at one another, Stan asked,
May I take you somewhere?
His voice sounded different than usual, quieter, softer. Jenny startled at the question, the idea of leaving the compound suddenly terrifying to her. At her obvious hesitation, he added,
Just a drive, Jenny. Maybe a stop in town.
Baby too? She asked, realizing that since he'd been born, she'd never gone anywhere without Hayden in tow. Stan shook his head.
Just us.
She looked around, realizing she actually felt a bit panicked. Not that she didn't want to start taking those baby steps with Stan, but she hadn't expected it to start immediately. Amanda nudged her with a foot, and Jenny turned to her friend, eager for any kind of guidance. It sounds nice, Amanda said encouragingly. I'll listen for Hayden. Jenny wanted to press her for a more concrete yes or no, but her friend was obviously leaving the decision completely in her court. A good friend move, really, Jenny supposed, though still frustrating. She turned the prospect over in her mind, but after a moment, felt warmth spread through her at the thought of a drive with Stan. She analyzed the sensation, as Evan had taught her to do, and realized she felt good, not sad or nostalgic, only positive feelings mixed with that promise of what could be. With a decisive nod, she agreed. Okay. Stan suppressed a grin and held out his arm. He waited until she reached him, then gestured toward the front doors. He led the way but kept terribly close to her as he did so close she could feel his heat, smell his aftershave. It smelled good. He smelled good. As he reached for the door, she paused, feeling almost physically caught in the crook of his arm and body as he held it open for her. To his credit, Stan didn't rush her, or even make mention of her hesitation. In fact, he just closed his eyes and smiled. Yeah, it wasn't that she was questioning going with him anymore. She just was getting caught in his magnetic field, the same way she had when she'd crashed into him on the cobbled street in Palm Beach. And, she had to admit, it felt good. Once she forced herself forward, Jenny headed toward one of the navs parked in front, but Stan caught her lightly by the arm and shook his head.
I have a better idea,
he said, a mischievous grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Equally amused and intrigued, Jenny followed him towards a cherry-red sports car, which she hadn't noticed before, parked off to the side of the paver-lined courtyard. She turned to Stan, who was wearing a Cheshire cat grin, clearly pleased with himself for the surprise. Before she could say anything, his phone rang, and Stan winked at her, holding up a hand as he answered it on speaker so she could hear. Clearly, this was part of the plan. He held her gaze, which made Jenny lose herself so deeply in those shimmering green orbs that she was startled at hearing Gregor's metered words.
"She was only delivered this morning." "I know," Stan replied, eyes still on Jenny's. "We'll be careful."
He pressed the end button on a laugh, then held her door open and took her hand, steadying her as she slipped inside the new car. He leaned in to buckle her, and Jenny let herself be taken care of the same way he had when they were together the previous year. She watched as he strode around the front of the car, obviously trying to fight the broad smile that crossed his face the moment he looked at her through the windshield. The whole thing caused butterflies in her stomach.
"Ready?"
he asked after buckling in himself and starting the car. She nodded, the familiar feeling of trepidation raising its head again once they were shut into the small space together, but then she let herself sink into it, the car, Stan, the ease of their togetherness, and broke out into a full-fledged grin. His eyes sparkled when he looked at her.
"God, I love seeing you smile,"
he said, reaching out to brush his hand down her cheek. The contact felt good, and she teared up, feeling emotionally overwhelmed for a second. At first, Jenny was embarrassed, but then she remembered what Evan said about highs and lows. They were just feelings, erratic, yes, but normal. With that calming thought, she got a hold of herself and shook it off. No more tears, Jenny. Time to buck up, babe, she told herself. Seeing her struggle in real time, Stan's eyes softened.
"We've got this, Jenny, however long it takes,"
he assured quietly, reaching over to gently squeeze her hand. Jenny marveled at how confident he seemed, but then again, it was like the man was made of confidence. Even when he'd come to get her a few nights ago, thinking she'd long left him, he'd had this self-assured presence and exuded authority, like he belonged there, like he could handle anything. How did he do that?
"Talk to me,"
he said, interrupting her internal dialogue. "I was just wondering how you're always so confident," she told him, not bothering to sugarcoat it. "You're so good at taking care of everything, having a plan, seeing it through."
"Stan, the man with the plan?"
he asked, and Jenny was taken aback by the bite in his tone. Stan frowned and stared ahead for a long minute, clearly lost in his own thoughts. Then he took a deep breath and shut off the ignition. When he turned to her again, something in his face told Jenny they were on the cusp of sorting things out, of clearing the air once and for all. And she was ready, whatever he might say next. Tell it like it is, and let the chips fall where they may. She'd gotten through these past 2 years and come out whole. Surely she could talk to Stan. He was the father of her baby, and, as it turned out, the love of her life.
"I was a wreck after Palm Beach, Jenny."
His eyes misted, and his voice cracked as he said this. He took a deep breath before he let the rest of his words spill.
"I erected a steel wall around my feelings for you, and I swore emphatically that they'd never see the light of day. It worked, too, for the most part. Until I saw you again."
He shook his head and reached for her hands.
"When it was clear you were staying here, I was a hair's breadth from walking out on Calder if I had to stay on your case. I've never been incapable of carrying out a job. Not once, Jenny. Not until you."
He gave her a rueful grin.
"Don't let the bad guys know, but you're my kryptonite, babe."
"I don't want to be your weakness," Jenny said, her heart dropping. "I want to be your lodestone."
"Oh, Jenny, you're that too. Don't you know that? So, confidence?"
He made a sound in the back of his throat.
I'm not so sure. I just know we're so good together it's stupid. And whatever knocks we've had to take, somehow we've weathered them.
Sensing an opening to lighten the mood, Jenny gave him an "are you kidding me" with that face, which made him laugh.
Okay, let's call it a Cat 5.
She gave a thumbs up at the assessment.
We can sort this out, Jenny. Whatever that means, whatever you need. No pressure.
I don't want to be a victim anymore, Stan. I don't. I want us to be whole and good, great, like we were before. Knowing the truth made it easier to believe in their future, but it didn't take away their past. There's this disconnect between my heart and my mind. It's like my brain knows what actually happened between us and why, the true reality. But my reality was all I had. She shrugged. I'm having a hard time reconciling the two, or I guess letting go of what I thought was real.
I'm so sorry.
His mouth drew into a thin, pained line.
I'll never stop trying to make up for that.
But that's the thing, Jenny said, suddenly feeling calmer and more in control than she had in months. I don't want you to feel like you have to do that. It's my thing. She reached out and touched his arm, laying her hand flat against his thick bicep. It was warm, and her fingers curled around the side. His eyes softened as she absently caressed him. Can we just take it slowly? Make sure it's natural. I know we jumped right in last time, but I'm not there right now. Stan gave her a grateful nod.
As long as I know there's a someday, I can work with that. Wherever you are is fine with me. Your pace. Just know, I'm not letting you out of my sight again. I'm afraid you're stuck with me and the circus I come with, babe.
Just don't stuff me in a clown car, she joked, then realized she'd made the joke at her own expense. The last time she'd been stuffed in a car had ended poorly.
Never,
he said softly, recognizing her blunder.
I need your phone, please.
Without even asking what he needed it for, she handed the phone over. Passcode is Hayden's birthday, 01.
17,
Stan said with a smile.
You think I didn't memorize that right away?
A warm glow rose in Jenny's stomach. Well, okay then, she said, returning the smile. What do you need my phone for, anyway?
I have a new number. I just want to switch it out.
Stan told her as he opened her contacts and began to scroll. Jenny's smile tightened. He wouldn't find his name in there. She'd deleted his contact more than a year ago. It was easier not having to look at it. To his credit, though, when he realized, Stan said nothing, just added himself as a new contact and handed the phone back. So, are we going to sit here all day? She asked cheekily, ready to move on. He smiled again and said with a wink,
Come on, gorgeous. I had a plan, and you'll see what it is in a little bit.
Feeling lighter than she had in weeks, Jenny settled back in her seat as they drove into town. Once they'd parked, Stan came around the car and opened her door before she even got her seatbelt unbuckled. It was busy, despite being the late afternoon hour, that odd time when people are home getting ready to go out for dinner or having already been in town for lunch or shopping and have gone back home. Stan took her hand and helped her out of the car, as natural as anything. Once she was up, however, he let go with an apology, murmuring something about giving her space. He led them down the street and, after a block, stopped and motioned with his head to a storefront. She'd been so occupied with trying to relax and just be, she hadn't really noticed any of the shops or boutiques they were passing. This one had beveled windows that were painted with pretty lettering, and when she looked beyond the storefront, her mouth fell open at seeing her favorite treats gleaming like a beacon. Eyes wide, she grinned. Ice cream?
Or a caramel apple, he said casually.
Wait. She put her hand against his chest. Did you say or? He smiled knowingly.
Did I?
That's not funny. His eyes said it again.
We're gonna get there again, and it's gonna be spectacular.
but out loud, he offered a friendly,
"Come on, let's fill your trough for the day."
laughing and a bit giddy, she let him pull her inside. They milled around a bit, picking out some novelty candies like squirrel nuts, Bit-O-Honeys, and an assortment of old-fashioned taffies. Stan eyed a candy necklace and grabbed it for Callie, and after exhausting the shelves and barrels, they got in line for ice cream. When it was their turn, he leaned against the counter, smiling from ear to ear as she tried to choose, patiently waiting like he had all day. In the end, they shared a 2-scoop sundae, vanilla bean and coffee, drizzled with caramel sauce, whipped cream, and pecans. Jenny couldn't remember the last time she'd felt so happy. Hayden aside, this little excursion with Stan, and especially their time in this shop, was the best memory she'd made in a very long time. Before leaving, they loaded up on a few quarts to take home. Stan knew everyone's favorite flavors and had already told Rosa he'd be bringing back dessert. 4 huge caramel apples, 1 plain, and an assortment of others covered in things like crushed Oreos, toffee, and pecans rounded out the rest of their order. As they left, Jenny rubbed her shoulder against his, really feeling their closeness in the moment. "Thank you. This was really nice." He smiled down at her.
"We'll bring Hayden next time."
On the way back to the estate, Jenny watched the scenery fly by through the sports car's window, returning her thoughts to something that she'd been turning over in her mind all day, namely, how she and Stan had gotten to this point. Eager to put the last of the hard stuff behind them, she turned toward him, curling into the seat. "I think things had to be this way," she said quietly. He gave her a quick, quizzical glance before his eyes went back on the road.
"Why would you say that?"
"Well," she answered slowly, carefully, "I'd never really been on my own aside from college. And that doesn't really count because everyone is on their own and you're there with friends. But after that, I went from my parents' house to John's, where I led the life he approved of. Looking back, Stan, I never fought for anything." She shrugged. "I just accepted it." Stan looked like he was about to say something, but she shook her head. "It's okay, I don't need sympathy. The emotional attachment to those years isn't as powerful as it once was, and Evan's been great at helping me sort through things. After the divorce and my move to Florida, I learned how to be an adult and take care of myself." As he turned into the property and waited for the gates to open, Stan made a sound in the back of his throat.
"Yeah, you learned the art of evasion and how to protect yourself."
"I think you're missing my point, Stan," she insisted. "If not for the accident, things would have been so different. I would be different. And there are parts of this new me that I really like." He pulled the car into its spot and turned off the ignition, giving her his full and undivided attention.
"I'm glad you see it as a life lesson, Jenny. But I would give my right arm to have had things play out differently. Knowing you were alone, knowing you thought I'd—"
He made a face, then just said it.
"Ghosted you. I can't imagine how that made you feel. If I haven't said it enough, I'm so sorry."
She reached out and cupped his face. "You have. It happened to both of us, Stan." She broke her no more tears rule, but figured the moment warranted some. "I can't imagine what you thought and felt when you saw me in the hospital with John. I was so ready to come back to you. I'm sorry, too." Once didn't feel adequate, so she whispered it again. "I'm so sorry, Stan." As his arms wrapped around her, she let herself sink into his embrace. They stayed in the car for some time, quiet and content. She thought about what Stan had said earlier, and for the first time felt in her bones that he was right. They had weathered a storm, and maybe, just maybe, the tides had finally turned. Chapter 19. Southampton, New York. Stan grinned as he dried off after a shower. Through the monitor and open bathroom door, He could hear Jenny in his room. Samantha had been right about the crib after all. For 2 days, he'd let Jenny come to him. Hadn't pressed it, merely insisted they co-parent with Hayden sleeping in his room half the time. It was working like a fricking charm. He'd even given Jenny her requested space. He hadn't even kissed her. Well, he'd kissed her palm, and her fingertips, and her forehead. Okay, so he'd kissed her, but he hadn't pulled her into his arms and covered her pretty lips with his, drawn on the fleshy parts, and... He groaned, his own fault for letting his thinking get away from him. After the drive into town a few days ago, and their breakthrough conversation, the first time they'd talked, really talked, he and Jenny had found a comfortable middle ground. He didn't mind taking things slow, and if he was being honest, he didn't have it half bad. Jenny was a floor away, and open to a full reconciliation. She just wanted it to happen on its own time naturally. Stan understood. At least he did after she'd explained where she was coming from. So if she, just needed a bit of time to return to him, no problem. Count him in. He rubbed the towel over his head one more time, then wrapped it around his waist and ran his fingers through his hair before he walked back into his room, feigning surprise when Jenny's pretty mouth formed an O.
I didn't hear you come in.
He lied. Sorry, she said, a slight blush to her cheeks. I missed him. She motioned with her head to Hayden, who was still sound asleep. I knocked, and when you didn't answer, She shrugged, rolled her eyes, and said sheepishly, I guess I just came on in. I wanted to be sure he wasn't in his crib before I went off searching for you two.
Jenny, you don't need to explain.
He rubbed her arm, noting with satisfaction how her eyes glanced down to the towel around his waist, then reached out and touched Hayden.
He fell asleep right on schedule, and I caught up on some paperwork.
Translation: Stan had kept the baby up longer than he was supposed to, then followed up on the leads he had on John, who was still in Virginia. But until he and Jenny were on solid ground, he didn't want to make a move. After a few discussions with Alex, Stephen, and Gregor, Stan had settled on either scaring the bejesus out of him, or beating the crap out of him, or maybe both. A guy like John would easily self-destruct after a purposeful confrontation and being schooled. Until then, however, the guy could go on being drunk on his own power, just the other side of delusional or psychotic. The stench of John washed clear away when he looked back at Jenny. He couldn't wait to share another meal with her, their son, and the crew.
I figured I had plenty of time to shower and get dressed for dinner. I have a monitor in the bathroom.
I wasn't worried in the least, she said, as if she hadn't barged into his room unannounced and stayed. He raised a brow, calling her bluff, and chuckled softly when she relented. Okay, fine, but I wasn't worried. Even her eye roll was adorable. I'm just used to being with him all the time. It's been only the two. She let her voice trail off.
Hey,
he said, taking her hand.
It's okay, Jenny. It has been only the two of you.
He started rubbing her palm from wrist to fingers, watching her eyes flare with each stroke. He shook his head, realizing he was getting caught up and needed to get some clothes on fast. The last thing he wanted to do was come off like he was pressuring her to move faster than she wanted to.
Now, I'm gonna get dressed. Why don't you sit?
He gestured to the sitting area behind his desk.
That chair is super comfortable.
As soft as Helen's? She asked with a grin, her cheeks going a soft shade of red again.
You know about that, huh?
She shrugged. I heard. And thank you. Really. I've never felt safer.
I don't ever want you to feel unsafe again. This compound gives the term safe house new meaning. There's a reason we occupy this wing of the estate. If anyone breached the interior, they'd never make it past Greg or me or the other guys. And on the apocalyptic chance someone did, Alex and Stephen would send them to hell with their bare hands. They might look like aristocrats, but they're basically supermen beneath the surface.
I got that feeling the first night I arrived. It was like someone said, Montgomery Brothers, activate. Stan chuckled. It was a good description. Jenny looked at her watch. He should be up soon.
Or not, he thought. You've done well keeping him on a schedule and in a steady routine. He's a great sleeper.
Wish I was, Jenny said almost absently. He wished so too. She had been a good sleeper, at least when he'd slept with her. He wondered if she still startled awake. He sure as hell hoped not.
Jenny, I meant everything I said to you. I'm doing my best to stay behind the line, but I hope you know. I want the whole package. Hook, line, and sinker.
She looked up, and something in her eyes changed, in her body language too. Holy hell. I do too, Stan. She laid her hands on his chest, and if he was reading her correctly, laid an invitation at his feet. Well, maybe not carte blanche, but it was a beginning. He leaned down slowly, giving her ample time to protest, but Jenny nodded, lifting her arms and wrapping them around his neck. When his lips covered hers, the cacophony in his head as the blood rushed through felt almost as good as sharing their first kiss in years. It was difficult to keep it light when all he wanted was to crush her in his arms, lay her on the bed, taste her, and make her his again. He groaned, drawing and tugging a bit before moving on to kiss every part of her face, and then pulling away.
Slow, right?
He whispered, and brushed the back of his fingers down her cheek, then moved a lock of her soft hair behind her ear. He knew, felt it deep in his bones that he could have pressed further, but he didn't, wouldn't. She made the cutest face and almost looked disappointed, confirming it.
Hell yes, Jenny Bird. We are on our way.
You should probably get those clothes on then. He leaned down and kissed her one more time before stepping behind the line again, then pointed her to the sitting area as he went to change. She stayed in his room while he got ready. He made sure to take his time when he heard Hayden coo on the monitor. Stan wondered how she'd handle it. Would she grab him and go, or would she wait? The next 5 minutes were joyous and bittersweet all at the same time as he listened to her greet and pick up their son. Hi, baby, she cooed over the monitor, her voice filled with love. Did you have a nice nap? I bet you did. She talked to him, sang to him, and asked if he had a good time with Daddy. His eyes teared, and his heart warmed when he heard, "We'll wait for Daddy, okay?" Then she whispered, and Stan all but stopped breathing so he could hear her words. "We're going to be a family, Hayden, just like we were supposed to be." Stan took a moment to pull himself together before he came back into the room. He would make this the best fricking walk to dinner ever.
You're with your girl and your son. Chin up, Finch.
He smiled broadly, then bent to scoop up the baby and held out a hand to help Jenny up. She took it, smiling when Hayden squealed. You like living with the Montgomerys, don't you? Jenny asked as they left his room and walked toward the foyer. Hayden was bouncing in his arm, making ba-ba noises, very pleased with himself. Stan laughed, then answered Jenny's question.
I do. I've been with Amanda, Sam, and Callie since mere weeks after we...
He stopped, letting his voice trail off, wishing he'd phrased things differently. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to steer it back there. He sighed.
It's difficult to avoid, isn't it?
She stopped and put her hand on his arm. It is. And it's okay. Remember what I said. I meant it. I really believe it had to be this way. It means we have a few more emotional scars, but so what? They shared a moment, staring at one another. And Stan, the man with the plan, threw caution to the wind. Screw the line, he thought as he reached out and pulled her in. She came willingly, fully leaning into him, occupying the side of his chest that Hayden wasn't against. His son, his girl, in his arms. Thank you, God. Another step closer. Music was playing softly through the sound system, and he rocked with them in his arms for a few minutes on the foyer floor. After a moment, Callie ran past them, then backtracked to hug their legs before moving on. Tender moment interrupted, he and Jenny laughed and started walking again, he with his arm around her, and she leaning into him. It took him a moment to remember what they'd been talking about.
I love the family I found here, Jenny. I don't, however, like the expense it came at.
She'd clearly heard him, but didn't miss a beat before moving on. What's it like in California? Sam said you guys were there most of the year, but now you're bicoastal. He took Jenny's cue and let his impulse to talk about the heavy stuff go for the time being. Jenny knew how he felt.
California's amazing. I'm surprised I like it so much. But I was so busy before Alex and company showed up. My affinity kind of snuck up on me.
He decided to keep it vague, realizing at the least that he needed to have a conversation with Alex and Amanda to figure out what, if anything, needed to be explained to Jenny. He wasn't used to people in the house not knowing their story.
You and Hayden will love it. Guaranteed.
She paused, clearly noting his implication that she and Hayden would be in tow when he went back, but didn't comment on it. So, what happened that Amanda and Alex were separated for so long? She asked instead. And there it was, the billion-dollar question. Stan wondered how Jenny would react to the truth. Would she even believe it? If it hadn't been for Callie, Stan wasn't sure Amanda would have ever said anything, even to him, about her crazy time-traveling sojourn to the past, or Alex's real identity. And if not for that little girl in her old-fashioned dress that very first night, and her very real fear while Amanda was in surgery, he may not have believed it himself. And that was just the beginning. Callie's first few days of being exposed to the 21st century had been startling, especially with Amanda nursing her own emotional and physical wounds. Back then, if Callie hadn't been attached to her mother's side, she'd been stuck like glue to him. Every time she'd pointed at some simple gadget or something as commonplace as a shower or city bus, he'd sunk deeper into suspicion that something much bigger was at play. Thank God, Sam was there the next day, and when the full story started to come out bit by bit, he decided that it was something he couldn't dispute, so he took it at face value. They'd all been together since, whereas Stan had already considered Sam a good friend and Amanda too by default. They shared a new bond, deep and binding. Realizing it would be too much for Jenny at the moment, even if he'd been given the green light by Alex, Stan landed on, "Not my story to tell." "I understand," Jenny said, looking up at him. "We're good at keeping secrets, aren't we?" She paused. "We've all kept Sam's." He was a bit stunned at her statement, but knew she was right. They'd kept Sam's secret for years. As far as he knew, despite all of their new friendships, it was still only the three of them who knew.
True. I've never mentioned it. And I'm positive that if Alex, Stephen, or Gregor were aware, I'd be one of the first to know. I'm not looking forward to the day they do find out.
With a finger to her lips, Jenny cut that part of their conversation, gesturing to Gregor, who was heading quickly down the hall behind them. When he passed, Gregor smiled warmly, giving Stan a clap on the back. Jenny and Stan meandered the rest of the way to dinner, enjoying it just being the two of them and Hayden for a moment. When they reached the kitchen, they found that it was bustling. The boys were sitting at the table with Callie, who had somehow already managed to become entrenched in a game of Uno. Evan was talking to Helen, and Rosa was directing a few of the staff as hot pans sizzled and platters and bowls were pulled from the cupboards and shelves and arranged on the island. Luckily, in all the chaos, no one made a big deal of their family-like display. Stan held the door open to the terrace, where Stephen and Sam, heads bent, were picking out some wines from behind the bar. As they approached, Stephen asked Stan and Jenny if they wanted anything.
"We can wait,"
Stan replied, turning to Jenny.
"I want to show you something."
He led her down the marble steps and along the path to a sitting area with a perfect view of the ocean. "It's gorgeous," she breathed.
"I lived here with Amanda and Sam last spring before I took them to California."
"I can understand why they'd want to come back. It's the same reason my parents never left and my father's held on to that big house even though it's only him and Riz now." After a few quiet moments, they started back up the steps, hearing more voices as everyone else made their way outside and took their seats. Stan held out Jenny's chair and kissed his boy before handing him back and taking the seat next to her. She smiled and touched his arm. Suddenly, the chatter came to an abrupt halt, as everyone seemed to, at the same time, take note of the change between them, smiling accordingly before the typical Montgomery-style pandemonium resumed. Dinner was great, one of the best he could remember, probably because of Jenny's easy presence beside him. It was leisurely, jovial, and he found himself relaxed, not on edge like he'd been for the past few days. In fact, there was no edge at all. He leaned back and watched Jenny smiling and laughing right along with the rest of them. She fit right in. Odd how they'd all ended up together. Not just him and Jenny and the girls, but the brothers, Gregor, Evan, and the boys, too. There was this cadence between them, a symbiosis that couldn't be denied. Who would have thought that with all their very real differences, all their wounds and hurts alike, they'd find this level of camaraderie, peace, affection, and love? At times like then, he'd swear they were all destined to be together, like him and Jenny. Maybe Jenny was right and it had to be like this. To borrow a phrase from Alex, to hell with the past. He and his girl and their son were on the brink of having it all.
Patience, grasshopper.
Chapter 20. Southampton, New York. Jenny awoke with a start, eyes on the baby, hand over her wildly beating heart. Then she let her breath slow. She almost cried happy tears when she got her bearings, so relieved to discover that it wasn't even midnight, and she was in her room at the Montgomerys, not back in Florida, where she'd been only a week ago in the house that had never truly felt like home. Not alone. The spectacular evening from a few hours before crossed her mind as she relaxed. Her time with Stan in his room, their walk to dinner, then the meal on the terrace, an hours-long affair of fabulous conversation, great food, and so much warmth and affection. It was no wonder Amanda had said dinners were sacred at the compound. After their meal, Jenny understood what she'd meant and felt the exact same way. Afterward, they'd all adjourned to the billiards and game room, where they'd engaged in a rather cutthroat family game of Yahtzee. Jenny had never seen anything like it. They'd broken up into 3 teams, and for the next hour, she'd been swept up in the most boisterous fun ever. Surprisingly, despite the loud cheers and jeers of the players, and Callie's bouncing and clapping, both the babies had fallen asleep in the arms of their respective fathers. They'd gone upstairs afterward to put the babies in their cribs and Callie to bed. If it hadn't been for everyone congregating for a few minutes in the hallway, she would have tried to have been more direct with Stan. Instead, when she'd yawned twice, he'd stepped behind his stupid invisible line and, despite the early hour, directed her to her bed, giving her a slow, toe-curling kiss goodnight before heading back downstairs with the rest of the adults. As her heart rate slowed and her breathing became normal again, Jenny heard music from downstairs, and a few seconds later, Amanda's beautiful voice. When next she heard Hayden coo, she wondered who had awoken whom. Jenny got out of bed to check on the baby and found him chewing on his fist, his blue-green eyes staring at her as she laid her hand on his torso. His little legs kicked in excitement, and she chuckled, picking him up with a grin. "Hi, baby," she whispered. "I guess we're up, huh? Why don't we walk around a bit and listen to Aunt Amanda sing? She's pretty spectacular. Maybe we'll find Daddy still up and in the sitting area." Silently, Jenny decided that if they did, she would tell him it was time to dispense with the line once and for all. She wanted him in her bed, or her in his, even if it was just to sleep beside him. Filled with excitement, Jenny stepped into the hallway just in time to see Callie in a ruffled nightgown and zippered hoodie, obviously sneaking out after bedtime as she tiptoed past Helen, who'd fallen asleep in her chair. When the little girl made it past, she grinned, clearly quite happy with herself that she'd pulled a fast one. "Well, aren't you precocious?" Jenny said, holding out her hand for Callie to take. Kind of hard to be a funbuster when you're a co-conspirator instead. And obviously, the rest of the adults, or at least Amanda and Alex, were downstairs. "I know what that means," Callie said on a giggle. Of course she did, Jenny thought. She was the daughter of two brilliant people. "Where are we going?" Jenny asked, accepting that her original plan to stay upstairs was gone, but suddenly anxious to see Stan. "I want to sit with the Admiral while Mama sings." Jenny thought it was adorable that Callie called Alex Admiral just as frequently as she called him Papa. She had no idea where the nickname had come from, but it did seem to suit Alex, or at least what Jenny knew of him. "Is Hayden teething too?" Callie asked as they made a quick diversion back into Jenny's room so she could grab a robe. "Xander was crying really hard earlier, and Mama said it's because he's getting teeth and that hurts." As she was falling asleep, Jenny had heard Xander's cries, poor thing. Luckily, Hayden had been spared from that particular pain the past couple of nights. Callie chattered adorably as they walked downstairs, crossed the foyer, and started toward the formal living room. Jenny stood in the threshold for a second, captivated by the intimate family scene. Amanda was seated at the stunning grand piano situated in a corner by the windows. Alexander was on the other side of the room, reclining on a sofa, his son on his chest, sipping from a rocks glass as he looked lovingly at his wife. Sam was curled into the other end, head on the cushion, while Stephen poured drinks behind the bar, and Stan sat on a gorgeous stool talking to Gregor, laptop between them, both actively working on something if the notepads on their laps were any indication. Oh, what she would have given to have always had a home that felt like this. The warmth that oozed from every inch drew her forward, and as she crossed into the living room with Callie, she heard the first bars of Landslide. No one sang Stevie better than Amanda. Everyone smiled as they entered, and when Alexander waved his daughter over, Callie skipped away from Jenny, only to be quickly pulled against her father's side. Stan came over, a concerned look on his face.
"You okay? I thought I put you to bed."
She blushed at his words, then shrugged. "I guess I was hit with a severe case of FOMO."
"You didn't miss anything. We do this almost every night."
He motioned over to where Alex was.
"Minus the baby," he chuckled. "Babies," he corrected, rubbing Hayden's back. "And Callie. Well, as you can see, she's been a bit more restless than usual with all the excitement of being back here for the summer. We're all still settling in."
He took her hand.
"Sit with me."
Jenny nodded, but stopped him as he tried to guide her father inside. "Should I change?" He made a face.
"No. Everyone save Gregor and I was about to turn in when Xander awoke."
So they were working. What was so important that it needed to be addressed at 11 p.m., Jenny wondered. "Do you need to finish what you were doing?" He grinned, then looked down at their joined hands.
"I like this better."
Scanning the room, Jenny noticed that everyone else was in some form of pajamas or comfy clothes, and felt much better about her own appearance.
"Here."
Stan reached for Hayden, his large hands covering the baby's back and wrapping around his little torso. She let him go, enjoying Stan's touch as much as she had earlier.
"Bar? Or over there?"
He said with a sweep of his head to where Alex and Sam were sitting. She gave a small smile and pointed to the sitting area. Stephen caught her attention and raised a glass, a silent ask if she'd like a drink. She shook her head as Stan reached for her hand again, pulling her father into the room. She felt their connection so intensely, even stronger than she had earlier. It was all coming together. She felt like she was coming alive from the inside out again, but this time, it was merely a matter of finding solid ground with Stan. Their trip to town had been instrumental. She wondered if he'd known that's what they needed, a bit of time, just the two of them. A frank, direct conversation so they could move on and start new, fresh. She was giddy with excitement. There they were, a family, with their friends, old and new. Stan steered her toward the love seat and waited for her to sit down before taking the corner beside her, his weight causing her to tilt against his side. She tried to straighten herself out, but then his arm was around her, a whispered, "Please," in her ear. She glanced up at him, his eyes soft and filled with warmth, love. She nodded and leaned in. From his perch on Stan's chest, Hayden cooed along with Amanda's voice. Stan chuckled, kissing the top of his head. The movement brought her closer. She snuggled in, waiting for an opportunity to tell him she was ready. Ready for them to be together. She wondered if she'd get the words out or turn 1,000 shades of red and just hope he got the message that she wanted to crawl into bed beside him and stay there forever. It felt so good to be next to him, that energy she loved so much between them, that peaceful harmony that she'd only ever experienced with Stan. Jenny distracted herself from her thoughts by focusing on the people in the room again. She watched as Stephen came over and took the club chair next to Sam's corner of the sofa, then saw Sam scooch her legs over in obvious preparation for her not boyfriend's feet, which he put next to her. Jenny chuckled softly, causing Stan to give her a soft squeeze and press his lips to her forehead. Feeling grateful she'd awoken and come downstairs, Jenny sank deeper into her newly revived feelings of contentment, wrapping her arm around Stan just beneath Hayden's little legs. Amanda started another song then, and Jenny decided as soon as it was over, she would tell Stan she wanted to sleep in his room that night. Instead, nestled in Stan's protective arms, listening to Amanda's voice as she played and sang, Jenny was lulled to sleep right where she was. Chapter 21. Southampton, New York. Stan came awake slowly, still in the living room, the welcome weight of his boy on his chest and his girl by his side. Before he'd headed up to bed, Alex had moved an ottoman over so Stan could stretch out his legs and, after some careful maneuvering to make sure Jenny was completely covered with the blanket Sam had put over her, he'd closed his eyes and, on a prayer of thanks, fallen asleep. They were so close. It hadn't taken Jenny much to see that they were still on the right path, just interrupted. Odd, he thought. Alex and Amanda had had a similar path as far as the interruption went too, and look at them. Insane that he and Jenny had each spent more than a year filled with animosity and doubt toward the other, when they had never needed to feel those things. He wondered again at her comment, the one she'd made about things happening the way they had for a reason. It had some validity when he looked at it from a distance, not just for him and Jenny, but for all of them. He leaned over and kissed the top of Jenny's head. She stirred but stayed asleep, so Stan decided not to move either. Watching the sunrise, Stan unpacked Jenny's belief even further, slowly breaking it down. Jenny had needed to feel whole and self-sufficient, and was convinced that that wouldn't have happened if she hadn't been given space to be on her own. It made him sick to think about the things she'd been subjected to in order to achieve that independence. But since she'd done it and had come into herself, how could he take that away from her? And then him. He'd needed to lose what he'd found most valuable in order to up and leave the continent, just on the cusp of the Montgomerys needing him. Without allying with the Montgomerys, he'd never have been on the receiving end of Johnny's call. That realization floored Stan. When looking at the trajectory of events and all the players, it almost felt divine. Just then, Hayden fussed and Stan gave him a reassuring pat as Jenny leaned in and rubbed her face against his side. He still couldn't believe he was holding his family in his arms. "Morning," Jenny greeted softly, stretching a bit before snuggling closer. She pressed her lips against his side in a kiss.
"Morning,"
he returned, kissing her head again. "I slept so well." She squeezed him. "But you could have moved us to your room last night." He stilled at her words, wanting to be sure he'd heard her correctly. He lifted her chin, gently cupping her face.
"Just so we're clear, you and I, same page?"
Her eyes were bright and filled with love. "Better. Same paragraph.
Same sentence?
Same word, Finch."
"Nice. Well, your timing stinks,"
he chuckled.
"We're out early today."
He tightened his arm, bringing her closer, and kissed her pout, growling when she sank into it and kissed him back purposefully.
Abominably nice.
Hayden, having been the most amazing baby ever throughout the night, decided enough was enough and gave a screech. They both smiled as she used his chest for leverage and pushed herself up. "Okay, baby," Jenny said, plucking Hayden off his chest, her voice animated, something she reserved only for their son. Stan loved it, and loved being a part of this morning's wake-up. She lifted their little boy so he was right before her. "Hi, baby. We slept well, didn't we?" She smiled so brightly Stan nearly wept. But as she hugged Hayden, she got terribly quiet, clearly ruminating on something. After a long moment of making circles on the rug with her foot, she looked over at him, her face deadly serious. "You never stopped loving me, did you?"
Not even for a second.
A frown marred her pretty face. "He should pay Stan."
He will, Jenny.
Realization swept across her face. "Oh, God, you're going after him."
Jenny, laying aside the offenses that didn't leave a physical mark, he's guilty of felony assault at the least.
Stan had read the accident report and, considering what had happened, was shocked Jenny was whole, based on the speed he was traveling when he sideswiped the retaining wall. John could have killed her.
"That bastard's gonna pay for what he did to you,"
Stan said.
"Not to mention what he did to us."
"I don't want you hurt." He wanted to promise her he wouldn't get hurt, but he knew he couldn't, so he told her the truth instead.
"I can't let it go."
She rubbed a foot back and forth over the area rug again, then looked back at him. "Can you slow walk it then? Just for a little bit." He appreciated her quick capitulation, but wasn't sure it changed anything. John Monroe was going down, and the groundwork would be laid that day with a meeting in town that morning to go over the particulars and logistics.
"I'll take it under advisement."
She nodded. "I just want you whole and safe." Stan shook his head.
"Babe, you need to trust me. Again."
She gave him a soft smile. "It's at the top of my list." Chapter 22, Southampton, New York. The drive to town was beautiful. Stephen at the wheel, Amanda, Sam, and Jenny in the back of their Calder Navigator. Apparently, Amanda never went anywhere without security anymore. Jenny wondered how much of it was her star status and how much was her husband wishing to keep her wrapped in cotton and secure. Stephen or Stan were Amanda's usual guards, or point as the guy said between them to designate who was in charge. And truth be told, Jenny was a bit disappointed it was Stephen. Not that she didn't like Stephen. She did. In fact, she was becoming terribly attached to all of them. It's just that Stan was... well, she didn't need to explain. Stephen caught her eye in the rearview mirror, and she gave a quick smile, then blushed with embarrassment as if he knew what she'd been thinking. Earlier, Stan had told her he had business in town, but it wasn't until after he'd left that Jenny had realized he'd been a bit on the cryptic side. When she'd asked what the business was, he'd been evasive, brushing her off by changing the subject, muttering something about needing to bring his black cap along with him since the weather threatened rain. The whole Calder team wore black caps in the rain, so that wasn't the weird thing, but his evasiveness was, especially since he'd just asked her to trust him. Deciding not to let her imagination get the best of her, Jenny pulled herself back to the present and focused on the girls and their conversation about where they might go for dinner when they finally had the chance. Apparently, with all the recent commotion, they'd only made it to town for lunch a few times, dinners not so much. Jenny added to the list a few restaurants she'd always enjoyed when visiting her father. Looking around the SUV, she remembered another question she'd meant to ask Stan. "I don't understand," Jenny puzzled, figuring Amanda would be able to answer just as well. "Why navigators? I thought Tahoes or Escalades were the trade standard." Amanda laughed. "I wasn't with Alexander at the time, but the story goes that they used to have Tahoes. Then he heard of the brand, the name Navigator, and saw the trucks, and he traded in the entire fleet." Amanda rolled her eyes. "The Admiral has a thing for navigation." "He's got a thing for you," Sam said, and Stephen smiled his agreement in the rearview mirror. "Wait, he's really an admiral?" Jenny asked, trying to piece the new information together. No wonder the other brother Montgomery had that ridiculously authoritative presence. Though, truth be told, Stephen, Gregor, and Stan weren't far behind. Was. Amanda left it at that, but there was a strange look in her eye. Jenny sensed there was more to the story than Amanda was letting on. "And?" she pressed, remembering how odd Stan had been when a similar subject had come up the day before. Amanda chuckled and shared another look with Stephen in the mirror. "I honestly wouldn't know where to begin, but for now, let's just say he is retired." Jenny wanted to ask more, but it looked like they'd arrived at their destination. At the edge of town, Stephen pulled into a spot nestled between a small fleet of Calder Defense trucks. Two guys she'd seen around the estate were leaning against one. The men nodded their heads at the women, then followed behind them as they headed toward the shops. Thankfully, the two men and Stephen gave them some breadth while they meandered in and out of boutiques. Jenny smiled when they passed the ice cream shop she and Stan had gone to, all her earlier worries and concerns gone from her mind. After a couple hours, Amanda asked, "Lunch in town?" "Do you think the boys are okay?" Jenny asked. "If you mean the babies, they couldn't be in better hands, but it's up to you." Jenny shrugged in what she hoped was a nonchalant way, but her face clearly betrayed her desire to check in on Hayden. Amanda smiled, took out her phone, and called the house to confirm that the babies were doing well. That done, they moved toward a beautiful eatery, having just walked in when Amanda and Sam spun around, wide-eyed, pushing her back out with a, "Let's go somewhere else." Surprised by the literal about-face, Jenny craned her neck to peer around her friends, her heart rate speeding up in response to their reaction. What she saw inside made her heart sink immediately, and her vision tunneled for a moment. Alexander, Gregor, and extended crew were there eating, but Jenny's eyes landed immediately on Stan, who was locked in a tight embrace with a beautiful brunette. That trust she was supposed to be working on vanished. She felt confused and embarrassed, and Stan's shuttered behavior earlier blared like a flashing billboard in her mind. She'd finally come around, secure in what she was feeling about them. She'd practically laid herself at his feet that morning, and at that moment, humiliated, she wished she could just disappear. Jenny couldn't get out of there fast enough. She couldn't do this. Frankly, she didn't have the heart for it. Her nerves worn paper-thin for years, she had no defenses left. She'd let herself trust him, let all those new and tender feelings surface, and she'd been crushed. Again. Jenny wished she hadn't been brought into this fold at all, that she was back in her protective bubble, just her and Hayden. She'd almost made it to the front doors when someone grabbed her arm gently but forcefully and whisked her off to the side. It was Stan, suddenly right there in front of her.
"Please,"
he said, very seriously, holding a hand up.
"a moment so I can explain."
Then he turned to Amanda and Sam, each held by their respective Montgomery brothers, though the men gave Stan a wide berth, letting him handle the situation.
"You think so little of me,"
Stan said in a biting reprimand to Amanda and Sam.
"What's gotten into you two?"
Jenny, still reeling, tried to figure out what was going on. She clocked that at least they both looked guilty at his reprimand. "We just panicked, honest," Sam said first. Then Amanda came in to justify. "If Jenny and I had happened upon the same scene, but it was Stephen instead of you, we would have hightailed Sam out of there too." "Oh, that's so sweet, Am," Sam gushed before casting a disapproving look at Stephen. Stephen rolled his eyes.
"It was hypothetical."
"Still," Sam returned, feigning a wounded look. Jenny would have found their interaction amusing if she wasn't freaking out inside. Her heart was practically in her throat.
"Nice deflection, girls, but no,"
Stan said, taking back control. Jenny could barely look him in the eye, afraid of what would happen if she did. "Ugh, rule Stan." They both rolled their eyes. "We're sorry," Amanda said contritely, making Jenny realize how vital Stan was to their family.
"Now you,"
he said, turning his full attention to her.
"Jenny."
Jenny hugged herself tightly, keeping her eyes on the floor. Confrontations were her downfall, and without Hayden she had nothing to hide behind. Having her baby with her made her feel more courageous. She had someone to protect. And if that failed, he at least gave her an apt excuse to retreat.
"Jenny,"
Stan said again.
"Jenny, look at me."
Jenny shook her head. She didn't want to cry, not there, not around all those people.
"Fine,"
Stan sighed.
"Jenny, that was Celeste Lowell, Derek Lowell's little sister. Do you remember her?"
Jenny looked up at him then, and the fog began to clear. The noise in her head came down a few decibels. Stan's tone was gentle, understanding. There was nothing condescending or belittling about his words. And at that realization, her heart settled and she began to breathe normally again. Jenny suddenly felt small for reacting so impulsively. It took her a moment to come out of her stupor. "Of course I do. I couldn't attend the funeral. We talked about that when we had lunch at the hotel." Saying things like that out loud didn't sting anymore, at least not like they used to. Not when he stood right in front of her, insistent on setting the record straight. God, what a horrible assumption they'd made. "I remember she used to hang out with us on the weekends sometimes." He took her hands, staring down at them when their fingers naturally entwined. He made a sound in the back of his throat before looking at her and saying loudly and clearly, not caring a whit that they had a crowd.
"Let me say this again, in hopes it will truly sink in. There has never, ever been anyone but you, Jenny. And not just recently. It's only been you, since long before Palm Beach. No one, I repeat, no one holds a candle to you and my feelings for you."
Still feeling small and beyond contrite, Jenny squeezed his hands. "I panicked. I'm sorry. I'm still a bit messed up, Stan." His eyes softened. Warmly, his voice filled with compassion, he said,
"Messed up happens to be my specialty."
He reached out, cupping her face.
"One step forward, 2 steps back, but we'll get there. However it happens is fine with me, but please, don't ever think I would step out on you."
"I know better. I do."
"Can I hold you, please?"
She couldn't get there fast enough. She tucked her arms between them as he enfolded her in the safety of his embrace. His head resting on top of hers, she felt him relax.
"I'm sorry, babe,"
he said. He kissed her forehead but didn't make a move to do more. The rest of the crew appeared then, and they broke apart from the hug, slowly. Stan led Jenny toward their table, grabbing extra chairs along the way. Jenny, mortified to have caused a scene, focused on the arrangement and realized they always did boy-girl seating. She liked that. Alexander extended his hand to Amanda, pulling her in close before resting his arm on the back of her chair. Stephen took the seat next to Amanda, Sam next to him, and Stan placed a chair on his other side. Before sitting, Jenny went to Celeste, whom she realized she hadn't seen in years. "Oh, Celeste, it's so nice to see you." Jenny hugged her. "How are you?" "Jenny, hi. It's been so long," Celeste returned warmly. "Too long," Jenny lamented, realizing she'd been so caught up in her own life, she'd never checked in on her friend after Derek had passed away. "Did Stan tell you?" Jenny shook her head. Stan had been too busy talking her off a cliff. She was still embarrassed to have acted so rashly earlier and, looking at Celeste, with her big blue eyes so similar to Derek's, Jenny wanted to do something to rectify that. Her nurturing side came out and she fussed with Celeste's dark hair, saying, "He was too busy correcting my bad behavior. Tell me what, sweetie?" At that, Celeste's eyes welled with tears, and Jenny's heart went out to her. She'd already been through so much, from what Jenny had heard. "Maggie," Celeste's voice cracked. "She disappeared 2.5 years ago." Jenny inhaled sharply, shocked. "Oh, my God, that's horrible." She pulled Celeste into her arms as if that would shield her from what had happened. Looking over the woman's shoulder, she said to Stan, "Did you know?" Stan shook his head.
"We just ran into each other, moments before you arrived."
She reached out, taking his hand in apology again for jumping to conclusions. "I don't know why I didn't think of contacting you sooner," Celeste said. "You and Maggie were always such good friends. It's so odd to have run into you today." Jenny had sent a beautiful arrangement to the funeral home when Derek died, but when she'd mentioned wanting to attend the service, John had come up with some lame excuse for why they couldn't go. She looked at Stan. He'd told her he'd attended the funeral and had run into Sam there. Jenny wondered what would have happened if they had seen each other then. She almost let herself spiral into the what-ifs, but caught herself and, putting her thoughts aside, gave Celeste her full attention again. "I'm sorry, Celeste. Things have been crazy for me these past couple of years, but that's no excuse. I should have reached out to you." Celeste shook her head, then gave Jenny another hug. "It's okay. I'm just so glad that I came in here now and saw Stan, and you and Sam and Amanda." The girls had approached by then, and the hugs continued. While Jenny, Sam, and Stan at one time had been very close with Derek and Maggie, Amanda had met them all when she'd come to visit, and a few of those times Celeste had been there too. Jenny had always admired how Derek cared for his little sister. They'd lost their parents years before, but Derek, only a teenager, had kept them together. She remembered Maggie telling her how she and Derek had bonded instantly when they'd first met and had never let go. The story made Jenny wonder about how some families just seemed to be laden with tragedy. It also made her realize how lucky she was to have come out of her own struggles. Looking around at the collective friendship and support she'd found herself surrounded by, Jenny let a smile cross her face for the first time since they'd arrived at the restaurant. After getting situated at their table, and after, much to her delight and relief, Stan had pulled her chair closer so his leg touched hers, they ordered lunch, and Celeste told them she was in town for the summer, helping a friend who owned a yoga studio. "You didn't pursue anything with your singing, Celeste?" Amanda asked, sounding a bit disappointed. "Derek and Maggie always gushed about all the leads you snagged in theater. Do you know how many programs they proudly shoved in my face?" she said on a laugh. "But seriously, it's a shame, because you have such a beautiful voice." Celeste blushed. Wasn't going to say anything, but I am performing at a club about 30 minutes or so from here, but only on Saturday nights. She shrugged. It kind of happened by accident, but I'm happy it worked out because music is my therapy. Jenny glanced over at Amanda and Sam, wondering if they'd picked up on what she'd heard, a venue for a Saturday night outing. By their conspiratorial smiles, it looked like they had. She watched as Alex caught his wife's eye and nodded.
Well,
He said with a clap of his hands.
a night on the town is exactly in order.
He looked to Jenny.
Let's include your father, too, and sister, now that she's back in town.
At the mention of Marissa, Jenny smiled, warm all over at Alex's thoughtfulness. This bunch, the brothers especially, had a way of drawing you in and making you feel like one of the family before you even realized what had happened. Stan gave her thigh a squeeze beneath the table. Then Alex looked to Stan, something flashing across his eyes that Jenny couldn't read.
Details on you, Stan,
He said, his voice authoritative again.
Not this weekend, as you know we have that business on the West Coast, but next. Got it, boss.
Stan nodded and squeezed Jenny's thigh again. After lunch and saying goodbye to Celeste, they all walked back to the truck in easy camaraderie. Stan kept her tucked against his side.
We're good, right?
He asked. We were always good, Stan, she answered easily, hoping any and all residual ill feelings from earlier were long gone.
Remember that,
he said, laying a kiss on top of her head. Jenny smiled, but her mind had started to wander, as it had been doing ever since being reminded of Derek's passing and the new information about Maggie. She was even more certain that she didn't want Stan going after John. It was too dangerous. Not even rubbing their relationship in his face, which she so wanted to do, was worth it. As they neared the truck, Jenny tugged on Stan's arm, gesturing for him to stop for a moment. Keeping her voice low, she asked if he would lay aside his plans, whatever they were, for going after John. She had forgotten, however, the company she was in. It was as if Alex and Stephen had bionic ears, on especially high alert when out in public. They all stopped in their tracks as Stan looked down at her with a grimace.
Jenny,
he said, not bothering to whisper.
I want to wrap my hands around his neck and squeeze until his head pops off. At least, that's the version I can share with you.
Grunts of approval abounded, but Jenny squirmed. While she appreciated the imagery, and truly she did, she worried about John somehow getting the upper hand, because it seemed to her that no matter what, he always won or came out on top. Just think about it, she said, knowing that she'd never win the argument if Alex and Stephen were there to back him up. This was something she could only convince him of, if she could convince him of it, alone. He nodded, and they all resumed the short walk back to the Navs. As if sensing her lingering worry, Stan pulled her in, and the suddenness of it took Jenny's breath away. His big hands palmed the back of her head as he bent down to kiss her. Jenny leaned into the kiss, grinning as she did so. She loved that public displays of affection were commonplace with this group. Once Jenny, Amanda, and Sam had all been helped inside their car, Alex and Stan spoke with Stephen through the open driver's side window. When she heard the two pats on the truck's exterior, Stan and Alex giving them the all set, Jenny realized the significance of Stephen or Stan always being with the girls. Precious cargo and all. Perhaps, she let herself think, there was no need to be worried about Stan. Safety seemed to be a high priority for these men. During her session with Evan later that afternoon, Jenny told him about her overreaction in town. Evan helped her reframe the experience by reminding her that Amanda and Sam had played their own parts in her thinking something awful had happened. Once she realized he was right, Jenny laughed at the memory. It was kind of funny how high school they'd reacted. You know, she mused, he never criticized me for jumping to the wrong conclusion.
I can't imagine why he would, Jenny. I'm hard-pressed to recall one incident since signing on with Alex and Montgomery Enterprises in which any of the men behaved in such a way."
Evan paused, seeming to consider his words.
"Let me correct that. I've never seen any of them treat a woman disrespectfully."
With her session complete, and some time still before dinner, Jenny put together a little overnight bag to take down to Stan's room, filling it with toiletries, a couple nightgowns, a robe, and a change of clothes for the morning. She was on her way down with it when Alex walked in through the front door, alone. Standing on the stairs, Jenny tried to peer around him through the open door, but he shook his head.
"They merely dropped me off,"
he said, and neither he nor Jenny had to specify who he was really talking about.
"He won't be home until much later."
Jenny nodded and was about to turn to go when Alex pointed to her overnight bag, her makeup pouch and toothbrush sticking out of the top.
"Girls upstairs,"
he said, raising a brow. Excuse me? What did that mean? His features softened.
"Forgive me. What I meant was girls upstairs."
His deadpan delivery almost had Jenny fooled. He hadn't explained anything more at all, until he winked.
"Don't worry,"
he said.
"I gave Stan until the end of the week to relocate. Until then, you're free to move back and forth."
Because girls upstairs, Amanda and Sam said in unison, coming downstairs behind her. When they reached her, Amanda put a hand on Jenny's arm. Forgive my husband, but he likes us upstairs.
"As do I,"
said Stephen as he entered the foyer. He motioned with his head and Alex excused himself, following his brother into their office. Right, she whispered as they disappeared inside. Montgomery Brothers, activate. The girls covered their mouths, then broke into peals of laughter. It was funny. Jenny gave an exaggerated roll of her eyes, then headed toward Stan's room, digging through her bag as she went, making sure she had everything she needed for the night. She was nervous enough as it was. Better not add a missing face wash to the list. Amanda and Sam caught up with her as she turned down the wide hallway that led to the men's rooms in this wing of the estate. Curious? She asked when they fell in step beside her. Amanda nodded eagerly, though Sam was a bit more mercenary. I'm just being nosy, she said. Oh, look, Amanda pointed out when Jenny disappeared into the bathroom to put her things down. Who took these? Jenny knew without turning that she was talking about the pictures on Stan's nightstand. She'd noticed the 5x7 framed photo, the one she realized her dad must have sent him, next to the one of Hayden holding his football when she'd come down to scope out the room earlier. Since she hadn't seen it out before, and she was in his room the day before, she wondered if he'd been keeping it in a drawer so as not to alarm her if she ever came barging in his room unannounced like she just had. My sister took it, she called from the bathroom. Hayden was barely a month old at the time. Jenny remembered all too well the day Riss had come over and taken the photo. Hormonal, nostalgic, and truthfully, just plain sad, she'd been thinking of Stan and what a great family they might have made together. At the time, she'd been hopeful that karma wasn't done with them, but wasn't ready to believe they'd be reunited anytime soon. Mostly, she just hoped in the next lifetime they'd get it right. When she came back into the bedroom, the girls were waiting for her in his sitting area. They'd rearranged all the throw pillows, she noticed because Stan liked things just so. What gifts? She asked, and when they snickered, she understood. Nice. Your little way of poking the bear? When things felt bleak, it was the only way we had fun, Amanda said with a shrug. It helped. We had some pretty dark days. A short time later, they gathered on the terrace. It was odd having dinner without Stan, Gregor, or the boys. Still nice, just not as nice. Jenny was anxious to put the day's earlier misunderstandings completely behind them. All their misunderstandings, for that matter, and move forward. She'd been relying on spending the night with Stan to complete that mission. She wanted to wash away all the hurts and felt like once they'd reconsummated their relationship, it could be old news, then full steam ahead. It had seemed like a good plan earlier, but running into Celeste had added another dimension to things. Life could be so ugly, so final. She knew Stan was shaken by the chance meeting, too. She'd sent him a few texts earlier, and then one after dinner, but kept it to that because she didn't want to be a distraction. His replies felt clipped, but she reminded herself that he was working, and it was a text after all. Silly, but a heart emoji would have gone a long way. He'd said they'd be late, 11-ish. After a tame game night compared to the last, Jenny put Hayden down for the night in Stan's room. His mobile played a few lullabies, and he turned up the monitor, taking it into the bathroom so she could shower. Freshly coiffed, baby sleeping, Jenny went to the living room to wait, suddenly uncertain of what to do until Stan came home. Curtains closed on their first 2 acts. She was anxious for the next and final, happily ever after. Chapter 23, Southampton, New York. Anxious to see Jenny, and exhausted from an overpacked day of work and meetings, Stan was relieved when they finally turned off the Long Island Expressway. A day that had started full of promise had turned on a dime, first with Jenny's misunderstanding at lunch, and then with the terrible news from Celeste. Poor Celeste had lost Derek, and then Maggie, her best friend, had disappeared. He knew Jenny was shaken up from their run-in with Celeste, too. The storybook romance of their college friends, dust. In the blink of an eye, it was all gone. Stan wondered again at the timing of things. Why that day, after the perfect night with Jenny, after they'd both been ready and excited to move forward, had he been hit with another blow from the past? He'd barely had time to reconcile Jenny's whole "maybe everything happened this way for a reason" argument with the fact that things had started to take a turn for the better before more turmoil landed on his plate. Then, as if that weren't enough, he'd noticed in that morning's paper a tabloid spread of Alex and Amanda with the headline, "Marceau and Montgomery on the town." In the background, a very clear image of not only himself, but Jenny, looking radiant, he might add, despite the circumstance, had made the shot, which irked him for 2 reasons. 1, he hated being in the spotlight. A man in his position could do his job best when he blended in with the background. 2, and this one more important than the first, he didn't like Jenny's whereabouts being advertised to the general public. John was still out there, and Stan would bet folding money that he was looking for Jenny, eager for revenge, or to coerce her into returning to him, which one he didn't know, but whatever it was, it wouldn't be good. Jenny sent him a text late in the afternoon, another apology for jumping to conclusions. While he had been upset that her mind had even gone there in the first place, he had decided to let it slide. She'd had it rough for too long to count, and besides, the girls freaking out and jumping to their own stupid conclusions hadn't helped. When he was able to get a text off, he told her not to worry, finding comfort at least in having her phone number again and being able to communicate with her. As much as he would have liked to comfort her, in person, on the phone, or via text, Stan was, and he hated to admit it, feeling overwhelmed himself. Is this what being in love did to a man? Rule Stan was taking a back seat to feeling Stan, and the latter was telling him to get his own head on straight before attending to Jenny's. Aside from lunch, they'd had meetings scheduled for most of the day, and the work and bad news had just kept rolling in. He'd originally consoled himself with the fact that the meetings were in town, but then a last-minute change took them to their Manhattan offices just before dinner. Alex had offered to go with them, but they'd heard him tell Callie he was on his way home, so they dropped him at the front doors and taken off again. He hadn't even stopped to fill up on coffee or grab a bite to eat, let alone say hi to Jenny and pull her into his arms for a few minutes like he'd wanted to. Instead, he'd sent her another text, a brief message letting her know there'd been a turn of events and told her if it got too late, to crawl in bed without him. It was close to midnight by the time he got back with Gregor and the boys. They'd grabbed dinner on the road, and all he wanted to do was hold Jenny, tell her how much he loved her. To have his boy at arm's length since, By this hour, Hayden was in bed for the night, and he didn't know if Jenny was still awake. Inside, everyone went to their separate corners of the estate. Gregor headed to the home office, the boys went to the kitchen, and that left him walking through the foyer, eyes peeled for Jenny. He spotted her just inside the living room, sitting in a chair that faced the door. When she saw him enter, she rose to meet him halfway. She spread her arms wide when he was a few strides away, and he scooped her up without missing a beat. Her arms wrapped around his neck, her legs around his waist, and he carried her, much like he had in the Keys. A period that felt like another lifetime ago. Stan wasn't even sure they were the same people anymore. It didn't matter, though. Their essence was the same. As sure as he'd been in the Keys, there was no doubt they were meant to be. Jenny. After walking her down the hall, he pressed the levered handle of his door, slowly snicking it shut so he didn't wake the baby. He carried her into the bathroom and set her on the counter. He loved to coddle her, and wondered if deep down it was because he knew she needed it. Hell, maybe he did too. Before he shut the door, he looked over to the crib, then back at Jenny.
We made him.
His voice cracked, suddenly feeling a bit raw, overwhelmed. Him. Jenny winced, watching him struggle, and then she reached out to hold him. Her legs parted, and she wrapped her arms around his waist, dragging him in. He pinched the bridge of his nose, pressing against his eyes, struggling to contain his emotions. After so many twists and turns, they were finally together, and they had a beautiful boy. He crumbled a bit under the weight of it all. After a deep breath, he got a hold of himself, taking the time to make sure his voice would be clear, setting her back so he could see her face.
I love you, Jenny. I never had a chance to tell you that, out loud, directly.
He clasped her shoulders.
Do you hear me? I love you.
She cupped his face. I know you do. She looked down, shaking her head, and whispered, You've always loved me, haven't you? It wasn't a question. When she looked back up, she told him, I love you too. I always have. She inclined her chin toward the door. Hayden was made from the best of us.
I don't ever want there to be a distance between us again. After today, I don't think I could handle it.
He pulled her back in, her legs wrapping around him again.
I need to shower, but I just want to hold you for a few minutes first, okay? Then I want to get into bed.
He pressed his forehead to hers and whispered,
And into you.
Do you want me to stay?
Let me wash today off, babe.
She smiled in understanding and held out her arms so he could carry her into the other room. He set her down in the sitting area and covered her with a throw, promising to be right back. When he got to the door, he looked back, and her soft, beautiful smile lifted the last of the pressure that had been weighing on him. He made quick work of the shower, then, pausing with his hand on the jamb just inside the door, head bent, he offered a quick thank you to whomever or whatever powers that be. When he entered the bedroom again, Jenny had dimmed the lights and was beneath the covers in a pretty blue nightgown. He walked over to check on Hayden, gently brushing his back. As he looked over at Jenny in the bed, it hit him just like it had the previous year. Home. No matter where they were, when they were together, it was home. No two ways about it. Jennifer Lynn D'Angelo, soon to be Finch, it was only a matter of asking, was his lodestone. She held out her arms, and he couldn't get to her fast enough. His towel hit the floor a second before her nightgown. It felt so good to be flesh to flesh, so good they didn't move for a few minutes, just held each other tight. It wasn't frenzied, like the first time they'd made love. Their initial hunger had been sated, but it was every bit as raw and emotional. Only this time, they were quiet. It wasn't easy. They took a quick shower afterward, together, and crawled back into bed. Once again, Jenny pressed herself right up against him. "You were right earlier," she said. "I don't want any space between us."
Me either, babe,
he whispered, wrapping her in his arms.
I love you, Jenny.
She cupped his face, like she always did. "I love you too, Stan." Chapter 24, Southampton, New York. Jenny awoke with a start. Eyes wide and not quite in focus, she sucked in a breath. She felt the usual panic of waking up start to unfold, but then everything changed. Stan's hands framed her face, his deep green eyes providing anchor.
Shh. It's okay.
He shook his head.
No more, Jenny. You're good. I've got you.
He kissed her forehead, then wrapped his arms around her and pulled her closer. He must have been holding her all along, and he rubbed her back as her breathing slowed and she began to relax. "This is so much better," she said a few minutes later, completely sunk into his embrace, amazed at how she'd survived without this kind of support before. She felt him smile before he whispered,
I love you.
She smiled back. "I love you too." She wrapped her leg around his waist to hug him completely and received an appreciative grunt in return. "What time is it?" she asked.
We have 15, maybe 20 minutes.
Doable. It wasn't rare that their lovemaking was intense, but this morning, it was beyond that. Unlike the night before, which had been slow, poignant, and a bit bittersweet, this morning was anything but, and they couldn't get close enough. It was like they wanted to crawl in each other's skin. Sweaty, spent, and panting, they held each other tight, both feeling like everything they'd held in, everything they'd held back, was vanquished. That from then on, they were only looking forward. No more words, no more regrets, no more misunderstandings. Simply, no more. There was only this moment, and from this moment, forward. The rest of the morning was like something from a dream. That easygoing energy was back and alive between them. That last bout of lovemaking had dispelled any remaining kinks and awkwardness, and they had arrived at simple familial bliss. When Hayden's coos started up a little while later, it was Stan who went to get him. She listened, fresh from the shower, and wrapped herself in a towel as she heard Stan pick him up.
Hi, son. Yeah, you're a happy boy, aren't you? Me too. By the way, I just had your mama. I have to tell you, we've done that a lot. But this morning...
He made a sound in the back of his throat.
Fantastic.
"Hey!" she yelled on a laugh from the bathroom, peeking around the door. Stan grinned at her, a hand on Hayden, who lay on the changing table, little legs kicking. "Don't tell him things like that." Stan just winked and motioned with his head toward the bathroom.
We've got this.
She'd just finished brushing her hair out when he came back, towel around his waist and baby in hand. She broke out into a wide grin as she considered them. They looked so much alike. Same coloring, same thick hair, same eyes. Seeing them in the doorway together was a perfect snapshot in time, and Jenny knew she'd never forget this moment.
Ah, Jenny. It's all so good it's stupid,
he said, obviously feeling it too. "I know." She rose and kissed Hayden, who squealed, making her giggle.
And there it is, Jennifer Lynn.
Yeah, so she only giggled with Stan. He pulled her into his arms, baby and all, looking down at her.
We're gonna have the most amazing life together.
He pulled a face then.
As long as you don't mind being part of the pack.
Jenny beamed. After so many years of feeling alone, and then that past one when, aside from Hayden, she really was alone, she was ready. "The more the merrier, Finch." He tugged her hair, tilting her head back, and kissed her. Laughing when Hayden started patting their faces, she said, "Okay," as she reached for their son. Come here, baby." Stan threw on some nice jeans and one of those stretchy button-downs.
"I'll go grab him a bottle," he offered, cupping her face and kissing her again. "Be right back, bud. Then Mama can get ready while I feed you."
Jenny spun around when he left, literally spun circles on the floor, she was so happy, overcome with that exhilarating feeling of joy she only ever experienced with Stan. Hayden laughed uproariously, of course, thinking it was all about him. She leaned down to kiss his precious face, her smile a mile wide. Oh, it was so good to finally be home. Chapter 25, Southampton, New York.
"Okay, everyone in."
It was Saturday evening, and Stan and Stephen were directing traffic from the courtyard. To make it to dinner, they needed an extended crew, 2 navs for their dinner caravan, and 2 more as backup since it was well known at that point that Amanda Marceau Montgomery was in town with her billionaire husband. They were heading out for dinner at the restaurant where Celeste was performing, and everyone was eager for an adult outing. Stan turned as Jenny sidled up to him, put her delicate hands on his face, and pressed her pretty lips to his. It happened in a blink, but the impact of her guileless gesture was sublime. He couldn't get over how perfect things had been since that first night she'd spent in his bed. And the morning after. And the night after that. The previous week and a half had been like something out of a fricking storybook. Damn, they were so meant to be together.
"To the left, babe."
As she moved away, he snaked his arm around her waist and dragged her back in for another kiss.
"Other left,"
he said with a wink, motioning his head toward Alex's outstretched hand. Alex helped her up into the nav, but she turned back as she stood on the running board, her glossy blonde hair reflecting the outdoor lights. "Are we picking up my dad and Riz?" she asked, her eyes dancing with excitement.
"Yes, ma'am. They're the first stop."
She scrunched her pretty face and blew him a kiss. He loved making her happy, and it was turning out to be a hell of a night. With Trev and Michael as their designated drivers for the evening, Stan took Jenny, Stephen, and Sam with him, while the rest loaded into the other truck. Jenny's father lived in a beautiful estate on the water, too. Like the Montgomery compound, each had been in the family for years. Stan felt like he was at the top of his game again. No distractions, no mistakes, and no more stepping over the line. He just kept Jenny behind it with him. Dirty pool? Maybe, but it worked. He could feel the blood rush through his veins again, and he felt alive from the inside out.
"Jenny."
After a quick stop at Johnny's, right on schedule, their motorcade carried on. With close to an hour's ride, they had plenty of time to catch up before they hit the outskirts of town. Ever since Jenny and Stan had reunited, Johnny had been eager to connect with him man to man, or, more likely, father to son. It was the relationship they'd both always wanted but never had the opportunity to have. That had all changed, and it felt natural, deserved. The street outside the restaurant was busy, bordering on crowded, and when they pulled up, necks craned at the spectacle from clear on down the block. Stan and the guys formed a perimeter around the girls as Jenny made introductions, since this was the first time Marissa had joined them. Stan noticed something flicker in Gregor's eyes when he inclined his head in her direction, and smiled to himself.
"Good luck, bud. She's about as tough as they come."
Riss had already given him hell for leaving Jenny in the hospital and being an idiot. She'd spelled out the word, too, in case he'd missed it the first time she'd yelled it over the phone. He'd gotten the message, and had agreed with her. She'd been speechless for a moment at having her point heard so quickly and easily, but it had done much to pave the way for their new, amicable relationship. When they got inside, a few diners felt the air stir and looked their way too, knowing something was going on. The manager met them before they'd reached the hostess stand, however, and showed them the area they'd reserved. Someone, an excited patron most likely, pushed forward and Stan leaped into action. This was amateur work, and he slipped into his role easily.
Give us a bit of time to get situated, and I can guarantee Mrs. Montgomery will sign a few autographs and take some pics,"
he said to the approaching fan, but made sure to speak loud enough to be heard by most of those in the entryway. When the manager showed them to a private room off to the side, Alex shook his head, then motioned with a hand toward the main room.
"Would it be all right if we took those tables there?"
he said as they all zeroed in on the perfect spot. The manager looked embarrassed and did a quick about-face.
"You can have any tables you'd like. I'm so sorry, I thought you'd want privacy."
Alex clapped him on the shoulder.
"I completely understand, but if you wouldn't mind, we're here for a night of revelry, son."
The manager beamed.
"I can assure you, you came to the right place, sir. Pick your pleasure."
They all headed over to a spot to the left of the stage, a few tables back from the dance floor and away from the speakers. Close enough to enjoy and be a part of everything, and far enough not to be drowned out by the loud music, at least until Celeste came out. This also let the other patrons sit up close, which most like to do. They took 2 six-tops, slapped them together, and squeezed around. The owner came out then, introducing himself and apologizing for not greeting them personally when they arrived. When he told the manager to grab another table, Alex declined, saying,
"We've been in good hands,"
and explained they preferred being close as opposed to having room. When Celeste sat with them before her set, Stan leaned back and observed. He had a team looking into leads on Maggie, but he had a feeling Celeste was keeping something from him. He hoped when he met with her one-on-one she'd share some of that information. Reminding himself that they were there for fun and not work, Stan gave Jenny's thigh a squeeze and tuned back into the conversation. The music was great, and between platters served family style, they all got up to dance a few times. When the DJ started a set of old favorites just as dessert and coffee hit the table, they all got out there again. The girls hadn't been together like this since college, and the guys were happy to be a part of it with them. Jenny's eyes sparkled. It was fun as hell to be out as a crew and couples. Hell, more than nice. Celeste sang 3 sets, and just like they figured she would, Amanda joined her for one, drawing even more of a crowd. They took some requests and harmonized beautifully. Spent and happy, the group settled into drinking coffee and enjoying some easy conversation once the set was over. When Amanda got up to sign a few autographs and take some pictures, Michael and Trevor stood close to her, scanning the crowd for overzealous fans. Stan noticed that Jenny had started to rub the back of her neck and was turning to peer around the restaurant. Something about her gesture, the discomfort evident in it, alerted Stan. Hackles up, he scanned the entrance again. He'd chosen his seat for its clear view of the access doors. Not that he'd had his eyes there for every second. "You okay?" he mouthed, seeing nothing amiss. A shrug and crooked smile were all he got, like she was embarrassed for feeling uncomfortable. At first, Stan chalked it up to her year of isolation and hiding. But a minute later, her posture changed, hunching even more. When she seemed to curl all the way into herself in her chair, Stan reached out. Something was up. "Hey," he pressed, touching her lightly. She startled. At her noticeable fright, the brothers snapped their attention in her direction, too.
"Babe?"
He took her hand, surprised when it felt clammy. Her eyes darted his way. "Fidgety," was all she said, but she was clearly a ball of live nerves. He watched her scan the room again. He followed her trajectory and noted that all the men at the table had honed in on her behavior. A guy that Stan had earlier clocked as Celeste's bodyguard was looking off toward the main entrance, but the restaurant's bouncers were all checked out, not doing or noting much of anything. When Stan looked back at Jenny, alarm bells went off in his head. The color had drained from her face, and when her eyes went wide and her mouth fell open, he shifted into high gear. Everything and everyone around him moved as if in slow motion as his brain worked overtime, breaking down the seconds so he could act. "Down!" he shouted, twisting to shield her as he came out of his chair and reached for his cig. The boys flipped the table as the rest of the girls were pressed to the floor by the brothers and Gregor. 6 guns pointing in line with Jenny's visual trajectory and shouts of, "Down, down, down," sent the room into pandemonium. Celeste's bodyguard, or the man Stan had taken to be her bodyguard at least, was gone, the door swinging in his wake. Looking down at Jenny, who lay flat on the floor with the girls, he knew before the word, "John," came out of her mouth, that bastard had found them. Goddamned picture in the press. "You got her," he shouted, looking to the men. At Stephen's nod, he, Gregor, and Michael took off for the entrance. After pushing through the crowd still trying to exit the bar, Stan clocked 2 Calder guys directing traffic, the others running south. With so many people spilling into the street, it was impossible to get a vehicle through. On full sensory alert, adrenaline pumping, Stan took off in that direction. "I'm gonna get you, you bastard," running a refrain in his mind. After a futile 15-minute chase, the team returned to the restaurant, having talked to Celeste's bodyguard, a big guy with long hair and a Scottish accent, who told them John had taken off in an SUV with tinted windows. The guy had given chase on foot for a good mile before losing John completely, something Stan respected the hell out of. With the overhead lights ablaze and most of the crowd gone, all the festiveness of the bar had evaporated. Alex, Amanda tucked against his side, was talking to the owner, along with the sheriff and patrol officers who'd been on duty and responded to the emergency calls from patrons within the restaurant. Since nothing had really occurred, there wasn't much that could be done from a filing standpoint, and Stan was glad that Alex was handling it. The moment she clocked him, Jenny ran over and latched herself onto him. He held her close, angry with himself that they hadn't taken care of John already, angry that John had moved without them knowing, angry that John had scared the crap out of her again. Mind racing, he pressed his lips to Jenny's forehead, then walked her to a table where Sam and Marissa sat, setting her in the chair next to them. "Where's your security?" Stan called out as he strode over to Celeste. He wanted to ask the guy a few more questions about what he might have seen. Celeste looked confused. "What security?" she asked. "I'm flattered you think I warrant a security team, but—" "Your bodyguard," Stan interrupted. He was in protocol mode, no room for pleasantries. "I don't have one," she verified. "Do you mind?" she asked, gesturing toward where Sam was indicating an empty seat beside her. Stan let her go. Confused, he looked around. "Hey, Stuart," he said, waving the owner over. "That big guy, standing against the wall over there." Stan pointed to where he'd seen him. "He work for you?" "No." Stuart shook his head. "I've seen him a couple of times, but only when Celeste is performing." Stan stepped outside, scanning the remaining hangers-on, but came up empty. Well, whoever he was, he'd given chase to John. Going only on instinct, Stan had a feeling he was a good guy. By the time he got back, most of the tables and chairs had been returned to their rightful positions, but Jenny still looked shaken. "I'm so sorry," she whimpered. "Don't be," Stan soothed, pulling her against his side. "Let's get you home, and let me get that bastard for once and for all." Chapter 26. Southampton, New York. Jenny had been wrong so many times in her life, she wondered sometimes why she even tried. What had caused the short circuit in her brain that led her to pick door number 2, when all she'd ever wanted had been waiting for her behind door number 1? She couldn't blame it all on that one incident back in law school. It may have been the straw, but it was something deeper, more pervasive, that had made her so scared of having what she'd always wanted, the shiny life and love she would have had with Stan. As the fog of the past years began to clear, Evan had finally helped her get to the bottom of it once and for all. The man was a saint as far as Jenny was concerned, and she considered herself lucky that he was part of the Montgomery brood. Even more so, that he'd taken the time to help her untangle some defense mechanisms she'd acquired throughout her lifetime. It was tricky, but Evan had this way of seeing through the minutiae and zeroing in on the targets. Each time she'd worried that she was a lost cause, he'd said, "Jenny, Plenty of people make decisions based on fear. Fear of being abandoned, fear of being hurt, fear of not being liked. It can have a domino effect with startling consequences. Mistakes are made all the time, but they don't have to define you. Rectifying and learning from our mistakes or bad choices is the trick to truly moving on, and ultimately, growth. After the incident at the restaurant, Evan had spent a while with her back at the compound, and for whatever reason this time, everything clicked. It was like that moment of clarity she'd had when she'd visited Nonina. Suddenly, Jenny could see the things that had happened to her as facts, without all the dirty shades of gray. She'd felt this peacefulness settle over her, and through her, and with it, a fortitude she'd never felt before. This wasn't like the courage she'd mustered when she'd first left John, or even when she'd gone off on her own afterward, and it most definitely wasn't Stan providing cover or fixing her. No, this was all Jenny coming into her own, for no one else but herself. It was terribly freeing. Despite all the progress she'd made personally, Jenny still worried about Stan's reaction to the scene at the bar. She knew he was angry and hoped it wasn't with her. John wouldn't have been there if not for her, and Stan might have already dealt with him if she hadn't asked him specifically not to. Not that Stan had acted like he was angry with her, but he had every reason to be. She should have never told Stan to slow walk going after John. And if not for her acting like a stupid, insecure teenager, they wouldn't have had that scene at the restaurant, and pictures of that wouldn't have made it to the papers. Kicking herself in the rear, quite hard, she threw herself into moving Stan's things up to her room from downstairs. It should have been done the week before, but they were having so much fun playing house together they hadn't gotten around to it, and Alex hadn't pressed. After what had happened, though, they were all insistent on enforcing their girls upstairs policy immediately. Still processing her session with Evan, Jenny walked by the downstairs office where the door was slightly ajar. She tried not to peek inside, wanting to give them, Stan especially, time to regroup. But instinct won out, and she glanced in as she passed. Stephen caught her eye, and then looked down to the armful of Stan's clothing she carried. A few seconds later, without a word, the guys piled out and headed in the direction of Stan's room. It took only one more trip to get everything moved upstairs before the men went back to work. Also, without a word. It was late, but everyone was still pretty hyped up. The guys were back in the office playing with their toys and their table, acting all Justice League. And she was organizing Stan's clothes in her closet. Their closet. When Jenny noticed Amanda standing in the doorway, she cast a remorseful look her way. "I'm so sorry, Am," she said, nodding to the faint bruise on Amanda's forehead. "Oh, stop it. You didn't shove me to the floor. What can I do to help?" Jenny motioned to the ottoman. "Why don't you just keep me company? Are you doing okay?" Jenny shrugged. "I hate that I brought him here." She rolled a thought over in her head and decided to say it out loud. "Honestly, Am, I hate a lot of the decisions I've made in my life." "Oh, Jen, you need to stop being so hard on yourself." Jenny shrugged. "You know, for a long time I felt sorry for myself in a lot of ways, but now I think I'm just being honest, not looking for pity or trying to be a victim." "Well, I can tell you, honestly, that I've never felt that from you. And let's get something straight since we're being honest. You need to stop taking responsibility for John." When Jenny opened her mouth to protest, Amanda shook her head firmly. "He's a grown man, though not a very good one. He's not, and it's not your fault." "She's right, Jen, it's not," Sam said, from where she'd appeared in the doorway, wearing a sly smile and carrying a tray of hot tea and biscotti, making Jenny's heart swell a little bit. She'd remembered. When Jenny was little, her mother had always made a big deal about having tea, with or without treats, but always with cream and sugar. Jenny had introduced the girls to it back in college, and it had become one of their traditions too. Grateful, Jenny sent an appreciative look her way as Sam set the tray next to Amanda and sat on the floor. Jenny joined her, pouring the tea and raising a brow as she gestured to the cream and sugar. Amanda laughed. "Yes, please. Is there any other way?" "Do you want to talk about it?" Sam asked. Staring down at the cup in her hands, Jenny shook her head. "It was such a great night. And then it wasn't. One second, I was having the time of my life, just being at the table with everyone, sitting next to Stan. And the next..." She shrugged. "I didn't realize what was going on at first. I think I must have known he was there, but my brain didn't let me see it at first. Initially, it was just a feeling, like I wanted to crawl inside my skin and hide." She shrugged again. "I haven't felt that way for so long. Not that way. It was so foreign to me. I was confused. Even when Stan asked if I was okay, I still couldn't place it." She shuddered. "Then, seeing John, I just froze. What's wrong with me? I should have been furious. I should have yelled at the top of my lungs and tried to protect everyone. But no, I didn't do any of those things. I just felt paralyzed." "Don't be so hard on yourself. The psyche does what the psyche does," Amanda reasoned. "Trust me, I lost a year of my life for a time." Not for the first time, Jenny's interest was piqued. She tried to respect Amanda's privacy and not pry, but it felt strange not to know about something that had clearly impacted her friend's life so much. "Well, if you're ever ready to share," she said slowly, "I hope you'll trust me. Besides, I'd love to be out of the spotlight." Jenny offered Amanda a supportive smile. Amanda smiled back and squeezed her hand. "It has nothing to do with my trusting you, Jen. I know we have each other's backs." At first, Jenny thought that she wasn't going to say more, but after darting her eyes at Sam, Amanda sat down cross-legged on the floor between the women, creating a circle. Then, she leaned in and whispered, "I can tell you this much. Stan saved my life all those months ago, and if he hadn't been in the UK at the time, I'm not sure what would have happened to me and Callie." She took Jenny's hands then. "This is the important part. I'm so impressed with how you managed to find your way on your own, Jenny. You took care of yourself and Hayden. That's a huge accomplishment. Don't ever forget that." It wasn't state secrets, but it was a chink in the Montgomery armor. Jenny hadn't realized until then that it was important to her to feel like she belonged. She didn't want to be a part of the crew just because she was with Stan. To her, that really wasn't being in. She wanted to truly belong, and she was willing to earn it. When the girls left a short time later, Jenny checked on Hayden before getting back to work. She needed to keep busy until she was able to speak with Stan, and so she threw herself into finishing the closet next. After arranging Stan's button-downs, sport coats, and suits, she tackled the drawers. She was just organizing the last shelf, carefully smoothing one of Stan's t-shirts of wrinkles, when he came in and stood in the doorway. She hadn't spoken with him, not really, since they'd returned from the restaurant. He'd helped when everyone had carried his personal belongings upstairs, but conversation then had been more logistical than anything else. Even though he'd been very attentive earlier, she could feel his anger beneath the surface. She'd heard it, too, when she'd passed the office again after the men had gone back to work. Even with the door closed, she'd heard Stan yelling at someone on the phone, and Stan never raised his voice. "Fortitude, Jen," she reminded herself, before taking a deep breath and looking up at Stan. "Are you mad at me?" she asked, forcing herself to meet his gaze.
"No, not even a little," he assured, stepping inside and eyeing her work. "It looks nice in here."
He brushed his fingers down her face, then pulled her in, wrapping his arms around her on a deep sigh. She sank into his embrace, feeling him relax against her.
"Shower and bed?"
he asked. "Is that all?"
"No, not even a little."
Chapter 27, Southampton, New York. Stan, for his part, was doing much of nothing. That is, besides holding up the pillar in the foyer and spying on the girls. Well, not spying, per se. He was merely watching them lounge in the outdoor space through the window in the living room. Helen and Rosa had just grabbed the babies for a nap. It didn't matter that Amanda and Jenny were hands-on moms. Helen and Rosa could be territorial at times, and it was mostly just easier to give in. Now that he and Jenny were settled upstairs and enjoying the bliss of reconciliation, things were getting back to normal. The new normal. Though John had tracked them in town, Stan was certain that he wouldn't be able to infiltrate the compound. Even if he could, he wouldn't. John was dangerous, but he'd want to take Jenny alone. He was a bully, but he was a coward, too. He wouldn't risk confronting the lot of them. More than ever, Stan was convinced that John had only shown his face to scare Jenny, to show her he still had the power to make her feel small. Obviously, one of John's favorite pastimes. Immediate threat or not, he hoped his guys found him soon. The slippery bastard had up and left Virginia, and hadn't left a digital trail. Stan had also run into complete dead ends on Maggie's case, and after the commotion at the restaurant, hadn't had a chance to talk to Celeste one-on-one yet. All his contacts, still active, swore her trail was cold, stone cold. Everyone except for some nutcase psychic who had apparently shared some cryptic message like, "Rest assured, Margaret is safe in the time that suits her best now," or some BS to that nature. Okay, so nutcase was a bit much considering he did work for a bunch of time-traveling, aristocratic British Navy men. Still, he hadn't had a chance to go see her for himself, and there was only so much bending of the time-space continuum that Stan was willing to accept. They had about 6 more weeks before everyone would be packing up to go back to California. Stan hoped to wrap up both cases before then. Jenny, thankfully, was all in for the move, and from what he could tell, was looking forward to settling on the West Coast for a time. She liked the idea of being bicoastal, and was excited to hear that they'd still be super close to the girls. Like next door super close, because Alex had purchased the property next to Amanda's the previous year. When they returned, he and Jenny were going to take it over, and he'd encouraged her to extend an open invitation to her dad and Riz. He liked making sure she knew he wanted her family around. Just then, Stephen appeared, heading down the hallway from the kitchen. He was shaking his head, and he looked alarmed as he listened to someone on his phone. That got Stan's attention. The call ended and Stephen caught his eye, motioning with his head to the office. Stan nodded and followed, Trevor and Michael hot on his heels. Inside, Gregor was bent over a screen on the credenza. "Almost there," he murmured. Stephen cleared the conference table so they could look at the images on the glass top. A map of the Abersoch property materialized, stunning Stan for a moment. He had not seen that one coming. He hadn't given the estate in Great Britain a second thought once he'd left with Amanda, Callie, and Sam for the States. Even though it hadn't been that long since they'd been there, it felt like a lifetime ago. Alarm bells rang in his head as Stephen began enlarging the image. "We have a problem." Stephen circled an outcropping of rock and the natural seawall beside it. "There's been a plane crash. Single engine. 1 fatality. The impact may have caused a shift in the topography." Stan and the boys looked at Stephen, waiting for the juice. Gregor, busy punching keys on a tablet, was clearly already in the know. "Amanda's stepbrother, Robert, was buried there," Stephen explained. They all knew the story of how Amanda had ended up in Abersoch, circa 1774, but the particulars of her brother's burial location hadn't been necessary to explain. Until then. Considering his death had technically occurred a quarter millennia ago, Stan asked, "DNA?" "Without a doubt. Investigations were open for both Amanda and Robert when they disappeared. Since Robert tried to murder Amanda, it's likely her DNA will be present too."
Are they already on site?
Stan asked, already calculating the possible risks. What he might have missed. What he'd encrypted and all-out erased when he took her under. It should be 100% sound and nipped. But as he was beginning to realize, the hard way, ships were only so tight. On site, but they won't clear the scene for a day or two. A team on the ground says the coordinates are close. It's a 50-50 shot. Either we're in the clear, or the bones could be discovered today or in a matter of days with the tides. If they hit the right spot. Solution? Stan asked. He was in full protocol mode. Stephen looked at Gregor. Move his body, they said in unison. Please tell me you mean his bones, Stan pleaded, hoping that this was just for clarification and didn't need to be stated. At the heads shaking in response, Stan realized they actually meant they needed to move Robert's body, which meant going back to the 1700s, which also meant jumping off a cliff on a hope and a prayer, unless they could figure out where the portal inside the caves was. Alex? Stan inquired. He'd only realized then that his boss wasn't there, and that was odd. When Stephen fished a Bluetooth earpiece from his pocket, Stan was gobsmacked. You lifted his comms? Double woe. Stan had gone behind Alex's back before, back when Amanda had still been too fragile to trust him. Once was enough. He thought he lifted my comms, Alex said slyly as he entered the study. While I appreciate your attempt to shield me, I received an alert from the estate manager. Alex walked over to the table, stopping when he was standing next to Stephen. He fingered the rock wall image, a pained look crossing his face. We have to go back. To use a favorite phrase of his boss's, bloody hell. Boss, you're not going anywhere. One, Amanda would be beside herself and... I'll go, Stephen said. Not alone. I'm coming with you, Gregor chimed in. Hell, I'm in too, Stan added. I need someone here with the family if Stephen and Gregor are going. Stan was humbled and honored to know Alex had that confidence in him. What are we gonna tell the girls? The truth. Stan knew what he meant and, frankly, was glad the time had come. Time to dial Jenny in. Alex gave a nod. I've spoken with Evan. He's convinced she can handle it. Agree? Stan nodded. His girl was stronger than ever. Agree. Plus, he didn't like keeping something as big as this from her. Chapter 28. Southampton, New York. The meeting took place in the parlor, much like Jenny's first night at the compound. Only this time, they all walked in together, and Jenny's father wasn't present. Everyone got comfortable in their usual seats, or at least in the same seats as last time. Jenny took a spot in a club chair next to Stan. After a moment of silence, Alex steepled his fingers, looking between his wife, Sam, and then her. We've decided to kill two birds with one stone, he said, which didn't clear anything up as far as Jenny was concerned. That doesn't sound good, Amanda said, eyeing her husband with concern. We? Sam asked. She was a bit tougher, eyes narrowed and moving between the brothers. You two, we? Then, looking at Gregor, you three, we. Or we, as in all the guys in the room. Not that it matters, I suppose. Jenny sensed something big was up. Monumental. Her alarm bell started going off because Stephen, who usually somewhat veiled his feelings for Samantha behind a thin veneer of stoicism, reached for her hand. At this, Jenny went wide-eyed, and so did Sam, but it was Amanda who stood and said, Oh my God, what's going on here? There's been an accident. A plane crash on the Abersoch property, Alexander said. Jenny had no idea what the Abersoch property was, but Amanda gasped. Who? She asked, her hands flying to her mouth. How bad?" Stephen and Alex shook their heads.
"No one we know."
"Then what's the problem? Just tell us," Amanda demanded. That's when Alex and Stephen turned their gazes on her. Jenny shifted in her seat, suddenly uncomfortable and uncertain under the scrutiny. Stan covered her hand with his, but Jenny couldn't tell if he was simply being supportive or if he was signifying to the brothers that they should back off. She honestly wasn't sure of anything at the moment.
"The twin engine went down on the north side of the property. It hit the seawall, below the chapel."
Jenny had no idea what the significance of the plane crashing between the seawall and the chapel was, but when Amanda's head snapped in his direction, she knew for certain it was significant. Alex reached out, comforting his wife.
"Now you see our problem."
"I don't," Jenny said quietly, chiming in for the first time. "Sorry, but I don't understand what's going on."
"Amanda's stepbrother, Robert, tried to kill her 2 years ago, Jenny,"
Alex explained, turning to face her, his expression inscrutable.
"His body was buried beneath the rocks."
Two things hit Jenny at once. One, if she had had any doubts about her place within this crew, they were gone. She was in, and had basically just been given the blood rights oath. You don't go telling that kind of thing to people who are only around by default. Two, something awful hadn't only happened to her and Sam. Amanda had suffered too. Feeling sick, Jenny bowed her head and shut her eyes, her thoughts flashing back to Amanda's words the other day. "Stan saved my life." At the time, Jenny had taken it figuratively, but clearly that wasn't the case. What on earth did the three of us do to deserve all of this? She cut her thoughts off before she started to spiral, took a deep breath, and looked back up at Amanda. "I'm so sorry, Amanda. I don't think I ever met him."
"Consider yourself lucky,"
Alex sneered darkly. "I still don't understand," Jenny said.
"It's possible that if they discover Robert's bones, Amanda's DNA will be found. A team is assessing the situation now. We're hoping nothing will come of it, but it's made us realize we need to rectify the situation."
"So we're going to Great Britain?" Amanda asked, not looking too happy about it.
"That's part of it."
The air in the room suddenly got much thicker, and Jenny's stomach dropped. She suspected that, whatever the next part was, it would be worse, though she wasn't sure what could top a fatal plane crash and an attempted murder. "What's the other part, Alexander?" Amanda asked, and all eyes turned to Alex.
"To avoid drawing attention to the site, which now, today, would entail explosives, we've decided to move his body."
Alex turned and took her hands.
"We're going back, Amanda."
Sam, who'd been silent, her hand resting beneath Stephen's the entire conversation, turned to look at him. "You're going too?" He stared at her for the longest time, the room eerily silent.
"I am. I have to."
Though Jenny still had no idea what exactly was going on, it was almost heartbreaking to watch them. You'd think that they were never going to see each other again. Jenny leaned into Stan. "I don't understand what the big deal is," she whispered. "What's so bad about going to Great Britain?" She'd apparently been loud enough to be overheard because Sam answered before Stan had a chance. Her words directed at Stephen like an accusation. "The big deal is they have to jump off a frigging cliff." Like she'd slapped him, Stephen closed his eyes, his barely perceptible wince a dead giveaway it was killing him to hurt her. But he didn't refute what she'd said. Jenny was more confused than ever. Even though everyone was speaking clearly, there was obviously something more going on and she couldn't figure out what it was. Sam's parting words didn't help matters. "And if they survive that, they have to evade capture and charges of treason by the British Empire." Chapter 29. Southampton, New York. Stan scanned the block, clocking his guys idling at opposite corners of each intersection, their trucks parked in the lot just down the street. They were all in town, enjoying a nice break from the rain that had been plaguing the coast for the previous few days. Since it had only been intermittent all morning, and radar showed an all clear for a few hours, they'd headed out post-haste. After the incident at the club the previous week, they were running a tight ship. Still, barring putting a physical tether on the girls, which wouldn't go over too well, there wasn't a whole lot more they could do, so they'd compromised with keeping them on a short leash. Even though things had been calm for the past week, and evidence pointed to John having left town, there had been a hit on one of his credit cards an hour outside of Virginia the night before. Stan was taking no chances. There had been another hit on John's card that morning within his city proper, and Stan had guys on it, but so far, no camera footage to confirm it was John, and not a trace of him at home. Stan wouldn't rest easy until John was dealt with once and for all. Things seemed to be holding steady overseas, too, though Stan knew that wouldn't last for long. Thus far, Robert's burial place had remained untouched, undiscovered, and the best they could do was hope it stayed that way until they made concrete plans to travel to Abersoch. Thankfully, Jenny hadn't pressed Stan for more details. He hated hiding anything from her, but this was maybe the one matter that he felt he had to, at least for the time being. He watched the girls leave the store they'd just been in, scrutinizing the crowd for the 1,000th time. Overkill? Maybe. Still, Stan had a feeling John wasn't done with Jenny. He wouldn't be able to bear that she was happy and had found her way without him. John would consider that losing. And if Stan knew one thing about John, it was that the bastard hated to lose. Despite the task at hand and the unpleasant, ever-present reminder of John, Stan felt a smile creep to his lips. Rule Stan, he'd long since given in to the nickname, wavered as his girl approached.
Jenny.
Stan held out his hand, taking her bag and returning her kiss when she swooped up for a quick peck. As she looked up at him, grinning and squinting her pretty eyes before shielding them with a hand when another round of clouds moved on, he found he couldn't resist dragging her back in for another kiss. What could he say? He had a thing for her. She latched her arms around his neck, giving him all her weight. "Can we dance again later, like we did last night?"
Every frickin' night forever.
He grinned, loving how she felt.
And yeah, last night was fun,
he thought, picturing the private dinner he'd arranged for himself and Jenny. He'd originally planned for it to be in the gazebo by the gardens, but since it was pouring, again, he'd enlisted Amanda and Sam and Callie, who had insisted on being included, to help him decorate the sunroom instead. They'd come in with a box full of tea lights and the boys in tow, carrying a ladder so they could string them around the windows and the large potted trees. Rosa had set out a linen-covered table for two with candles and a small vase of pretty roses. Stan had covered the meal, cooking her that brick chicken they'd had in the Keys that she liked so much. He'd waited for her at the bottom of the stairs, heart turning over when she came down in a pretty light blue sleeveless dress. When she saw that they matched, he'd worn that blue button-down she liked so much, she'd grinned, bursting with excitement. He laced their fingers and led her toward the sunroom, holding a hand over her eyes and telling her, "No peeking," at least 5 times. When they'd finally got there, he'd stood behind her and whispered in her ear,
"Ready?"
She'd nodded, and when he'd taken his hand away, she'd gasped, then almost cried when she'd seen what they had done. She covered her mouth, shaking her head and turning to him. "You did this for me?"
Silly girl.
Making her happy was all he wanted to do, then and for forever. And she was so easy to please. He led her to the table and held out her chair, and they'd laughed and talked and picked at the chicken between them just like they had the first time they'd eaten it together. After dinner, Trevor had piped music in through the sound system, their favorites, all slow, all meaningful. They'd laughed when a disco ball lit up in the corner. Trevor, funny kid. Sam was taking care of Hayden, but they made sure to finish with plenty of time to read him stories before his bedtime. They liked to put him down together, something that was becoming routine, if you could call a week's worth of bedtimes a routine. Stan decided you could. Then, he'd made love to her and held her close. Life with Jenny sure was rough. So, when she asked him a question like she just had, he didn't even have to think about the answer. She beamed, her face shining with happiness. Yeah, making Jenny happy was easy, a recipe he had down pat. Treat her with respect, give her plenty of attention, shower her with love and affection, and watch her thrive. She cupped his face, mouthed, "I love you, Stanley Finch," then turned to run off and join the girls again. Since they weren't the only ones who seemed to have jumped at the opportunity to get outside for a bit, it was super crowded. After following the girls for another block as they browsed in at least 4 stores, clouds started to roll in and thunder cracked in the distance. Stan looked at Alex, who was talking to Stephen and Gregor outside the shop the girls had just gone into. He got Alex's attention and tapped his wrist, wondering how long they were going to continue this dog and pony show. Alex answered on Bluetooth with
10.
"Doable."
Hey, Michael, gather the troops.
Stan directed over the comms. He checked his watch. 10 minutes had passed. Nodding at Alex, who had just started toward the latest shop the girls had wandered into, Stan walked with the guys to their trucks. Time to pick up the girls and go home. Chapter 30. Southampton, New York. "Look, Celeste," Jenny said, pulling her toward a window display. "It's that yoga thing you were talking about." "Oh, yeah. Supposedly it's great for your shavasana," Celeste replied, wheeling around to see where Jenny was pointing. "Let's go in." Jenny was glad Celeste had been able to join them that afternoon, and that she'd been so wholeheartedly embraced by the Montgomerys and crew. This was the second time they'd seen her since that night at the club. She'd come out to the house the previous week and stayed for the afternoon. Unfortunately, the guys had been gone for much of the day, doing what, she really wasn't sure. But Jenny had learned her lesson and decided to resist telling Stan what he should do, especially when it came to security, his area of expertise. Instead, she decided to let Stan and the rest do what they did best. Men of Calder Defense, activate. Still, when she told him about Celeste's visit, Stan had been disappointed he'd missed her. Apparently, he wanted to talk to her about Maggie's case. Just then, a crack of thunder sounded, and Jenny turned in time to see Callie jumping up into Amanda's arms, latching her arms around her neck. "We should go," Amanda called to them. "Alex said everyone is loading up. They'll be here soon to pick us up." Jenny nodded, but not ready to pack it in just yet, told her to go on ahead, and gestured to the wellness store they were standing in front of. "I'm gonna run in here with Celeste. I'll text the guys to let 'em know," Sam said, but just as she pulled out her phone, a Calder nav pulled up. Sam and Amanda hopped in, Callie in tow. They must have told Stephen Jenny's plan because he turned to her and said,
It's going to rain soon.
"I won't drown," Jenny said, laughing. "Don't worry."
We always worry.
Jenny loved that about them. "I know, thank you. Spend some time with Sam." Stephen's expression remained stoic, but she caught a bit of amusement in his eyes. After the intensity of that moment between Stephen and Samantha in the parlor the previous week, Jenny was relieved they'd fallen back into their usual rhythm. Jenny hadn't pushed for more information about whatever was happening over in Great Britain, not with the girls, and not even with Stan. She'd been entrusted with enough private information already, and had shared so much of her own, that Jenny knew when the time was right, they would fill her in. Actually, she reasoned, it was probably a good thing not to be weighed down by more heavy information at the moment. Watching Sam give Stephen a glowing smile as she hopped into the truck, Jenny waved as they pulled away, then wrapped an arm around Celeste and led her into the store. They had fun milling around, trying out different oils and creams. When they were checking out and ready to go, Jenny called Stan.
Yes, ma'am,
he answered, picking up on the first ring. Hi. She couldn't keep the smile from her face.
Hi, babe. Ready?
Yes, sir. Just about.
We lost our holding position. Give me 5, maybe 6.5. Wait under the awning, 'kay?
'Kay. Love you. Mwah, she said, blowing him a kiss over the phone.
Mwah, back. Love you.
When she and Celeste stepped outside, Jenny saw the truck pull up and was surprised he'd gotten there so fast. Oh, there he is, she said to Celeste, pointing to the familiar black truck with its custom extra dark tinted windows. You get in and I'll run around to the other side. As she went to make a run for it, since no one had popped out with umbrellas to protect them from the downpour, Celeste handed her one of the shopping bags. Use this to cover your head, she yelled through the rain. Jenny nodded, took the bag, and ran. She kept her head down since the rain was falling in sheets at that point, and thankfully, when she reached for the door, she found Stan had gotten out to open it for her. For half a second, she wondered why he was wearing different shoes than earlier, but the weather was too crazy and she was moving too fast for her mind to catch up. They looked familiar, but... She felt a pinch on the back of her neck and, as she fell forward across the seat, registered Celeste's expression of true horror across from her in the back seat. Jenny's mind fought to catch up with reality. She knew something really bad was happening, but it was like her processing faculties were stuck in molasses. She thought Celeste might have screamed, but Jenny couldn't hear anything over the rain and thunder and the sound of blood rushing in her ears. She just lay there, paralyzed, watching as Celeste thrust herself forward and reached out to her with both hands. Jenny knew she was supposed to grab them, but she found she couldn't move. Her vision tunneled, and all sense of place and time left her brain. Suddenly, she saw a big blur and a spray of dark hair as someone grabbed Celeste from behind and yelled, "Run!" at Jenny. But Jenny couldn't move. The man looked angry that she wasn't listening to him, and Jenny wanted to tell him she couldn't figure out how her limbs worked, but the words wouldn't leave her brain. She tried to tell him with her eyes, "Please, help me." Then her legs were shoved from behind, and her body bowed into itself at an odd angle. When she crumpled forward from the force, her phone slipped to the floor and disappeared beneath the seat where Celeste had been just seconds ago. Celeste was gone, but the man who'd ripped her from the truck wasn't. He leaped across the seats, grabbing at her. The look on his face was so fierce, and she wanted so badly to reach out so he could help her too. But before she could even attempt to reach out, she felt something heavy on top of her, and she began to lose focus. Then, everything went black. Chapter 31. Southampton, New York. Stan pulled back onto Main Street, 3 blocks from where the girls were shopping. The downpour had let up a bit, and he'd been able to turn his wipers down a notch. Frankly, relieved to get out of town, he chuckled when he saw Celeste's name pop up on his phone only 2 minutes after he'd spoken to Jenny.
So impatient.
The girls had been all excited to keep shopping until it started pouring, and suddenly they needed to be picked up ASAP. Of course. After Stephen and Alex left with Sam, Amanda, and Callie, Stan, with Gregor and Michael in his back seat, had slipped in and taken their spot. As he'd idled on the curb, cars had continued to pull up street side 2 rows deep, airport style, and he'd started to feel bad about taking a spot. So, seeing as Jenny and Celeste seemed to be taking their time, he'd pulled out a few minutes ago and was just circling back to their location. Picking up her call, he assured her,
"Be there in 2 minutes, Celeste. Maybe 3. Jenny just called me a minute ago. Hold your horses and stay under the awning until we get there."
He should have had sights on them already, but with the rain, even downgraded from cats and dogs to kittens and puppies, visibility was 3 feet at best. And that was a generous estimate. "He took Jenny," came Celeste's frantic voice. "They're in a black nav, just like yours." Ice shot through Stan's veins at Celeste's words. He knew she meant John. His eyes narrowed in fury at the thought of that monster putting his hands on Jenny. "I think he drugged her," Celeste said next, her words causing his back teeth to gnash. Beside him, a black nav with deeply tinted windows flew by, heedless of the pedestrians trying to make a run for it since the downpour was no longer torrential.
"Clear me!"
he shouted, and Gregor and Michael jumped out, literally running people and cars off the street as Stan threw the truck in reverse. He hit the pedal, and a half spin and fishtail later was pointed due east.
In,
he cried, and was moving before the doors closed.
Go, go, go!
Gregor yelled, his eyes on John's truck careening down the street. A Calder nav to his left spun around to follow. Comms open, Stan knew Alex and Stephen were waiting on him to explain what was happening, and he gritted his teeth, hating every syllable.
"John's got Jenny."
Not losing sight of the truck in front of them, Stan leaned into the steering wheel and squinted at the plate as he closed the distance between them.
"Echo Delta Zulu 5092. Due east, Main and—"
Gregor caught the sign.
"Waters. Transferring the girls now,"
Stephen said over the comms. Stan muttered a curse under his breath as he wasted valuable time swerving around pedestrians.
"Hold on!"
Holy God. He clocked the baby in the stroller a millisecond before it was too late.
"God damn it!"
he yelled, laying on the brakes, steering through the anti-lock grind as the truck spun and fishtailed on the wet pavement like a big kid on a slip and slide. By the time he gained control, they were surrounded by a mob of onlookers. The guys leaped from the truck to clear them, but all Stan could think of was Jenny getting farther and farther ahead, going who knows where, abducted by the one man he'd vowed would never touch her again. Chapter 32. Undisclosed Location, New York. Jenny came to slowly. Slumped over, she flexed her shoulders, trying to straighten from the uncomfortable position. Her eyelids still heavy and her mouth terribly dry, she pressed her hands against cool tile, a floor, then tried to lift herself to a sitting position. Ow. Where was she? The back of her neck hurt, and she fingered the spot, slowly cracking her eyes open. Her memory was hazy, but somewhere, deep in her brain, she knew she was somewhere she didn't want to be. As her vision started to clear and the room came into focus, so did her memory. Right. The rain, the navigator that looked identical to the Calder trucks, the drugs she suspected she'd been dosed with that had stuck her like glue to the seat, unable to free herself or call for help. It was all coming back to her. And, in front of her, John. He was staring down at something on a counter, and didn't look so good. Frustrated or stressed, Jenny couldn't tell, but she knew from past experience that neither boded well for her. What struck her most in the moment was the odd sensation that the thought of John's mood didn't make her shut down and cower within herself. She still felt strangely calm, capable. It wasn't a good situation, but she wasn't losing herself either. Boldened by her newfound clarity, Jenny's eyes darted around the room, noticing a black cap on the table, just like the kind Stan and the other Calder men wore in the rain. If not for the downpour and her looking down, he wouldn't have had the chance to take her. Putting that thought aside, she took in her surroundings. It looked like they were in a house, a vacation rental maybe. She was on the tile of what looked like the foyer. Nice. He dumped her right inside the door. Jenny sat up straighter at that, knowing she didn't deserve to be treated this way. Between Stan's support and her work with Evan, actually, the strength she drew from the entire Montgomery crew, she'd changed. "Did you drug me?" she asked. She'd meant to deliver it with bravado, but her voice came out a croak. His face whipped in her direction.
"Where's your phone?"
he snapped, coming at her and grabbing her arm like he was going to shake her down. Her other hand shot out, as if that would stop him, and she tried to scramble back, but there was nowhere to go.
"Answer me!"
he demanded, tightening his grip.
"Did you have a phone?"
He yanked her up by her arms and shook her so hard her head hit the wall behind her. When she didn't answer, he dropped her, her teeth snapping as she hit the floor. Again, Jenny marveled that although this was a bad situation, and it was a bad situation, John didn't have the power to scare her like he used to. He was still physically stronger than her, obviously, but mentally, she was no longer weak. I'm not like I used to be, she thought, glaring at his reddening face. With her newfound clarity, Jenny was able to look at the situation for what it was. If John didn't have her phone, where was it? She tried to remember the last time she'd had it. After she'd called Stan, she was still holding it when she stepped outside with Celeste. Celeste? Where was she? Jenny's eyes darted around the room, frantic for a second that she'd been taken too, or worse. Then Jenny remembered Celeste being pulled from the truck by that man who tried to save her too. Ah, her phone. It came to her then that when Celeste had given her the shopping bag to cover her head, she'd kept her phone in her hand under the bag. It had fallen beneath the seat when John pushed her inside the car. And if John didn't have it, that meant it was still in the truck, and it was on, which meant Stan could find her. No, Stan would find her. Buoyed by John's idiocy, and maybe too by her own self-confidence, Jenny looked at John blankly, feigning confusion.
"Answer me!"
he yelled again. I travel with a bunch of security guys. Why would I need a phone? She asked, letting the challenge seep into her tone.
"Are you being smart?"
Around you? Gee, John, I don't think that's allowed, she answered dryly.
"Shut up, Jenny."
Shut up, she repeated. That's what you've got? Shut up? Go to hell, John. He sneered. He was angry, enough to make Jenny second-guess her overly confident sass. Eager to make it out of there uninjured, she scrambled backward, pressing herself against the wall, wishing she could crawl inside. He came at her then, and she winced as he grabbed a fistful of her hair. You're going to hit me? Me? She challenged, as his eyes bulged and his face turned red. Suddenly, she felt oddly calm and, shaking her head, asked, What did I ever do to you, John? Aside from the car accident, which wasn't an accident, Jenny had never been intentionally hurt in her entire life, even by John. So the force of John's backhand connecting with the side of her face was a shock. She cried out, tasting blood as her teeth sheared the inside of her lips and cheek. She pressed a hand over her mouth, dumbfounded. When she pulled it back, her fingers were bloody. That hurt. Stunned, seriously stunned, she stared at him, suddenly feeling angry as hell. You're in so much trouble, she said, though not too clearly, the metallic taste of her blood filling her mouth.
Me? How'd he figure?
Stan's gonna kill you. She didn't think he'd go that far, but it was nice to imagine. And if nothing else, she wanted to taunt John a little. He deserved it for all the times he'd done it to her. Come get me, baby. Hurry. Chapter 33, Southampton, New York. The whole crew, Sam and Amanda included, had reconnoitered for 3 minutes in a parking lot off Main. Before the girls had been transferred to a holding vehicle, they'd sent a message, loud and clear. Go get her. Don't let him hurt her again. Take him down. Copy that. They were bloodthirsty for retribution. So was Stan. Dar, the guy Stan had originally clocked as Celeste's bodyguard, was beside him, simmering close to a boil. Somehow, Stan had been unsurprised when the burly Scot had appeared on the scene. A part of him had had a feeling they'd be crossing paths again. He just hadn't known when, or why. Apparently, Dar had also been in town that afternoon and had seen the whole thing go down. After he'd pulled Celeste out and thrown her to the ground, he jumped in to pull Jenny from the vehicle too, but John had jabbed him with a needle, probably a roofie or something similar, and pushed him out of the truck. Darek, a big guy even among a crew of big guys, had been somewhat affected by whatever he'd been dosed with, but not like Jenny would have been. His effects had completely worn off within a few minutes.
"Slee him,"
Dar said, as if Stan didn't already have that in mind. Still, he liked the way this guy thought and his old-fashioned verbiage. Stan noticed Gregor and the brothers honing in on Dar's vernacular, saw them looking at each other. Whatever they were thinking, though, they kept to themselves, and Stan didn't have time to wonder. John had his girl. John was going down.
"I'm coming, babe. Hold tight."
On a wing and a prayer, Stan headed east, the last direction they'd seen John's truck go. He couldn't have more than 10 minutes on them, but a lot could happen in 10 minutes. Hell, in a blink, it could all be gone.
"Don't go there. Chin up, Finch."
Stan led their convoy, flanked by 3 Calder vehicles, Stephen, Alex, and Evan in one, extended crew in the 2 others. Trevor caught his eye in the rearview mirror.
"Weather's messing with the satellites,"
he said in answer to Stan's unasked question. What was it with fricking satellites when they needed them? He hoped that John hadn't destroyed Jenny's phone, and that with luck, please God, they'd get a signal sooner rather than later. Stephen and Alex had offered their chopper fleet to the local PD for an air search, but they'd been told the weather was too rough for it, and PD pilots would be standing by waiting for it to clear up.
"We have a signal 3 miles out," Trevor exclaimed. "Left on Regency, 200 yards, single-family home. Yes, smart home. Thank you, God."
Stan nodded to Trevor, urging his heart rate to slow.
"Hang on, babe. I'm coming." "I'm in,"
Trevor said, tapping into the wireless devices on site.
"It's a rental, too. Pics online. Got 'em."
Relief filled him as Jenny's voice sounded in his ear through the Bluetooth. "What did you give me?" Good girl. She sounded mad.
"Same thing Aaron used on Sam,"
John said. And even over the crackling connection, Stan could hear the smile in his words. His eyes darted to the rearview mirror, checking the car behind him to see if Stephen had picked up on that. One glance at the seething rage in Stephen's eyes, visible even through the mirror, the window, and the rain, confirmed Stephen knew they were talking about his Sam. Stan returned his focus to the road. He couldn't get distracted, not right then. John was proving himself to be even lower a specimen than they'd already known him to be, but their wrath would have to wait. Over the Bluetooth, Jenny gasped, and it was all Stan could do not to leap toward the speaker. "How would you know that?"
"You are so stupid, Jenny."
There was a pause, and Stan imagined the worst, until John yelled at the top of his lungs,
"I helped him get it."
At that, Stan said to hell with putting wrath off for the time being. If John hadn't deserved to die before for how he treated and almost killed Jenny, this last bit of information had sealed his fate. "You knew what he was going to do? You let him do it? Oh my God, you're a monster, John." The truck next to him moved closer deliberately. He looked, not surprised to see Stephen peering around Alex, making sure he got the message. The fury in his expression had grown.
"Whatever, Jenny,"
John said, breaking the tension between the vehicles as Stephen let him take the lead again. "They're gonna kill you. You messed with the wrong people this time." Stan let himself grin, just a little bit. John had no idea how true that statement was.
"You're done, scumbag. This gun says differently."
Stan knew John had multiple weapons, handguns and rifles. He and his family were big on hunting. Gregor pointed left at the street they were approaching, and Stan made the turn. "Is that your plan? Lure him out and kill him?" Jenny asked, and Stan felt a little triumphant lift at the challenge in her voice, at how his girl was standing her ground. Trevor whispered,
"5th house on the right,"
as John laid out his plan.
"Better. I'm going to kill you first, and then Your boyfriend. Keep him talking, Jenny. Just a few more minutes,
he thought, as they pulled the navs over and headed out on foot, staying low and keeping a fast clip. Between the rain and big stately trees, it looked like dusk and felt like purgatory. Trevor handed Stan his phone so he could see inside. It wasn't a clear view, and Jenny wasn't in the shot, but he could see John sitting next to a kitchen island, hand on a gun. It took everything Stan had to not let his emotions get the better of him, make him sloppy. But Protocol Stan was a powerhouse and won out. Thankfully. When they hit the property, Stan signaled to the others to circle around back as he and Stephen took the steps up to the porch. As they waited for Trevor to work his magic on the locks, they flanked the front door as Gregor and Alex crept to the windows on either side. Through the window, Stan could hear Jenny leveling with John. Stan looked over at Stephen and saw that his eyes said he wanted blood. Having heard Jenny and John's conversation and what it alluded to, Stan understood, but it wasn't the time. Stephen nodded as the door latch clicked.
Thank you, Trev.
With a silent prayer that Jenny wasn't sitting in front of the door, Stan went for the count, mouthing, 3, 2, 1. Then he kicked in the door, dropping and rolling through it, coming up on his knees in time to see John jump up from his seat at the counter and aim his gun directly at Stan's head. Luckily, he'd been expecting that. Stan fired a millisecond after Stephen, who'd had his back and taken the kill shot. From the floor in the corner of the room, Jenny screamed. It didn't matter that John deserved to die. Seeing it was something one never got used to. Not anyone normal, anyway. Stan ran over to her, blocking her view of John's body as he crouched to check her out, registering immediately that John had hit her hard. "I'm sorry," she said through tears that had only just begun to fall. She held out her arms and he picked her up, cradling her against him.
I'm so proud of you,
he murmured, pulling her in even closer. "I didn't crumple," she said.
No, you didn't.
"Stan," her voice wavered.
Yes, babe.
"I think I'm going to now." He squeezed her tight, pressing his lips to her forehead.
Go ahead. I've got you.
Chapter 34. Palm Beach, Florida. "Take?" Amanda asked, holding up a crystal letter block from Hayden's room. Jenny nodded. They were at the house in Palm Beach, closing it up. This home had been a place of hiding, where she'd isolated from John, but also from life as she licked her wounds. She thought she'd healed there, but she hadn't, not really. Jenny knew that she'd only truly healed under the loving care of Stan and the Montgomery brood. Jenny had been coddled and loved on so much after John had taken her, it could have filled her bucket for the rest of her lifetime. Evan had checked her out as soon as they'd cleared John's rental. He'd sent blood off to the lab, but luckily, whatever John had used to knock her out had a quick half-life, and by the time they ran the tests again, it was completely out of her system. Jenny smiled to herself, thinking back to how Stan, glancing at her almost nervously, had asked if it would affect a possible pregnancy.
Just saying. Hayden came on quickly,
he'd said once Jenny had made it clear she'd had the same question.
I'm sure his sister or brother will be close behind.
Absently, Jenny rubbed a hand over her stomach. There wasn't a baby in there yet, but she loved that he'd thought of it. Stan always thought of everything, and even though Evan had assured them that the drug wouldn't affect a possible baby, Jenny had still taken an at-home pregnancy test Sam had grabbed for her. She was relieved when it came back negative, only on the off chance Evan had been wrong. As they packed, Jenny marveled at the turn her life had taken. So much had changed since the night Stan had come for her and Hayden. For one, when another baby came, Stan would be there from day one, and since she'd truly put her past behind her and come into her own, and with the threat of John really and truly gone, she could say goodbye to this house. Actually, being there was almost cathartic, especially with the support of her new group of friends. Much to her surprise, a few days ago, Stan had told her that Alex wanted to take the family on a trip, and seeing as Jenny still had to settle things down south, he thought it would be nice if they could all go together. A few days of fun and support. He'd even included her father and Marissa. "It's summertime in Florida. Think rainforest," Jenny had said, but Stan had only shrugged.
Not sure the brothers or Gregor ever made it to Central or South America. We'll call it practice,
he said as if that were a normal answer. Jenny had thought it was a crazy idea, but then she realized that Callie would be starting school in a few weeks, so it really was the only time to fit in a family vacation until Thanksgiving or Christmas. She didn't even want to think about the other trip possibility. The temporary move to Great Britain hadn't been mentioned again, but she knew it was on the horizon, though the guys hadn't dialed them in on anything. Jenny had a feeling they were waiting until they got home from Florida so they could enjoy this family vacation to the fullest. They'd arrived at her place late that morning so they could get all her things together for the moving crew that had been hired to pack and ship everything to California and then clean and close the house. Watching as Amanda placed the crystal block on the table of things to be wrapped, Jenny remembered the day she'd picked it out. It had been 6 months ago at Tiffany & Company, and the same salesperson who'd helped her and Stan the day they'd browsed the displays together so long ago was there. He'd approached her immediately, and Jenny was surprised he'd remembered her. Then was sorry he had.
"Ah, Mrs. Finch, I presume," he'd said, his eyes twinkling. "How lovely to see you. I still have the gift you asked us to hold."
Confused at his greeting, Jenny had given him a strange look, her face falling. She remembered how he had looked down at her hand. "Yeah, no ring, idiot." Why he'd assumed they were married, she wasn't sure, but she chalked it up to how lovey-dovey she and Stan had been all those months ago. It wasn't really a stretch.
"I'm so sorry. Forgive me,"
the salesman had said, contrite, suddenly looking terribly uncomfortable.
"How may I help you?"
Eager to brush off the weird Mrs. Finch faux pas, Jenny had tried for warm and friendly when she'd asked to see the baby mementos. She picked out the crystal block, and when he'd come back after wrapping it, he tilted the bag in her direction so she could see inside. There were 2 boxes in the bag.
"Your other purchase,"
he'd said. Jenny had nodded, leaving with both. Odd, she'd forgotten all about that strange incident. When she and Stan had been together before, she'd imagined getting married as soon as her divorce was finalized. Not anything big, just the 2 of them. Not that he'd ever asked. It was just the image she'd had in her mind at the time. Now, Jenny wasn't sure what his timeline was, or even if he had one. And it really didn't matter. She supposed they'd cross that bridge when the time came. For the time being, she was content being a couple, parents to their son, and honestly hadn't thought about marriage. Stan came into her bedroom then, all the guys in tow minus her dad. The girls watched as they walked by, and Stan had them gather by her bed. By the glint in his eye, Jenny knew he was eager to show off her gun safe. She let him have his moment. "Men."
"Ready?"
Stan asked, and at their nods, he waved his hand in front of the sensor. When the piece of art lifted from the wall to reveal her Glock, she got 6 major nods of appreciation and a wink from Stan.
"I suppose if you can't have an armory at hand, this is the next best thing,"
Gregor said. Then he looked at her and asked,
"Where's the cash?"
No one else had thought to ask. Stan's hands did that mind-blown gesture next to his head. Jenny chuckled. Yep, if she had a loaded gun and go pile at the ready, she'd have run money too. "In the safe," she said, laughing.
"You're good stock, Jenny,"
Gregor acknowledged. She rolled her eyes. "You just like my sister." Gregor winked, and she saw Marissa blush before turning away. Callie came skipping in then. "Aunt Jenny, can we go swimming? The water is so close to the house," she pleaded. Jenny smiled. The proximity to the sea was the reason she'd chosen this property. Besides Hayden, the one thing that had brought her joy was waking up and seeing the ocean every day. She felt closest to Nonina there, comforted, and it was what she'd needed at the time. Jenny laid a hand on Callie's head. "It's up to your mama," she said, and when Amanda nodded, Jenny told her where the towels were. Left alone, Jenny put the last of her things on the pack table.
"I think that's it, babe,"
Stan said, coming back into her bedroom. They'd tagged everything and helped themselves to a congratulatory drink afterward. Inside, of course, since it was about 300 degrees outside with a humidity level of stupid. She told him she was just about to clear the stacks of cash out of her safe, an old-school fallback, something drilled into her since their days at law school. Always have a plan and the means to facilitate it. That one was Derek's MO, and though she hadn't had to use it, she silently thanked him for it. Stan held up a purse-sized thick canvas bag.
"Big enough?"
Perfect. He followed her into the closet and held the bag open as she pulled out one stack at a time. There were quite a few, some bigger than others, but probably enough to cover 6 months of rent, food, and clothes for her and Hayden. As she reached the last few, a flash of a particular shade of robin's egg blue caught her eye, and she saw the gift she'd purchased for Stan stuffed in the back. When she'd placed it there, it had seemed like the perfect place, hidden behind the money and well out of sight. It had worked, too. Until that moment, she'd forgotten all about it. With the memories risen, she realized she had mixed feelings about it, and chose to leave it where it was. When she dropped the last stack in the bag, she stared down, mostly at Stan's large hands holding it open.
"Hey,"
he said, and she looked up at him.
"You did good, Jenny. Real good."
She gave a bittersweet smile and shrugged. For a moment she considered closing the safe to let sleeping dogs lie. Noticing her hesitation, Stan peered around her.
"Anything else, babe?"
he asked. Jenny took a deep breath and reached back in, pulling out the box. Maybe if she gave it to him, it would magically take away the sting of how it used to feel.
"What's this?"
"I bought it for you before. Well, when we came back from the Keys." He shook his head, his eyes focused on hers and filled with regret. She didn't have the words, but wanted that time to be remembered for the exhilarating, mind-blowing, life-altering experience that it was. Maybe the gift would help. Shaking his head in wonderment, he put the bag in his left hand, took her hand with his right, and led her back into her bedroom. Treating it like a serious occasion, he motioned for her to sit on the edge of the bed and then sat next to her as he began to untie the ribbon.
"Oh, Jenny,"
he breathed when he opened the box. Jenny watched, her heart in her mouth. He obviously knew what it was already, and his fingers brushed the sterling silver before he took it out of the box. When he flipped the lid open, she watched intently as he read the inscription. It had been a long time since she'd had it inscribed, but Jenny would never forget those words. "To never losing our way again. Wherever you go, take me with you." They both teared up as he pulled her in and held her like she was the most precious thing in the world to him. In other words, how he always held her. It wasn't much later that they all walked out together, and she wondered as they loaded into 3 navs if they'd planned it that way, if they'd always intended on helping her close that chapter of her life so she could fully move forward into the one with them. Knowing this group as she had come to, she had a feeling the whole thing had been staged, discreetly, of course. She imagined them sitting around that glass conference table, or maybe the bar in the living room, working out the particulars. Lost in her own thoughts, she smiled and curled against Stan, not really listening as everyone chattered. She just needed some time to decompress. She breathed in deep, comforted by his scent. Suddenly, everyone was getting out of the vehicles because they'd reached their destination. Jenny hadn't even realized they'd stopped, or that time had passed. Sitting up straight, she looked around, then stilled, pressing back into the seat, heart racing, and not in a good way. They were at the hotel. The hotel. "Why are we here?" she wondered, unable to keep the alarm from her voice.
Hey,
Stan took her hands.
it's okay.
He cupped her face.
I had some of the best days of my life here with you, Jenny. Let's exorcise those ghosts and create some new memories together.
Reluctant, but feeling like she didn't have a choice, Jenny let Stan help her out of the truck. Rodney, the valet, gave her a warm smile as he clapped Stan on the shoulder. With a start, Jenny realized that to Rodney, it would look like she and Stan had been together ever since their first day at the hotel. He would have no idea of the horrible turn their relationship had taken in between. As that sunk in, Jenny knew the rest of the staff would think the same, that she and Stan had been together ever since, and something about that calmed her. Then Stan pulled her forward and into the lobby, keeping her at his side. The crew, who'd been waiting just inside the large glass doors, followed closely behind. Jenny thought it was odd that they hadn't gone ahead without them, but she was too struck with why she'd been brought there in the first place to give it much more thought. She'd always loved the feeling she got when she entered the hotel, with its dramatic two-story ceiling and stunning views of the palm-framed pool area, the umbrella and cabana-dotted beach, and that corner patio table where she'd first had lunch with Stan. She'd felt that way when she'd visited for the very first time with Nonina. Again, when she'd come a little more than a year ago and threw caution to the wind with Stan. And she felt it now, standing by Stan's side, surrounded by their family and friends. When she saw the hotel manager, Henry, step out from the hallway that led to the executive offices, she was reminded of just how spectacular those pivotal weeks had been. Stan was right. She loved the hotel, and every second she'd spent there with him. She glanced around, soaking in the ambiance. The opulent marble floors, the fresh-cut roses lined up in vases on an oversized glass table. And one of her favorites, the round, tufted sofa accented with nail heads. As everyone gathered around that sofa, she wondered how many times it had been reupholstered over the years. If they only knew how often she'd sat there as a little girl, and then as a full-grown woman, times filled with joy, and then healing, and then, ultimately, when she fell deeply for Stan, love. Looking at him on the tail of that thought, she saw him grin as Henry came to greet them.
Ah, Miss D'Angelo, Stan, I'm so pleased to see you both back here again,
Henry said, smiling warmly.
And may I say, nothing makes me happier than the two of you together.
Stan squeezed Jenny's hand. He was all energy, really amped up, which was so unlike him. She cast a look his way, wondering if he'd had one of Trevor's energy drinks. Or two. He smiled at her and pulled her tight against him, like God help any gnat or mosquito that may have been between them. She looked at him again, wondering what had gotten into him, but his attention was directed at Henry, who reached into his pocket and retrieved a box.
I believe we've been holding this for you for quite some time,
Henry said with a knowing smile.
Thank you,
Stan returned, closing his hand around it.
Back when I told you to hold on to it, I never imagined I'd be returning with this opportunity.
Stan took the box, grasping it before turning to her. Jenny shook her head, utterly confused. "What's going on?" she asked as she looked at him, then Henry, and then everyone else still gathered nearby. They were all looking at them so expectantly. Alex, the patriarch of this incredible group of people she was so grateful to be a part of. Amanda, pressed up against his side, and little Callie between them. Stephen and Sam, not quite as close, but touching somewhere for sure. Gregor and Evan, standing close to the boys, and even Rosa and Helen, the babies on their hips. Her dad was there, too, one arm around Marissa and the other around Reagan, his eyes gleaming. Jenny's arms started to prickle, but in a good way, like they all knew something she didn't. When she turned back to Stan, he was looking at her with an expression she'd never seen on his face before. His smile was a mile wide as he shook his head and cupped her face, leaning in to press his forehead to hers.
God, I love you, Jenny.
She'd never seen him like this, so impulsive and nervous and excited at the same time. He chuckled on a smile. She loved when he did that. He was wearing the shirt he'd worn the night they'd taken that first walk on the beach, and his eyes gleamed emerald green. He stepped back then and grasped her hand.
Jenny, babe, the day you left, I bought this. For you.
He breathed, holding out the box Henry had given him. She started shaking her head and took a sharp inhalation when what was happening fully hit her.
I was ready to start our lives and couldn't wait for you to return. And although our plans were slightly derailed, I hope you'll do so with me now.
Then, in the lobby, in front of all the guests and their friends and extended family, he got down on one knee, and Jenny lost her ability to breathe. Stunned, in awe, she stared down at him, this man she loved so much. This man she'd loved since those very first days of law school together, and every chance they'd had in between.
Jenny, I've loved you since the first time I saw you. There is no one I want to share my life with but you. Please, will you marry me?
Her eyes filled with tears, and they spilled over as she nodded. He slipped a stunning, enormous diamond ring onto her shaky finger, the platinum band set with more diamonds, sparkling brilliantly as Stan adjusted it with great care. Jenny stared at the most beautiful, incredible ring she'd ever seen, then froze and looked at Stan. "Can we afford this?" she whispered. He chuckled.
Oh, babe, I have a few things to tell you.
Epilogue, Palm Beach, Florida. Stan looked out at the ocean, casting his eyes over the beach to where he and Jenny had reconnected the year before, launching the most incredible, crazy journey he'd ever experienced. Turning his focus to the sky, Stan finally understood what Jenny had been saying all along. Timing, for them, was everything. He silently thanked Jenny's grandma for helping to set things in the right direction.
I'm gonna make her happy forever, Nonina. I promise.
It had been a whirlwind week since he'd carried Jenny out of that house and away from John. Police had shown up minutes after everything had gone down, which had meant reports had needed to be written and filed. Luckily, the recorded conversation and corresponding video made it an open and shut case, and Stephen had been cleared of any charges. Watching Jenny bounce back stronger than ever, he, with the support of their whole group, had decided it was time, literally, to move on. Right away, Stan had made plans to help Jenny close up the last chapter of her life once and for all, and to begin a new one with him. He'd considered taking everyone to the Keys, but time really wasn't a luxury they had at the moment. Though he'd love a year to nestle in at home with Jenny and Hayden, Great Britain was looming in the very near, immediate future. While the details hadn't been hammered out yet. For one, they still needed to figure out who was even going. It was something playing in the backs of all their minds. But, as urgent as it all was, that wasn't what this day was about. Stan looked down at his watch for what felt like the millionth time, then felt Alex approach him from behind and clap him on the back.
Ready?
He asked.
More than ever,
Stan confirmed, eyes still gazing ahead at the ocean. Alex squeezed his shoulder. If anyone understood the importance of putting it all back together, it was Alex. They shared a smile as the girls and the crew, all a bit boisterous, filled in the area. He was so fired up he could barely contain himself, and he looked down at his watch again. It was happening. Finally. He was going to marry Jenny. It was all so perfect. The ceremony would be in the lobby, right in front of the glass picture windows looking out over the deck where they'd had lunch that first afternoon, the pool where they'd lounged in a cabana-covered chaise, and the shoreline that they'd walked morning and night. The reception was going to be held at the nightclub where he and Jenny had danced together, kicking off the most incredible night. Stan could barely wait for the celebration. No looking over his shoulder, no constant checking in on John's whereabouts. Just easy, relaxed fun, dancing and eating and drinking. Bliss. As he turned away from the window, Stan finally saw Jenny, escorted by her father. She beamed as he came forward and reached out for her. His eyes misted as he pulled her in close, loving how she wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned up for a kiss. He happily obliged. "Hey," Stan heard, but was too focused on Jenny to tell who'd yelled out. "Save it for after the ceremony." He shook his head and laughed, lifting his girl in the air and spinning her around. He'd learned some time ago that there were no rules when it came to Jenny. This has been Never Too Late, a Brothers Montgomery book, Book 2, written by Kim Sakwa, narrated by Marian Hussey. Copyright 2021 by Kim Sakwa. Production copyright by Kim Sakwa.